If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 376, Chapter 340. I hopped down, following Yuryuki as he ran around. It certainly didn't take me long to find the source of my current anger and annoyance. And as he mentioned before, this strawberry was sitting there as well. 1. Kurosaki Ichigo. And he was arguing with a kid with glasses and a shimmering blue bow made of Ryoryoku in his hand. There was also that Shinigami that did the illegal thing standing behind him. My presence did not go unnoticed. You! Ichigo shouted, holding his massive sword up at me. Nice sword, I used to have one just like it. I greeted with a little wave. You bastard! Calm down, Strawberry, I'm not here for you. I ignored him for the moment. He was a little on guard, which was understandable. As was the silent Shinigami behind him that was eyeing me suspiciously. Though, hers was more actual hesitance as opposed to Ichigo, who just had his pride hurt the last time we met. Don't know where Yuryuki went, but whatever. And you? I turned to Glasses Kid. Are you the one whose mess I had to clean up? Pardon. He looked confused. I let lighting snap between my fingers to key him in on what happened. That was you. Rukia finally spoke up, exclaiming in surprise. What, how? Little bit of magic. I replied. That's not. She seemed to have trouble finding the right words. You changed the weather. You killed Aminos. That isn't something a human should be able to do. Honestly, Yuryuki said the same thing about humans in general. You lot really seem to look down on humans. I know many off the top of my head who could accomplish something similar. Wait, the lightning was him. Ichigo blinked. Of course it was, you moron. Rukia smacked him. He just showed you it. But how'd he do it? The orange-haired kid barely budged after the hit. Oi, can you do that too? He looked at Rukia. That's the whole point. She huffed. I don't know any Kido that can manipulate the weather on such a large scale. She added softly. That's not normal. As the two argued, I turned towards who I assumed was the Quincy. I didn't really know what that truly meant beyond some vague description that Tessai gave me, and only that Yuryuki pointed it out in passing. You. His eyes widened as it was pretty damn hard to miss the light show. You stole my prey. And that was not the response I was expecting. Care to repeat that? I was a little surprised by his answer. I think I needed clarification. Humph. He pushed up his glass, dismissing his bow. I would have handled those hollows fine. You interrupted my match with the Shinigami. Strawberry, explain. I looked at Ichigo. Stop calling me that, asshole. He growled. And this idiot wanted to compete in killing hollows because of some crap, I don't know. Let me get this straight. I turned back to the Quincy. You used hollow bait to bring hollows here to compete with this idiot. I jerked my thumb at Ichigo. Who are you calling an idiot? The idiot who lost his sword. I responded. Come try that again, I dare you. I don't want your size compensation anymore. I waved him off. What did you just say? He stomped on the ground with a huff, but I ignored him. That's correct. The Quincy replied, without a hint of shame. I walked up to him, and he just seemed confused for a moment until I got in his face. And in one swift motion, I slapped him. Hard, and across his cheek. His glasses went flying off onto the ground and he stuttered backwards before falling over. He's lucky I didn't have my brick at the moment. Stupid fucking kid. I muttered, looking at him recovering from the shock. Just a stupid fucking kid, probably around 15 years old. I was more so saying this to myself because I was close to wanting to just kill him and be done with it. If he gave some answer like wanting the hollows to rampage and cause harm, then I would have taken his head without a second thought. But no, this stupid fucking kid didn't see a problem with the situation because he thought he had it handled. What the hell? Ichigo shouted as he walked towards me. Did you just hit him? He's lucky that's all I did. I glared at the other stupid kid. If he was a few years older, I may have just decided to end the whole problem the fastest way. Ichigo's face darkened and I saw his hand tighten around his sword. Was he going to intervene if I actually went to kill him? Well, I can't say that makes me hate him at all, the kid has a good heart if anything. You, Shinigami! I snapped my head at Rukia, who had been silent thus far. Tell me, if you summoned a bunch of hollows into a densely populated town. One that is probably the highest concentration of Rishi in the world. What would your punishment be if they ran rampant? Most likely execution. She said simply, obviously getting what I was hinting at. Intentionally causing the deaths of the living is a serious crime. This isn't a game. I turned back towards Ichigo. The stakes here, for whatever bullshit reason you guys competed for, were the lives of innocent people. God, what is the world coming to when I have to be someone else's moral guidance? Fuck, I'm a damn criminal in another world, a wanted fugitive, a fucking devil. Why does it fall to me to tell these stupid kids that soul-eating monsters in a populated area are a bad idea? I would have handled it fine. The Quincy kid shouted, obviously having recovered from his initial shock. I would have proven that I was better than this Shinigami. Besides, the hollow bait wasn't supposed to be able to summon that many. Right, the thing you used to summon soul-eating monsters did something you didn't expect and summoned more soul-eating monsters than anticipated. That's what you're falling back on when someone calls out your stupidity. I sighed, repeating to myself that he wasn't malicious, but a stupid fucking kid. If this was your genius fucking plan, why didn't you use it? I don't know, maybe outside of populated areas. I had to resist the urge to slap him again. Tell me, do you know how many people died because of your little stunt? No one. I was on the other side of town, and I killed several before I had to do something bigger to handle the stragglers. Tell me, how did you have those handled? Finally, there was a growing look of horror appearing on his face as realization set in. You're Yuaki. I called out, knowing damn well he was nearby. I actually don't know if anyone died or not. I would genuinely be surprised if there were no deaths because of his little stunt. And it's obvious he didn't do this shit maliciously, otherwise I wouldn't even bother with words, his head would have been rolling on the ground already. No, he's just a stupid fucking kid who didn't think through his actions. The cat appeared in a flash. Need something? What the hell, did that cat just talk? Ichigo blurted out. Is a talking cat as strange as a talking strawberry? Yuaki retorted. Did you just? The kid started fuming and it was hard to keep a serious look at that jab. This Quincy kid. It's Ishida Yuri. The kid snapped back, but he was sorta taking the verbal scolding without running away. Presumably, his parents, one or both, are Quincy. Do you know his address? I asked, ignoring his outburst. And you said you had people helping, is it safe to assume the remnants are taken care of? The kid is right. Hollow bait shouldn't have attracted that many, at least the tiny amount he used. Not saying it was smart. Yuaki glanced at the glasses-wearing kid still on his ass. The latter of whom had the decency to actually win CE at the tone. But yet, you did most of the heavy lifting there and the smart ones ran when the Minos appeared. Bigger predator and all that. My friends can handle the rest. As for his house, I know the address. Good, me and this stupid kid's parents are going to have a chat. I decided, grabbing the Quincy by the collar despite his protests. What a fucking day this is turning out to be. Responsible Wilhelm here to tell kids to stop being idiots. Kind of ironic, isn't it? You're usually the one causing the big problems. Please, I don't bring innocent people into shit like this. That's true, now that I think about it, you almost always take fights and such out of the way. I freely admit that I do things that are not quite so wise in hindsight. But when I cause problems, it's usually calculated. Or at least I always take responsibility for the consequences of my own messes. God, I really hope Kuno doesn't have a phase like this when she gets a few years older. This the place? I asked. This is. I was talking to the cat. I jerked the kid's collar. I was pissed off and didn't even want to hear him talk at the moment. Yeah, this is it. I know his dad. Yuaki confirmed as he stood on my shoulder. Wait, you know my father? Obviously. Yuaki said dryly. Do you think the spiritual stuff in this town is big enough that I wouldn't know one of the other Quincy's living here? I think Yuaki may be a little peeved at the idiot kid too. Well, he did confess his own pride in his previous occupation as a Shinigami. Which the mainstay focus of that was to deal with hollows. I'm sure some stupid kid summoning them into the middle of a town full of people ticked him off a little. Maybe I was a little too hard on him before and jumping to conclusions. His callousness was maybe misinterpreted by me. I know I might appear like that to other people when I have situations well in hand, but it appears chaotic for them. And it's not like he knew how strong and such I was. So he was probably being nice and keeping me out of any nasty business. I'll apologize later. The house itself leaned towards wealth and I tempered myself accordingly. Ishida Yuri muttered under his breath. He won't be home, he's at Wo. A man with white hair opened the door. He wore a very tidy and fashionable suit and had an air of elegance about him. You're Yuaki. He was the first to speak. Hey reckon it's been a while. You're Yuaki greeted. I was not aware we were familiar enough for you to use my given name. He said calmly. Maybe, but I'm gonna anyways. Of course. He responded dryly. And this is? He looked at me. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself and I pulled Yuri up as he sort of shrunk away when his father appeared. I believe this belongs to you. Yuri, he said evenly. Father. The kid didn't meet his eyes. Oof, something tells me these two aren't really close. Very well, come in. He held the door open as he stepped to the side. I did let go of the kid's collar once we crossed the threshold. Seemed impolite to keep manhandling him while his father was right there. He gestured towards the couch with the accompanying coffee table as I took a seat and he sat down across from me. And seeing Yuri keep a certain distance from his father wasn't lost on me. Am I to assume that the mark on my son's face is from you? He asked. His cheek was still visibly red and I could vaguely see an outline from my hand. It is. I didn't deny it one bit. I would say it's a better alternative than you finding his head rolling on the ground. I was kind of annoyed that he didn't get upset at the insinuation of me killing his son. I assume there is a good reason for this meeting. He asked. Why are you playing like you don't know, reckon? Yuaki snorted, hopping off my shoulder onto the seat next to me. You're not nearly out of practice enough to not notice what happened earlier. You still don't leak an iota of riot so that you don't want to. The man let out a long breath. What did you do, Yuri? He turned towards his son. The kid scowled and didn't answer. He decided that it was a good idea to use hollow bait in the middle of the city. I filled in the blanks. You could probably notice the consequences of that. He was spouting some nonsense about proving his superiority over the Shinigami by forcing him into a competition to kill hollows. Riken let out a sigh, rubbing his eyes. Son. He said authoritatively. It wasn't supposed to. The words died in his mouth. It was supposed to just bring out a few hollows, and I was going to teach that Shinigami a lesson. That's it. I was forced to leave work early because there were a substantial number of hollows nearby. I even dealt with a good number of them myself. Yuri's dad explained. That is until I noticed the shopkeeper making a move. He glanced at Yuaki. See, I told you we had it handled. Yuaki looked at me smugly. I suppose that refers to his people then. Tessa, I did mention something about a shopkeeper. I didn't mean to. The kid stuttered out. Yeah, he was way in over his head here. He clearly didn't mean for things to escalate like they did and he wasn't mentally prepared for the fallout. Yuri, go to your room. We'll talk after I'm done with our guests. His father said sternly. The kid looked like he wanted to argue, but hung his head dejectedly and followed his command, disappearing up some stairs. Thank you for bringing my son. He suddenly said, I can understand how this may have looked from your perspective. It wasn't malicious. I replied. Beyond stupid, but it didn't come from a place of wanting to hurt anyone. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to let go of his Quincy heritage ever since his grandfather passed away. He blames the Shinigami for his death. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging one's heritage and honoring it. But he seemed a little obsessed to the point where it overruled his common sense until I literally smacked him back to reality. I was starting to get a bad vibe from him. I wasn't liking the feeling I was getting so far. The look on his face said he didn't agree with me and I could guess he didn't care to argue. I won't tell you how to be a father mainly because I've only been one for a few months at this point and still have no idea what I'm doing. But, clearly he's had wounds that have been festering for a while. Might be a good idea to address them instead of just silently disregarding his clear interests until he does something worse in his misguided pursuits. I admit I was getting a tiny bit more annoyed with each passing moment. Well, there was a silent reaction out of him, a small frown that appeared on his face. I will clarify his grandfather's death so he will not act out against any Shinigami in the future. He replied. Right. And just ignore all his apparent trauma that's obvious to me, an outsider, that's known him for all of less than an hour. Kid clearly lashed out for some reason and expressed guilt afterwards. Is his mom not in the picture? His mother passed away when he was younger. He said simply. The way he just sounds so detached is pissing me off. But I'm starting to heavily sympathize with this kid now. So, here's a crazy thought. I have a suggestion that may help. Have you tried acting like a father? Because so far you seem utterly unconcerned about this whole affair and your son's health and safety. HOH, that really got a reaction. Almost a scowl. You have my thanks for returning my son. He stood up from his seat. Allow me to see you out. He was politely telling me to get the fuck out. Guess I really did piss him off. Well, good. Act like a goddamn parent. Well, I didn't realize that sets me off as much as it does. Learn something new every day. I would leave it at this. The kid did something exceedingly stupid for stupid reasons, but not out of maliciousness. It's not as though he was acting like those hero faction kids who attacked Kyoto and killed a good amount of Yasaka's people. I can't believe you said that to his face. Yoriyuki chuckled as we walked down the street back towards my home. I was thinking about skipping over the politeness and just calling him a cunt to his face. Pfft. Yoriyuki nearly fell over in laughter. Please, can we redo this? Can we go back and you do that instead? Actually, let's just knock on his door and you say that and then turn around and leave. As tempting as that sounds, he honestly pisses me off enough that I don't want to see him. Deadbeat parents are one of my sore spots. For rather obvious reasons. Kind of sympathize with the kid now. He wasn't always so grumpy and boring. Before his wife died, he did have some life in him. Not much, but he could crack a smile before. But he kind of just checked out afterwards. Yoriyuki revealed. Were you serious back there? About telling him to be a father? Of course I was. No, I mean, you said you were a father. Didn't think you'd have a brat running around. Seem kind of young. She adopted me not that long ago. She's 10 years old now, almost 11. I smiled wistfully. Cute. Yoriyuki snorted. Also, where'd you get a Zanpakuto? You just couldn't wait to ask me that, could you? It's been killing me. Would you believe me if I said I just found it? Nope. That's unfortunate, because that's what happened. Bullshit, you can't just find one laying around. Really? Have you tried? Why would I try? That doesn't happen. My new Zanpakuto proves otherwise. I taunted. Am I gonna hear about some poor Shinigami that got mugged? Yoriyuki narrowed his eyes. No. I was joking, but now I'm sort of concerned. Listen, don't worry about it. When someone tells you not to worry about something, usually you should worry about it. He looked at me suspiciously. Didn't you tell me not to worry about the hollows? Touché. Also, do you know about something called Ho? I decided to ask. Yes, but how do you know about that? You didn't even know about Kid until I told you about it. My suspicion meter is kind of swinging wildly here. Don't worry about it. I think it's broken now. I think I really should worry. I feel like I'm going to find some poor Shinigami laying face down in the gutter with all his belongings ransacked. Did you steal his shiakushi too? Oh, is that what the uniform is called? Garment of Dead Souls? Sounds edgy. And that was, fairly close to what actually happened. Also, do you know someone named Anohanaretsu? I decided to change the subject. There isn't a Shinigami alive that doesn't know that name. And again, how do you know it? I just randomly heard it mentioned. I said casually. Right, cause that was some bullshit you were spewing. Yoriyuki rolled his eyes. Why do you want to know about her? Just curious, I heard she's a beauty. I shrugged. Pfft, sure. Yoriyuki snorted. Don't know why you know that name, but listen. There are 2 Shinigami that I absolutely do not want to get into a fight with. 2 that actually scare me. The first is the old man himself, the captain commander of the Godi I-13. Sounds impressive. He can keep all the other idiot captains in line, so yes, he is. He's been leading it for over 2,000 years now. And he's supposedly the strongest Shinigami that's ever lived. Don't know how much of that is truth cause I've never actually seen him fight seriously. Hey, is that who Shunsui meant when he mentioned an old man? Something to take note of. And the other is the captain of the 4th Division. Which, I should iterate, is the healing division. They focus almost entirely on healing. The woman you mentioned, Anohanaretsu. Ah, I got it. No one fucks with the healers, right? Actually, a good chunk of the Shinigami there look down on the healers. But everyone is polite towards her. Believe me when I said that no one fucks with the captain of the 4th division. Hey! Doesn't deter you in the slightest, does it? Ignoring the dragon. Well, not that it matters. She rarely ever leaves her division and the old man doesn't leave his post for anything short of the end of the world. And it's not like you'll ever meet them. Right. Suddenly, Yuryuki perked up, his ears straightened, and his tail followed suit before he ran over to someone walking down the street towards us. He was, very out of place honestly. He wore wooden clogs on his feet and supported himself with a cane. He had a sort of bucket hat on his head and wore a samo with a black haori over it. His messy blonde hair peeked out underneath and he had a strange smile on his face as he approached. Yuryuki jumped up to his shoulder then onto his head, laying himself on top of his hat. Eira, you must be Shuinorg-kun. The man greeted me. It's nice to meet you, I'm Yurahara Kisuk. He bowed his head slightly with a strange glint in his eyes. He gave me a weird feeling. Is this the friend you mentioned, Yuryuki? I asked. Cause he seems sketchy as fuck. Yuryuki fell off his head, laughing. Chapter 377, Chapter 341. Jin POV. Was I surprised? Not really. I could weigh the odds of the decision that Salem made when I made my introduction. However, there were variables I couldn't account for. I expected her to try and assert her authority so as to not lose credence in front of her minions, but all the pressure that was built up sort of deflated once I introduced myself as Wilhelm's woman. Her hostility almost completely evaporated even if she kept putting up the front. I admit that it was strange to see her suddenly become so passive. The actions of Wilhelm were basically a blind spot due to his nature of an outsider here. So I wasn't really aware what he'd been up to other than what he's mentioned. So to see her react like this was promising. It slightly lessened some of my worst fears, however, I would still check to make sure. So you're the relic of knowledge. Salem stared at me from across the table. She didn't even bother to free her minions after I trapped them. Not that they were in any harm, but I suppose that's about par for Salem's personality. She'll probably free them later once I leave. That's right. Technically, I was the spirit of the relic, but that's really just semantics. I had heard that the relic had a spirit from Ozma. But I did not expect it to be. Be what? I leaned forward onto the table. Beautiful? Enchanting? Seductive? She snorted. That's right, I seduced Wilhelm, I said without shame. I bent my little blue ass over and let him do whatever he wanted to me. Does that make you jealous? She was at a loss for words. She clearly didn't expect me to confirm it and be so blunt about it. Humph, it's not like I'm ashamed of landing myself a good man. Ridiculous. She scoffed. Why are you here? Are you not afraid I will capture you? You obviously know what my goal is. Right, that stupid goal of yours. I rolled my eyes. How's that been coming along? Collect the relics, summon the brother gods. Commit suicide by God. Great plan. Did you just come here to mock me? She narrowed her eyes. You have an inflated sense of importance. Why would I bother coming all the way here just to mock you? I slapped the table. In the blink of an eye, a magical circle appeared, utterly disintegrating it. If you want to die so badly, I'd be more than willing to answer your wish myself. You think you can undo the curse by your creators? She scoffed again, though there was a hint of wariness in her tone at seeing my little display. Ozma has been trying to do such a thing for centuries. Don't even get me started on him. Do you know how many times I've been asked the question, how do I kill Salem? Way too many times. Damn it, Ozban, ask a better damn question. His biggest flaw was that he couldn't overlook his own self-importance and maybe ask how could someone kill Salem. Nope, he always had to single himself out. How do I be the hero of the story? Idiot. It felt nice though, my restrictions have been loosened considerably. My time away from Remnant fried a lot of my internal programming. I couldn't quite give away secrets, but if something was obvious or they could rationalize it themselves with some little effort, I could say it. Of course that fool would be wasteful with you. Salem snorted, a twitch of amusement on her face. It quickly disappeared though. Why have you come here? That's a good question. I crossed my legs. I'm here because my man is a bit of an idiot. He's sweet and caring, but he can get blinded if he cares for someone. Unfortunately, and for reasons I'm still trying to understand, you've caught his attention and he's developed feelings for you. How much easier would this be if it was just a case of him lusting after her? Oh, I have no doubt he wants to get up under that dress. I know exactly what kind of fat ass she's hiding under there and I'm sure he's inspected it thoroughly from the outside. But no, he wouldn't pursue this kind of extended relationship if that were the case. Not that he isn't a lustful little devil, but it doesn't make his decisions bar what happened with Venelana. There are plenty of very attractive women around him that he doesn't have feelings for. And in Venelana's case, well, I don't think Wilhelm stood a chance there. I think most of us would have been seduced by her if she put in the effort. It was a good lesson for him, and I don't expect it to happen again, so I didn't really mind in the end. Are you here to warn me? She snorted in disdain. Yes. I didn't deny it. You're in a unique position that you can actually hurt the man I care about. And I will go to extensive lengths to protect him. If I wished to harm him, he has given me every opportunity to do so until now. She crossed her arms in response. Please, like you could physically harm him. I chuckled, making her raise an eyebrow. No, I'm talking about hurting him in other ways. I know who you are, Salem. I know everything you've done, I've known every sin you've committed and every dirty deed to your name. So, I'm here to make sure you're not scheming to use him for your own ends. And what if I am? She challenged. What if I'm using him to collect all of the relics for my personal goal? What if I'm using him, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to kill me? She stated, not believing my earlier bravado. I will. Humph. You said he had feelings for me? And how will you explain that to him? I'll tell him. I said with complete honesty. He may hate me afterwards. He may even kick me out. But compared to seeing him hurt because you played with him, I think it'd be worth it. The thought of him finding out that she just wants to die after he became so invested, it would break his heart. I heard about what happened after Skathuk, and then he recently had to kill another version of Artoria. I refuse to allow him to be hurt like that again. He's always trying to make sure we're all taken care of. He promised he would take care of me. Well, right now, it's my turn to take care of him. If I have to cut off this problem at the root, I'll do it. I'm here to make sure you're not just playing with the man I care for. I straightened up in my seat. You truly believe what you have just spoken? That you can and will strike me down if you suspect me? She looked at me strangely. That's right, I can grant you your wish. I can kill you right now if you want. I learned quite a few things from my time away. That includes the workarounds for Salem's little curse. Killing immortal creatures isn't something as impossible in other worlds. It's happened plenty of times even in Wilhelm's birth world and I've taken the time to study many things there. Salem was pitiful in a way. She was cursed because she pleaded with the god of darkness to resurrect Ozma her love, after the god of light refused her. And after a series of events, she and Ozma became enemies after the death of their children. Since then, she's been nothing but a bundle of hatred and anger. However, she didn't always want to die. No, she originally just wanted to lash out at the world and make everyone suffer like she had. And they did. For centuries the Grimm ran rampant under her commands after she had fallen into the Grimm pools and became one with the corrupted influence. It would have normally killed someone on contact, but the curse that ran through her soul was enough to sustain her, so she survived and gained her control over Grimm. The gods in their infinite wisdom, forced Ozma into a weird state of reincarnation to combat Salem. Every time he died, he would pop up in another body and basically subsume what was originally there. And they fought a shadow war over the centuries until it slowly started to die down. And over time, Salem slowly became more and more apathetic about the world until she finally just grew tired of it all and wanted it to end. Of course, she never told anyone her true goals. Even Ozma thinks she desires the relics to destroy the world or some other nefarious purpose. Granted, the brother gods will probably wipe out all living beings on the planet if Salem summons them, but that isn't really her intent. Not that it makes it any better. But surprisingly, you're hesitating. I pointed out. It should have been a simple affirmation, but you're hesitating. Oh my sweet man, did you really manage to move her heart? I was skeptical, the whole reason I came here was because I didn't quite believe it. But looking at her now. My matters are none of your business. She practically snarled. When they involve my man, they most certainly are. I didn't back down. Salem, what are your intentions towards Wilhelm? Seeing her scowl and avoid my gaze was telling. Okay. I clapped my hands. I won't interfere. Excuse me. Salem was taken off guard again. I won't interfere. I reiterated. You come here and threaten me in my domain. You claim to be able to kill me despite my immortality and now, you give up. That was only if you were planning on using him. I would have ended you without a second thought. However, I won't interfere in your relationship with him. I replied to her. And if I decide that I want nothing to do with him henceforth? She looked at me curiously. I will say nothing and I will do nothing. It's not my place to meddle with this part of his relationships. If that's what you choose, he'll be hurt for a while, but he'll get over it. I can't force you to get together with him just because he likes you. I shook my head. No, I was only coming here to make sure he wasn't blinded by his own emotions. Maybe to also reassure myself that he would be fine if he chose this. Her hesitance was enough for now, it showed that she was at least considering more than a simple relationship. And if I chose the opposite? She asked softly. It's as you have said. I have done terrible things in my life. You claim to know all of it, will you not speak against any union? She probed me a little, which was odd to see. Was she worried how Wilhelm would see her? Geez, Wilhelm, just what did you do to this woman? This is not how I remember the Grim Queen acting. What makes you think he isn't aware of your past? I responded. Well, he isn't aware of the finer details, but he can easily fill in the blanks. Seeing her eyes widen slightly, I guess she didn't realize the extent that Wilhelm knew about her. He did ask me about her with my third question. He did see her life in part through my abilities. She really does have some sort of concern and interest there. It seems like I made this trip here for nothing after all. At least I can relay the news to everyone else as well. I know Artoria was having mixed feelings due to Salem's past from what I was able to tell her before. This should make her less concerned for now and willingly to wait until things get further along. Salem wasn't always the Grim Queen. Maybe there's some of that woman still in there somewhere that's latching at the possibility of being something better? Looking for something other than just to end her depressing existence. I trust Wilhelm. I can't say for sure if things will work out, but I know that if it isn't working or any of us disagree with it, he won't force it. So, I may as well let things settle here. Still, seeing the confident and tyrannical Grim Queen look a tiny bit flustered was amusing. What happens now? She asked. Well, I suppose I should apologize for my entrance then leave. However, we could also talk for a while. I offered. Clearly some things happened that I was unaware about. Wilhelm was probably his usual self and somehow charmed her enough that she's now hesitating with regards to her former plans and considering something extended. I may as well try to get to know my new sister better even if I technically know her already. I would not be against it. She said softly. I'll give her a chance. I just hope it isn't misplaced. Wilhelm POV. Hurtful words, Schweinorg kun. Yura Harakisuk said cheerfully, not really looking insulted in the slightest. I'm just a simple shop owner. X shop. Pfft. Yorisahi erupted in laughter, literally rolling on the ground. Not that kind of shop. He was a little caught off guard by my words. It's a candy shop. He smiled brightly. I repeat what I said, sketchy as fuck. I looked at Yuruaki on the ground. Does he also have a nondescript white van he drives around in? Ha 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 ha. Yuruaki's laughter intensified. He does, he does. Right, so, you looking for me? Should I point out that I'm not a child that can be tempted into your van with some candy? He twitched a little before taking a fan out of his large sleeves. He tapped it against his palm with a strange smile on his face. You are an interesting person, Schweinorg kun. I love when people praise me. Do it some more. He paused again for a moment. You really don't follow the scripts, do you? Well, when suspicious people approach me, I tend not to stick to normal social conventions. I relaxed a little. What can I help you with? He was giving me the same vibes as Azazel, just without the sleaziness to accompany it. No, it felt like he wanted to probe me and delve into my secrets. I was curious about something. I wonder if you could help me. I already know what you're going to ask. You do? He looked amused, unfolding his fan. I'm sorry to say, that I was simply born this handsome, there's no secret to achieve such flawlessness. I nodded sagely. Ara, Shwinorg-kun. That's nice to know, but it wasn't what I wished to ask. The best way to deal with this type of person? Keep them completely on the back foot with random nonsense until you can figure out their goal. Well, then I have no idea what you could possibly want from me, unless, fashion advice. I adjusted my tie. I have a good eye for this sort of thing. My friend actually made this outfit, very durable while also being elegant and stylish. He hummed, seemingly ignoring my remarks. I was more concerned about the abrupt change in weather we experienced earlier. Yet, what a freaky storm that popped out of nowhere. I acted clueless. One might say man-made. He grinned. Question. Why not woman-made? I asked. Why couldn't a woman have made it? I suppose. Yet, Kisuk. Yuaki joined in. What's wrong with women, hey? Alright, I was really starting to like Yuaki, he's pretty fun. Person-made, then. He forced a smile. I don't think he enjoyed being constantly on the back foot like this, but it made me amused. Yuaki is a cat. Does he count as a person? Or do we need another qualifier for him? That's a good question. As a cat, do I count as a person, Kisuk? Yuaki looked up at Urahara. That also does beg the question on if Shinigami also count as persons. Their spirits, do they get the same nomenclature that a human would? What, of course they do. Yuaki countered. They're people, they have the same feelings, they think, and all that. Well, so do you as a cat. Hell, aren't higher level hollows smart as well? Are you going to count those giant monsters as people? And Shinigami are souls, they're like remnants of people or something. I replied. Well, I was just playing devil's advocate in this random argument. I didn't actually think this way. Though, Urahara Kisuk over there just looked confused and kind of unsure of how to respond. Ahem. He cleared his throat. I believe we've gone off topic. You can't go off something you were never on in the first place. I said dryly. You never did actually tell me what you wanted from me, just playing coy and trying to poke at me for some answers. I got a little serious. Very well, I'll get right to the point. He snapped his fan shut. What are you? His eyes narrowed. You're right, so vaguely feels like a human, but there's other things I can't quite place. I was almost ready to call you a hollow due to a dark nature hidden inside it as well, but that isn't quite right either. Then you do something I didn't think was possible for a human, and something that would take exceptional effort even from a Shinigami. You changed the weather in a several-mile radius. That's ignoring what you did with the lightning. So, Shwinorg-kun, what are you? There was a special glint in his eyes as if he was trying to see through me. Kisuk. Yuaki intoned. We talked about this. His demeanor changed back to something playful as his fan unfolded again. Ah, Yuaki, I'm not asking, he chuckled. I'm just a little curious. If Shwinorg-kun would be willing to talk to me about some things, I don't mind helping you learn, kid. There was a phantom of a little smug smile on his face. Help me learn, kid? I questioned. Tessai seemed pretty confident that a human wasn't really capable of it, despite what effort we put into his teaching. Well, Tessai may be better at me when it comes to kid. However, when it comes to figuring things out, I think I have him beat there. I'm pretty confident I can help you learn it. Urahara stated. If you're confident, then that means it's possible for me regardless, and I don't really need you, do I? I raised an eyebrow. I can guarantee that without my help it will be nearly impossible. Hat number 1, SH. I extended my finger, pointing at the hat on his head. The invisible force shot off like a bullet, sending his hat flying off and landing onto the ground nearby. There was a moment of silence as both Yuaki and Urahara digested what I just did. You were saying? He didn't speak immediately, he walked over to pick up his hat and dusted it off before putting it back on his head. You're an interesting young man, Shwinorg-kun. I look forward to talking with you in the future. I hope you stop by my shop at some point, I would be more than welcome to host you. He didn't try to say anything else, instead he turned around with a light smile on his face and hummed as he walked away. That just happened. I grunted. So, your friend. I looked at Yuryuki still at my side. Hey, it's weird seeing him not getting the advantage out of someone in a conversation. It's called bullshitting. I replied. Ha ha ha, well it worked. Kisuk is the type that can't not know something. So, he'll probably try to poke and prod you until he gets answer to his questions. He means well. He's not a bad guy, so don't be too hard on him, please. Yuryuki hopped back up onto my shoulder. By the way, when did you learn kid? Tessai's going to be so happy once he finds out. Just picked it up recently. Right. Yuryuki snorted. Just picked it up. Was the ability to cast kid laying on the side of the road next to the Zanpakuto you also happened to find? Yup. I said shamelessly. You got anything else going on today? I could use your help with something. Not really. You pretty much cleared my schedule today with the whole storm thing on the hollows. I doubt there are any in the city right now. Alright, let's head back to my place. Home sweet home. I pushed the door open. Just as many holes in it as you left it. Yuryuki jumped off my shoulder. It gives the place character. I clapped my hands, looking into my ring for a few things. So, what you need? Yuryuki asked. I was curious about this whole thing we talked about earlier. How difficult is it to learn this movement technique? I produced the book of it and set it down in front of us. Where the hell did you get this? Yuryuki was already inspecting the book intently. Internet. Just so you know, I seriously am thinking you mugged some Shinigami around here and stole all of their stuff. If we get some naked person running up to the shop trying to replace his stolen gear. I thought you sold candy. That's just a front for the living. We actually sell supplies for the spiritual side of things. Where do you think that kid got his hollow bait from? Yuryuki, what the fuck? What? Don't look at me like that, it's a legitimate resource for hunting hollows. I wasn't just covering our asses when I said that it shouldn't have summoned all those hollows. Especially that Minos that popped up. That was a freak accident, a 1 in a billion chance of happening. Fine, I'll believe you. You can also come by like he said. Some stuff there might interest you. I may go over and check it out. I shrugged. I'll tell Kisuk to not be an ass. He's not that bad once you get to know him. Yuryuki tried to reassure me again. But what did you want help with specifically? You want to learn this, right? I'd say that a human learning was unlikely, but, just casted kid apparently. Hey, quick question. Does your shop ever actually sell candy? I asked. Haha, no. Do you really think parents would let their kids come to a shop that Kisuk runs and buy candy? Nah, all the kids in the neighborhood know to stay away from the creepy old man. That's hilarious and I'll remember it when I go visit. I may as well stop over at some point. It's not like that guy pissed me off or anything. I just don't like people trying to poke me for answers and it was obvious what he was doing. Anyways, what can you tell me about Ho? I got comfortable as I leaned against the nearby table. It's basically what you've been doing, right? Kinda. Yuryuki held up his paw in a so-so motion. Ho is the umbrella term and it has some layers. But if you want to get to the base of it, the highest form and most important form is known as Shunpo. Right, I had several Shinigami mention that term. It basically means flash step. The idea is to travel a certain distance in the least amount of steps possible. Like, imagine trying to cover the distance of this room in a single step. That's the concept behind it. I think I understand the concept. It makes for intense bursts of speed, but it also sounds like pivoting and immediate change of directions are its flaws. Basically, yeah. A master of it can sorta overcome those, but it's just a matter of doing them really fast as opposed to the technique overcoming those limitations. Yuryuki explained. Here I'll show you, Yuryuki said, but paused a moment later. Actually, it's probably better that I show you in my actual form. Before I could even question what he meant by that, he was suddenly enveloped in a puff of smoke. No longer was a cat sitting in the middle of the room. That is to say, no longer was he, sitting in the middle of the room. Now, there was long purple hair sitting atop a dark-skinned head with yellow eyes staring back at me. The smoke began to clear up and there was something immediately noticeable about this person now sitting here. 2. Large and round mountains bounced slightly, a little giggle to accompany them. A woman. My eyes trailed downwards. She was completely naked and I soaked in that chocolate skin of hers and made sure to burn those legs into my memory. In fact, she even spread her legs slightly and let me get a complete look at her. See something you like? Even her voice was completely different as she teased me. Didn't expect this, did you? Admittedly, I did not, and I'm still taking a moment to process that a beautiful naked woman was sitting right in front of me. Haha, got nothing to say. She was clearly enjoying getting a reaction out of me. I knew it, you're just... It's purple all the way down, hey. That's what you focus on. Well, did you expect me to focus on anything else? I raised an eyebrow. I can play this game too. I've seen better. And she didn't quite know how to respond to that. Chapter 378, Chapter 342. That's it. Yuki asked after a moment of silence. I'm sorry. I answered, still mildly calm. What were you expecting? I don't know, surprise? Like holy shit, the cat is actually a super hot chick and she's naked in front of me. I hope I don't pop a boner. That kind of thing, like the way a kid your age would react. I mean, I didn't expect, well. I looked at her skin tone and chose not to finish that sentence. Didn't expect what? It's not important. I coughed a little awkwardly. And I'm not a kid. You're like barely older than Strawberry. How old do you think I am? I blinked at her statement. I don't know, 18. Yeah, a little older than that. It's not my first time seeing a naked woman. Boo. She huffed, standing up. Thought you were some little innocent brat. I did say I had a daughter, granted I also explained that she adopted me only some months ago. Hell, it's not even my first time having a naked woman suddenly pop out at me now that I think about it. I had the sense to hold back saying that Jin did it better. Sure, Yuki looked like a chocolate goddess, but Jin, well, Jin felt more innocent about it, which increased the excitement to a degree. She was naked just because she was naked. She wasn't fishing for a reaction. And she's blue. I don't wanna over-fetishize her whole blueness, but I can't deny that I find it very attractive. And if we're just talking about things of that nature, I've been flashed plenty of times. Amaterasu came to mind. Which was still a memory that admittedly made me a little tingly. And after that whole debacle, I don't think a surprise naked woman was going to startle me too much. You're very beautiful. I decided to add on to appease her. Not that I was lying. Seriously? You're going to give me a pity compliment? She looked at me dryly. Fine, I'll take it. She rolled her eyes. But this isn't over. She stretched her arms, and I did notice that it looked like she intentionally made her chest bounce a little, given away by her peeking at me for a reaction. I merely raised an eyebrow and she huffed again. Ugh. Whatever. I'll be right back. And she utterly disappeared from the spot she was in. It was many times faster than how she moved as a cat. Hell, it was substantially faster than how Mayuri moved in his Bankai. That, actually gave me pause for concern because that speed was actually something dangerous to me if used properly. I just waited for a few minutes before I felt her presence touch my bounded fields again and I let her back inside. She was now wearing some skin-tight bodysuit with an orange overshirt and her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Where'd you get the clothes? The store. She blinked. That's not what I meant. I mean, where did you stash them, like, were you just waiting for this whole thing? Nah, I ran back home. She snickered. Why? You regret it now, huh? Did I leave a lasting impression? She bent over her slightly. Are you still on that? But how far away was her home that she could make it there, change, and back in only a few minutes? Hey, my pride as a woman was challenged. She huffed, putting her hands on her hips. I'm damn *XY and I want to be recognized as such. I didn't say you weren't. I just said I've seen better. I replied. Bullshit. She said pointedly. I'm calling bullshit. You're a kid. No way you've seen better than me. Ahoy. You know what? Fine, I could prove a point. I took out my phone and started looking through the pictures I had before turning it over to show her. This is my woman. She leaned over, looking at the screen. Her brow furrowed and she pouted. No way those are real. They most certainly are. I had checked very thoroughly. It was a picture of Ray Cow. It wasn't too revealing or intimate, but just enough that it really showed off Ray Cow's assets. She pursed her lips and crossed her arms. I admit nothing. Right. I put my phone away for now. So, I guess this is the first time we're really meeting. She quickly changed demeanor. Ha, yup. Shine Yuaki. Former Shinigami, blah blah. Nice to meet you and everything even though we've met. Hey. What? She looked at me. You gonna do that to the strawberry too? That's a good idea. Her eyes lit up with a mischievous smile. Wanna be there when I do? Do you even have to ask? She started cackling. He's going to start blushing and sputtering. You should have seen it when I insinuated that he and Rukia were fucking right before I met them the first time. I chuckled. Seriously? Is that why they were all flustered after you stole his sword? She snorted with amusement. I can totally see Strawberry getting all shy because of that. You know, you're awfully nonchalant about flashing people. As fun as it would be to see it happen. Yasaka can be just as, if not more, playful, but she would draw the line at just revealing herself to random people. It's not that big of a deal. Not like I'm walking around town naked or anything like that. Besides, some of the training I had to do back home just kind of numbed me to any kind of shame when it came to being naked. She waved it off. Oh, speaking of training. I perked up, picking up on the subject change. That seemed like something that shouldn't be touched otherwise. Right, you wanna learn Ho, or rather what I've been doing Shunpo. She sat down cross-legged. It would save me time instead of learning from scratch. Ha, you think you can pick it up by yourself? She laughed. I did learn, kid. I pointed out. True. She looked thoughtful. You got that book, and it looks like something straight out of the academy in how it's explained. It's not the worst reference, but it's kind of plain and doesn't really explain it all that well. Now that I think about it, I don't think they want people learning this stuff on their own and pretty much designed the lessons and books and stuff to require someone to teach. She tapped her chin. You know, with how shitty Soul Society felt, I didn't have trouble believing that in the slightest. How complicated is this, exactly? Besides the obvious, cause moving far distances in a single step isn't really physically possible. It's not actually just moving a large distance in a single step. I mean, that's how you do it when you're the best like me. She said cockily. But really, it's just like moving from one spot to another in the least amount of steps possible. The better you get, the less you have to move. In a competition of speed, if you only have to move a single step to travel 100 feet and someone has to take 2 or 3, that's only moving half or a third of your speed. If that makes sense. She scratched her head. I'm not really a teacher. I trained a pupil back in the day, but that was mostly just making him a little mad and forcing him to chase after me. I didn't really touch on any technical stuff after he learned the basics. Well, I wouldn't mind a hand in learning this. It's not like I'm too prideful to admit that something may be difficult for me to learn. I am very respectful to those who mastered their crafts. In this case, your Yuaki should be a peak master of this movement technique if I was reading things correctly. Your Yuaki tapped her chin. And what's in it for me? As soon as she said those words, I mentally winced and my heart dropped. I could have been coy, could have done the back and forth, but I knew where I stood on this one. What do you want? That Cheshire grin of hers said it all. Where did you even get that? I exclaimed, falling to the side as something whizzed past my head. Asked Kisuk to make it for me after seeing it on TV. Humans make really fun things. She grinned, holding up a paintball gun of all things. Though, this one is a little special. She did step away, saying something about wanting to get her tools to help teach me. That had been a little while ago at this point. I noticed. I replied with a scowl as I saw that there was now a colorful dent in the concrete behind me. All right, do it again like I told you. She hefted up the monstrous weapon she waved around like a toy. There are dozens of similar marks around the room at this point. And I had a few on me. I didn't really want to reveal my aura, so I had to swallow a little bit of my pride here and accepted a little pain. You didn't tell me anything. You just said take less steps and move faster and started shooting me. What's so hard about that? She looked at me in confusion. The part where you physically move from point A to point B by taking less than the required steps. I've received no explanation so far. I crossed my arms. Alright you big baby. She rolled her eyes. I'll go slow, watch my Ryutsu and how I move. I did watch her feet intently, trying to note of everything she did. She disappeared in a burst of speed, landing gently on the other side of the room. Get it? Maybe. I mused, running what she did through my head again. Did you push or pull yourself with your own Ryoryoku? Wait, did you seriously see what I did? Kinda. I blinked. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hey. She looked surprised. Honestly, didn't think you'd pick up on it, I'm a little impressed. You were just using this as an excuse to shoot me, weren't you? I said dryly. No, I'm seriously doing my best to teach you. She put on a straight face. You've said before that you had no experience using your Ryoryoku before, so I didn't expect much. I think I'm doing a pretty good job, all things considered. I've seen better. She replied without missing a beat. Touché. Thanks. She grinned. But seriously, I honestly didn't expect much from this. Well, I'm happy to have your confidence, sensei. I rolled my eyes. Can you answer my question? Well, at least she didn't hold anything over my head when I asked for the favor. She's playful, but very vindictive in all honesty. Her requirement was merely that she could have fun with it and I would go along with whatever she did as long as she properly taught me. It was said in less words than that, but that was the gist. So here we were. To answer your question, it's a little of both. But also not really either. She tapped her chin again. We're skipping all the basic steps in the learning process, just so you know. So this is a little more awkward to teach. Not to mention you're a human and this technique was made by and for Shinigami. Yet, it's probably going to take some tweaking on my end to come up with something feasible to mimic it. I muttered. However, the concept should be something I can understand before I start doing that. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Alright, go do it again, I'll pay close attention. She gestured for me to continue. I'm gathering my Ryoryoku around my feet. I began to move. I tried to push myself forward with my Ryoryoku and move quickly. And while I felt my speed increase above what I intended, it wasn't really correct. Not a bad attempt. Really? No, I'm just sparing your feelings. It was pretty bad and I felt bad seeing it. Fuck you. Don't talk to your sensei like that. She shot at me with the paintball gun again. I slightly tilted my head out of the way. I think you're just mad about earlier and taking out your pent-up anger on me. Yup. You're not supposed to just admit it outright. What's the point in hiding it? She took aim again. Get runnin'. With a grumble, I lined myself up again and tried once more. Perhaps it was just a matter of intensity? I gathered a significant amount of Ryoryoku around my feet as I went to move. And right as I did this, I had a premonition. I was suddenly reminded of the training I did with Thorim to learn the whirlwind shout. A similar idea, to move faster. However, this was leagues above the shout in application. Not to say that it made the shout obsolete, but Shunpo was a more practical use, it was superior in most instances. And as I gathered the power around my legs, I was reminded of my many failures. Unfortunately, the trigger had been pulled and both of my feet launched forward. The sky ceiling became the ground and the ground became the ceiling as I went tumbling across the room and hit the wall. Ow! I let myself fall down completely. Doing good. Yoryuki shot me a thumbs up. I returned it with my middle finger only for her to expertly shoot it. And it stung a little. Alright. I got up, brushing myself off. Pushing myself forward only makes it unstable and I lost my footing. Let's try, gently guiding it with a sort of pulling motion too. Sure, that might work. She nodded, but the tone and the anticipation on her face told me otherwise. So, what attempt is this? Yoryuki lazily looked at me as she laid on her side, flipping the pages of a magazine I gave her. I lost count after 200. I sighed, stretching myself a little. I think I'm getting better at it. Yet, if you were in the academy, you would probably be the head of the class. I feel like that isn't praise. Most Shinigami can barely hold their swords, let alone use Shunpo. She hummed, flipping another page. Here's some advice. Pure power isn't always the best option. You might want to try some more finesse and work your way up to moving faster. That makes sense. But, I'm not even at the point where I can take more than a few feet in a single step yet. She just shrugged. Just do whatever then, I'm having fun watching you. Thank you for the insight. I said dryly. Though, she was giving me advice when I needed it. So I was thankful for her help as I tried to learn this thing. I had the thought of using magical energy, or maybe even my aura instead as a more familiar energy, but it was the flighty nature of Ryoryoku that made this possible in the first place. At the very basics, it's just the idea of moving large distances in a single step. I muttered, thinking about a different approach. I had many different things available to me. Was there a way to cheat? I had half a mind that it was a matter of my control of my Ryutsu not being good enough to properly apply it here. So, I had an idea about that. I did have a sort of movement technique that I've used in the past that fell out after my physical prowess reached a certain level. To pull and distort myself over small distances through a trick of the kaleidoscope. It was good for weaker opponents who couldn't keep up with that kind of thing. But using it once in front of a powerful enemy would make it unusable again because the trick itself wasn't hard to see through even if the usage of the kaleidoscope was something beyond nearly every other person. And then there's also my technique that I used to overlay multiple swords, the myriad sword as I called it. It was how I defeated Susanoo the first time. I looked down at my feet and lifted my right leg up, tapping it on the ground. I gathered my Ryoryoku again. I was having trouble controlling it in high quantities, but in low quantities, it just makes me a little faster even if it's more stable. So, why not both? I'm a magus. I cheat whenever possible in things like this. I allowed myself to overlap onto another parallel world and did the same thing again. Just like how I did with my sword technique, I continued to copy it again. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. The concept was extraordinarily simple at its core. I just had to take a simple step forward to move a large distance. And so, I did the most natural thing possible and took a step. I felt my body jerk and move faster than I had previously. I could barely catch myself as I went skidding across the ground. I blinked, looking down at myself, at where I was standing as opposed to where I was before. I was a good dozen meters away. What was that? Yoriuki looked at me, her eyes widened in disbelief. I don't know. Because I wasn't sure myself. I technically just performed shunpo, but I cheated heavily. You just... She opened her mouth and closed it again. How? I just moved. I held my hands up. I was watching, that wasn't. She seemed to have trouble finding the words. It looked like you took all the steps at once. That wasn't inaccurate. Instead of only taking one step to move this distance, I took every step I needed to at the same time, technically fulfilling the same criteria. It felt awkward though. I noted. Well, yeah, it was awkward as hell. I could see you stumble the entire way and I could have literally ran circles around you while you tried to complete that movement. But, that wasn't bad. I don't think what I did is really sustainable. I mentally began to analyze it. It was too slow, it took too many actions even if it could do it all at once. It felt too rigid too, I don't think I could even properly maneuver using that method. What the hell did you even do? I used magic to take all the steps in one moment as opposed to moving the same distance in a few steps. Alright, I'll accept that ridiculousness for now. Yoriuki pushed herself up. It wasn't really shunpo. It kinda looked close, but I wasn't kidding when I said I would have danced around you. I think the weakest captain could have yawned and matched that movement. So it's a failure then. I rubbed my chin. Maybe I should. No, wait. She interrupted my thoughts. This might be a good thing. Your problem is your control over your Ryoryoku. Why can't you slowly work down from whatever you did? Work down from it? I questioned, tilting my head. Like, you said you took all those steps in a single moment. She scratched her head. Why not slowly take less steps and still do the same thing? Like, you almost did something similar to shunpo, you should have a feel for it, right? That's not a bad idea. After experiencing that, I think I could get a better hang of it and work towards the right thing. Awesome. She pumped her fist. That means we can move to the next stage. I didn't think we'd get this far and I wouldn't get to have any fun. Dare I ask what that means? That means, she blurred, moving to the edge of the room by the door. However, she now had something in her hand, a familiar strip of cloth. Is that my tie? I looked down at my chest to see it missing. Catch me if you want it back, she laughed, disappearing out the door. Bitch! I grumbled, going after her. Chapter 379, Chapter 343. Damn cat! I hissed, following in Yuryuki's footsteps. She was intentionally waiting for me and slowed down enough for me to catch up only to then speed off again. I had to admit though, I did enjoy watching her move. And it wasn't entirely because she was wearing skin-tight black pants that hugged her in all the right ways. It was because she was a master of this technique, and I was learning a lot just by watching her. Hey! She suddenly popped up at my side with a coy grin. She spun my tie on her finger in a mocking way. Took you long enough to catch up. I ignored her taunt. I'm amazed that you were able to take that off of me in a split moment without me noticing. Maybe I have a lot of experience undressing, she laughed. Catch me or I might take your pants next. She continued laughing as she disappeared again. I could vaguely see where she headed, fast enough that at times, there were multiples of her running around. And she was heading further into town. I grumbled again but followed along. As we got to a more pedestrian street, she disappeared from where I was eyeing her and landed on top of the nearby building. It was a small commercial district that only had a few people outside at this time of day. I wasn't upset because it was difficult to follow. I landed easily at the edge of the closest building and began following. I was annoyed because one of us was a spirit and couldn't be seen by normal people while the other was a fully living being that would be seen running across rooftops at inhuman speeds. Thankfully, I was somewhat prepared for situations like this. I did make a ring that sort of disrupted people's perception of me. Granted, it was mostly supposed to be used when just casually meandering on the street, not flying through the air at breakneck speeds. I teased Artoria about her competitiveness, but honestly, I'm pretty similar. I really do hate to lose, and having Yuryuki taunt me did ignite my competitive spirit. At least it was getting on in the evening so I wasn't too worried about being seen. Not to mention the giant hollow that the people probably mistook for an earthquake, they were probably bunkered down for the night. Seeing Yuryuki not too far in front of me as she jumped from one rooftop to another, I did what I did before. I took a step, overlapped many more steps in that single moment and I shot forward with an intense speed. I was more prepared this time, enough that I didn't fall on my face. Granted, I stumbled slightly, I was not used to the abrupt speed change even when using the whirlwind shout. With the whirlwind shout it was more enveloping. I became the whirlwind itself and was an aspect of it. With this, I felt like I was more on the outside and having to compensate accordingly. It was enough that I was within reach of Yuryuki, but as I went to grab her, she suddenly disappeared and reappeared another few dozen feet in front of me. So close, she teased, her head turned over her shoulder grinning at me. But too slow. I moved again, it was slightly easier and I could feel myself getting used to it. However, the flaws were making themselves more and more apparent. What I had deduced before was pretty spot on, this wasn't the correct path to take with this if I wanted to learn the actual technique. Still, I got within arm's length of her again and she flashed to the side, sliding across the edge of the rooftop and jumping off. I looked over the ledge to not see her. Looking for me? She chucked, poking me in the back. Need to work on your right so sensing cause I wasn't really trying to make myself hard to detect there. Right, I could only vaguely sense her. She had the speed to slip through my perception. Add it to the list of things I need to work on. I grunted, reaching for my tie, only for her to disappear again in a burst of speed. My eyes shot over to the side and I could sort of anticipate her movement there before she fully moved. I didn't give her a chance to open her mouth this time, figuring it would be an opening right as she went flat-footed. I did the same maneuver as before and shot at her. She blurred and my hand passed through her before dissipating. An after image. I saw her do that before, but to see it close up, it was impressive. Though I didn't give her a moment to answer, I strained my perception, I grabbed hold of my Ryutsuo and did my best to sense hers. I could vaguely feel it and followed the feeling. I stomped on the ground to stop my momentum and tried something a little different. Thus far, this thing I've been doing only allowed me to move in a straight line for a certain distance. It was rigid and left no room for maneuverability. That was its main flaw in addition to being predictable once someone saw it enough. So, I tried to pivot in one move and in another step forward many times altogether. I certainly did move how I anticipated, but I also felt pain as I reached my destination that made me come to a stop. With a hiss, I rolled up my pants leg to see my ankle swollen and red. Oh shit, you alright? Yuryuki appeared next to me. Tried to pivot and move at the same time. I told her. Well, this is certainly a dangerous way of moving that I was doing in an attempt to copy her. It was enough that even through my ridiculous biology I apparently sprained my ankle by trying to do that. Do you need me to? I weighed my options and just decided to cast a healing spell. The same warm light filled my hand as I covered my ankle. Not only that, but Avalon was working on the opposite end, so it served to hide that at least. And my aura was being held back, so this would suffice. Hey, that's neat. Some healing spell or whatever. She watched me intently. Pretty much. Kind of basic, but it gets the job done. I replied, pushing myself up off the ground and putting some weight on my ankle. It felt better, it hadn't been too bad to begin with. But the surprise of actually harming myself in such a manner probably made me take it more seriously. How long had it been since I've accidentally hurt myself like this? That thing you're doing isn't gonna work. I could honestly slow myself down to a 10th, no, probably even a 20th of my normal speed and you'd still not be able to catch me. It's way too easy to just watch where you're going and dodge. She plopped down, sitting cross-legged. Yeah, I know. I wasn't really forcing it to work. Like you said, I was just going to start working down from here to get to where you are. I think it's a better approach than working up from the bottom since we're skipping a bunch of steps like you said. I was just getting some experience for now. And I realized, besides learning Shunpo, your Ryutsu sense is pretty bad. It'll help you learn this if you get better at it. I know, I know. I muttered. It was one of the many things I needed to work on. I was lucky that I could sidestep the issue of time to a degree due to my magic by staying in this work. If I had to go back to Chaldea as I was now, there wouldn't be much of a difference. This was partly a training trip, and partly a way for me to calm down and evaluate my CIRC* misstances. It would do no good if I continued to feel anxious and rush myself. That's why I was taking things slow and methodical while enjoying the free time I had. On a side note, I pointed my finger towards her. Bakud number 4, Hainawa. At my command, a rope made of spiritual matter materialized and shot towards Yuryuki. Cheating D*K. She squeaked, rolling to the side and jumping to the air, reminiscent of her feline body. You like kids so much, hey? How about this Bakud number 21, Sikienton? She declared, and at the point of her palm, an influx of red smoke burst out in all directions. I quickly stepped back, surprised by the spell. It was one I should have information on, being only 21, but I hadn't had the chance to look through them all yet. Did you just ninja smoke bomb me? I exclaimed as my vision was completely covered. And now that I tried to probe with my budding spiritual senses, it couldn't penetrate this smoke, or rather, it was being blurred. Ninja cat! A black mass shot out of the smoke. It was fast enough that I didn't react in time. Yuryuki in her cat form landed on top of my head, and in one motion, used me as a springboard to head off into the distance. She still held my tie in her mouth. I felt my eye twitch violently as I quickly turned to chase after her. Oh, so close. Yuryuki continued to tease, narrowly escaping my clutches. Her form flickering several times with each step she took, she was dozens of yards away from where she was previously. I stomped on the ground, doing my best to keep up, but it was futile at this point and I knew it. However, this time I made a calculated risk. After running around for so long, I felt like I had a better idea of what I was doing and reduced the amount of steps it took for me to move. It slightly took her by surprise as I did it without warning. I could see her fur shoot up, and her speed instantly increased several degrees to escape me right before I could grab her. Damn, you seriously almost got me. She chuckled, coming to a stop outside of my home. Didn't expect you to make that much headway so quickly. I bent down, rubbing my leg. Kind of forced it, but progress is progress. Don't feel too bad, no one can catch me if I don't want them to. She said smugly. Really? How do you compare to all the other Shinigami? I was known as the Flash Goddess, you know. She preened noticeably. Flash Goddess? I quirked an eyebrow. Yup. Did you get that title by flashing people all the time? Maybe it was. You seem really hung up on that, I bet you can't stop thinking about me, right? She exploded in a puff of white smoke, and her humanoid body appeared. I can't blame you. With this hot body, who wouldn't? Right. I rolled my eyes. But why aren't you naked? What? She blinked. You have clothes on. I gestured to her body. Yet? What's your point? So you're just an exhibitionist. I thought it was a planned joke, but that's just your normal default, isn't it? Who knows? She grinned. If you ask me nicely, I'll take my clothes off. No thanks. I answered immediately. Erg. She coughed. Don't be so quick to say it, ass. She huffed. Sorry. I cleared my throat. You're a very beautiful woman. I said as monotone as possible. I think this is the first time I've been called beautiful and it's been insulting. I retract what I said then, you aren't beautiful. I corrected myself. Happy. You have this amazing way of just, stabbing someone, right in the heart. Your Yuaki dramatically fell to the ground. Oh, stop being dramatic. I kicked her foot. She hopped to her feet. You didn't do bad today. She put her hands behind her head. And it was fun to have someone to play with. It's been a while since I've been able to play around like that. What about Mr. White Van Candy Salesman? She snorted, laughing. He doesn't really do anything fun these days. Too busy with his own boring stuff. Well, I don't mind if you keep coming around. You've been helping me a lot, if you want to come play some more, it's fine. I actually did enjoy her presence. She's fun and relaxing despite her teasing and kind of playful demeanor. Maybe I will. She yawned. You got a Zanpakutt, right? I do, you saw it. And you didn't just steal it off some Shinigami. She eyed me suspiciously. I can promise that I didn't steal this Zanpakutt off a Shinigami. I said with complete honesty. I feel like I should make a note that you specified only that Zanpakutt specifically, but I don't really think I care in all honesty. She just shrugged. I'm guessing you're trying to communicate with it, yet. I suppose? I'm sort of muddling around with it. I had yet to find the proper direction to go. Come on, I'll teach you how to properly meditate with it. She nudged me towards the entrance to my little abandoned building. I won't say no to help. How about I handle dinner? Really? She perked up. I could go for some tuna. There's a cat joke in there somewhere. Make all the jokes you want as long as I can get some fresh tuna. She laughed. I breathed in and breathed out. I centered myself. I allowed all distractions to simply disappear from around me. Only my Ryutsu and aura flowed out soothingly as it enveloped both me and my blade. There was just me and my sword. Its weight pressed against my lap as I sat cross-legged on the ground. Your Yuaki taught me a couple days ago and I've been meditating whenever I have free time. Jinsen, as it's called. Or sword mediation. It was a method your Yuaki described as something honed over thousands of years in soul society. With this method, I just have to continuously imprint my soul upon the sword. Let the power of my soul nourish the sword. Honestly, the more I heard about this method, the more I realized. My aura may be a cheat here. My aura was the physical manifestation of my soul, it's being nourished much more directly than if I just kept it next to me and gradually imprinted on it. I just have to keep doing this. And your Yuaki said that eventually I'll be able to hear the voice of the spirit that develops. Oh, this is the spirit of your sword. How odd, my sword sounds exactly like a certain dragon. Of course, I would sound like the mighty and magnificent Red Dragon Emperor, the greatest role model I could ever have. I can't argue with that logic. And what's the name of my new sword? You want to hear my name? Are you worthy? Well, I'm the partner of the great and mighty Red Dragon Emperor. I continue to play along. Well said, well said. My sword spirit replied. Then, if you want to know my name, repeat after me. All right, I'm waiting. Shout as loud as you can. My excitement has reached the tipping point. I deadpanned. Ripen watermelon. Drake roared. I was about to respond, but I felt my sword ever so slightly tremble. The very faint connection I had with it so far, there was almost an echo of a reverberation I felt through my aura. Die. I sighed. Ha ha ha. I swear to God, specifically the one literally inside the spear. If this somehow influences my sword, what will you do? Drake said mockingly. I'll make you roommates with the spear. Good thing this isn't Drake, but the spirit of your sword. Ahoy! I summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. Can the sword say that again? Damn, choose this moment to have a moment of intelligence. Only this moment. I huffed. I'll have you know I'm very intelligent. Drake made a spectacle of clearing his throat. Be my woman, the idiot says to the eldritch goddess he just met. Touché. He did have a point. But on the other hand, I can hop over and pull her to my bed pretty much whenever I wanted. I dusted myself off, climbing to my feet. I held my Zanpakuh in one hand and looked at the boosted gear. I wonder what would happen if I put the sword in there with you. Shit, now I'm curious too. But you better not risk it. Yeah, I could always go steal another one easily enough. Wait for things to calm down. Point. I nodded. I perked up after feeling something approaching. After doing these meditative exercises along with my casual absorption of Reishi, I've started to better develop my spiritual sense. I could vaguely feel Yoryuki approaching from a little ways away. However, I think she was intentionally flaring her Ryutsu so I could feel it. I quickly put the boosted gear away and sheathed my sword, opening the door to greet her. Oh hey, you actually noticed. Yoryuki smiled, walking past me without so much as a "can I come in?" I rolled my eyes, but didn't stop her. I basically knew her personality at this point. Cat. She was a cat. As obvious as that may seem after seeing her as a, well, cat. She had a personality that is very similar to one. Haven't seen you in a few days. I closed the door behind her as she plopped to the ground. Was busy with some stuff. She yawned lazily. Your Ryutsu increased again. How are you doing that? You aren't eating hollows, are you? No, can you eat hollows? What do they taste like? I considered that statement. Pfft, not like that, you idiot. You mean like devouring them to increase my own power? I once more pondered that statement. Wouldn't that leave some evidence? Yeah, but your Ryutsu is strange, who knows what's happening there? She shrugged. And every time I see you your Ryutsu keeps increasing, I'm kinda clueless how it's happening. It doesn't keep increasing. I didn't mind sharing some things with her. At this point, I'd consider her a friend. It's filling up. Filling up. Her eyes lit up. My soul is powerful. I settled on. How much until you're full? No idea. Sounds interesting. Though, you're at the point where you're gonna need to actively suppress it around normal people. You're doing a kinda mediocre job of it right now. I'll show you a better way to keep it contained without feeling like a balloon about to pop to anyone with decent senses. Is that what I feel like? Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. I rolled my eyes again. So, are you here for any particular reason or do you want to play some tag again? I asked, stretched my arms and back. Sitting down for so long makes me a little stiff. I've been practicing a little, I think I'm getting closer to actual Shunpo. That and I've been practicing Keto as well as my other stuff. Yes. She perked up. But actually, I am here for something else. After the whole hollow thing, I figured I'd give you a heads up so you don't run head first into something bad. I'm listening. I got slightly serious. So, remember that whole thing with the Kukaki brat? The thing about her doing something highly illegal by Soul Society law? Yeah, that's probably coming to a head in the next couple weeks. If you see or feel any big influx of Ryutsu surge in the town, it's probably some big shots coming to grab her. Are you asking me to stay out of it or to interfere? Because I could go either way to be honest. On one hand, it's none of my business since I barely know them. On the other, fuck Soul Society. Stay out of it, it shouldn't involve you. She warned a little, warmly. I appreciate the heads up. The sentiment was very pleasant. But how do you even know that? It was always a waiting game. At this point, it's right around the time where she's probably missed at least 2 times she should have checked in. And, someone technically did come to investigate already. Some seated Shinigami, a good guy at least. He said he was gonna push his report to the bottom of the stack when he got back. So they'll probably be getting to it around now by your estimates. She probably knew exactly how the bureaucratic system there worked and could anticipate such a thing. It's none of my business. I let out a breath. Anyways. She kicked off the ground, back onto her feet. A mischievous grin made its way onto her face. Rematch. she offered. I knew full well I wasn't going to win, but I was nothing if not stubborn. Alright, round 2. Let's try to stick away from people this time. Alright, be a sourpuss. She walked towards the door. How about if you win, I'll let you take a piece of clothing off me this time. Should I admit defeat now? I replied without missing a beat. She looked at me with pursed lips. She moved quickly, probably close to her top speed. I could guess what she was going for and I could sense her better this time, but I didn't stop her. My tie was missing again and her laughter filled the air. Round 2 it is. I muttered, immediately going after her. Chapter 380, Chapter 344. I let out a long breath and pushed myself to my feet again. The action having become rather commonplace these past several days. Meditate, practice kid, practice shunpo and then practice my spiritual control. I was making noticeable progress every day, so it wasn't by any means boring. It felt good to make progress like this, as it was my whole purpose for being here. At this point, I thought I was close to being able to properly manage a real shunpo and not my bastardization of it. I had a pretty decent understanding of the kid I'd a chance to learn and I could feel like my control over my Ryotsu was significantly better than it was before. I could sorta use my spiritual senses in a meaningful way now beyond using it as fuel for their version of spells. Speaking of spiritual senses, I could vaguely feel something at the edge of my perception. Sort of like a tickling feeling that was coming from the other side of town. I dusted off my pants as I tried to focus on what I was feeling. There were three strange Ryotsu signatures that appeared at the edge of town. They were constrained, 2 of them more so than the third. But even so, it felt like the illumination of a roaring bonfire in the distance compared to the fireflies that were the living of this world. Honestly, I was a little surprised I could sense them at all. Perhaps there was some synergy with my inherent instincts that it was getting more used to this new sensation? I already had a good sixth sense, but after becoming a campione it had increased significantly. It wouldn't be odd that it was adapting to these new changes just as much as everything else of my mixed biology. Should I take a look? They didn't quite feel like hollows, and I think I'd sensed them enough at this point that I could kind of feel the difference. It honestly felt closer to how my demonic power felt in comparison to my magical energy if I were to draw a correlation. No, these were most definitely Shinigami. I suppose they could be humans, but I had yet to meet a human that gave off this kind of feeling. That orange-haired brat was notable, but I could pretty much place him at any moment since his Ryotsu felt like a constant stream, like he left the faucet on every single moment of the day. And once more, speak of the devil. Was that strawberry heading towards them? His signature was on the move sorta in that direction. And I recalled my little jaunt through Soul Society. There was a possibility that I could have implicated him by extension of my shenanigans. In which case, my conscience required me to take responsibility and intervene. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, right? There's the distinct possibility that I could just be overthinking things. Well, the night was young. At. Rukia Kukaki POV. They finally came. I knew that it had just been a matter of time. I could feel Brother's Ryotsu as soon as he appeared in town. I may as well go meet him and not cause any problems for Ichigo. That's why I quietly snuck out while he was sleeping. Thankfully, we hadn't been out tonight hunting a hollow, things had been a little quiet since the Minos appeared. And that strange man who could control the weather. Seeing lightning fall from the sky had sent chills down my spine. I was aware that there were Zanpakuto that could change the weather, but that was different. Even after asking the shop owner, I still didn't really know how to explain the feeling I had. It was as if the sky responded to him naturally, as if he had the right. I think even the hollows sensed the shift and didn't want to cause trouble. It didn't matter now, I suppose. Though, I hope Ichigo didn't go to cause problems with him. With his temperament, that stranger gave me a dangerous feeling. My spiritual senses were nearly depleted, however, I could still vaguely make out 3 people waiting for me as I approached. Rukia, you really did it, didn't you? Renji. I looked at my old friend. His untamed red hair and his unique sense of style when it came to his eyebrows. And, brother. My gaze fell upon my brother, but he simply closed his eyes, not wanting to see me. And it's Jin. The last one that came to fetch me cheerfully waved. Captain Ichimaru. I politely bowed my head. Wow, this is the most polite prisoner I've ever apprehended. He smiled slyly. Yeah, sure you don't want to resist a little, I fully accept any punishment I am given. I lowered my head further. Geez, Captain Cookaki, your sister is a downer. He scratched his head. Don't know why they made two of us captains come and fetch her like this. Even with the whole issue with the Ryoka causing problems, this feels like overkill, you know. It is not our place to question our orders, Captain Ichimaru. Brother said evenly. How boring. He kept smiling. Hey Lieutenant Abarai. How's it feel to be bringing your childhood friend in to be executed? I had known my fate, but to hear it so plainly, I felt my heart drop. Want some private time to say goodbye? I don't mind turning a blind eye for an hour or two, cause the next time you see her, it's gonna be he ran a thumb across his neck. Central looking for blood after the Ryoka thing. They probably gonna make a huge spectacle of it too to take everyone's attention away. Maybe. Ichimaru-jin. Brother's words interrupted him. That is enough. I felt a faint sense of his ryotsu flow out. So scary. Captain Ichimaru continued to laugh. Well, let's get going. Unless we're waiting for that ryotsu's signature to get closer on purpose? Ryotsu's signature? I questioned, and I had a bad premonition. Honestly, I'm fine either way. Captain Ichimaru put his hands behind his head. I ain't the one having to do the paperwork. There shouldn't be anyone with that much ryotsu reported around here. Renji muttered as I turned my head towards the direction they were looking. And my eyes filled with horror at the sight of that stupid strawberry coming running down the road. Rukia! He shouted without a second thought. Ichigo, you idiot, leave! I quickly shouted back. If he stayed here. Is he the cause of this? Renji growled. The human who you gave your powers to. He grabbed his sword, and it looked like he was going to do something, but brother put his hand out, stopping him. Did you say Ichigo? Captain Ichimaru asked, his eyes opening a little wider than normal. Rukia. Brother addressed me for the first time. What is the name of the human you gave your powers to? Hey! Ichigo grunted. Let her go. Hey, your name wouldn't happen to be Kurosaki Ichigo, would it? Captain Ichimaru asked, a wide grin splitting his face. How'd you know? Brother and Captain Ichimaru shared a look. Why did he know Ichigo's name? Ichigo stupidly drew his sword, pointing it at them. Let her go. Did he not see I was going willingly? This is the person you gave your powers to. Renji blinked, looking at me. It was a desperate situation. I felt a little bit of embarrassment. I don't regret my actions of giving Ichigo my powers to protect both him and myself, and by extension his family, but he can be an idiot sometimes. Regardless. Brother interrupted. The description does not match. Clearly it was an assumed name. Still, that means the Ryoka knows him. Maybe we should grab him anyways, eh? Might make your sister happy if she has a cellmate. Captain Ichimaru chuckled. What? He's innocent, why would you arrest him too? Please, brother, it's my fault, leave him alone. I looked at brother, begging him to leave Ichigo be. Our objective is not to arrest the human. Brother closed his eyes and turned away. Our orders are to bring Rukia back only. Everything else is irrelevant. He immediately opened the Senkaimon, the doors sliding open to reveal the passage back to Soul Society. Guess you're right. Captain Ichimaru shrugged. If we did something so troublesome, I'd probably have it to do some of the paperwork. He turned towards Ichigo. Go along, little human, we don't got time to play with ye. You. Ichigo scowled, and he quickly ran forward, blocking the Senkaimon. I won't let you take her away. Do you have any idea what's going on? Renji also scowled. She's already sacrificed herself to protect you, and you're throwing away her goodwill. Because of you, they're going to execute her. Thank you, Renji. I don't care. Ichigo huffed. She helped me when I needed it, so I'm gonna repay the favor. I won't let you take her. Foolish idiot. Ichigo, please go back, you can't win. Humph, I'm not scared of him. He's pretty confident, eh? Captain Ichimaru chuckled. You got something to say, squinty eyes. Ichigo pursed his lips, hefting his sword up. Squinty eyes. Captain Ichimaru repeated, his smile never leaving. Go ahead, take out your tiny blade. I'll show you how confident I am. Do you think because your sword is big that you're strong, eh? Wait! In one swift motion, Captain Ichimaru unsheathed his sword. It was shorter than a traditional sealed zanpakuto, but that did not at all detract from its lethality. It swept out fast enough that my eyes could not follow. I only saw Ichigo flying across the air and rolling on the ground with a loud thump. "Hey, guess you ain't all talk," the captain muttered. "You actually blocked in the last moment." Ichigo stood up, breathing a little heavier. He spit out a mouthful of blood and glared at the captain. "Ha, like that little toothpick could hurt me. Bring it on, squinty eyes." "Stop." I tried to move forward, but Renji grabbed me. "Let go. Stop struggling, Rukia." Renji sighed, and he slapped a handcuff on my arm. The little spiritual power I had left was sealed away beneath the device. "Don't make it worse. Captain Ichimaru, we are leaving," brother stated. "Fine fine, I'll wrap it up." Captain Ichimaru held his hands up in surrender. "Hey, I didn't say you could leave," Ichigo roared, running at him. "Here's a lesson for ya, brat." The captain chuckled, and disappeared in a burst of shunpo. My eyes widened in horror. Ichigo looked down and Captain Ichimaru's blade was pushed through his chest. He pulled it out as quickly as it had gone in, letting Ichigo fall to the ground. "No!" I screamed, but it was futile. The captain knelt down next to Ichigo's prone body. "Your sword isn't anything to gloat bout. It just means you can't control your power. If I let mine out like you're doing, my sword would be big enough that it'd be split in the clouds right now. Ya understand? Stop struggling, Rukia." Renji grumbled. "Rukia, behave yourself," brother said quietly. "Brother, please, he's just a human. Let him off," I pleaded again. "Shouldn't you be asking me that?" Captain Ichimaru looked at me. "I guess I can let him go, not like he's a threat." "Thank you." "Fuck you, squinty eyes." Ichigo managed to grit out even as he laid there bleeding on the ground. "Damn it, Ichigo." On the other hand, best to take care of any unnecessary problems. Ichigo reached for his sword, but Captain Ichimaru stepped on his hand. He moved his sword. Instead of hovering over Ichigo, it moved above his sword. He pushed it down and it easily pierced through the oversized katana, sending cracks in all directions. "See how easily it breaks?" He chuckled, pulling his sword free, leaving Ichigo's sword barely held together with a hole in it. "Oh well, they weren't even your powers to begin with, no harm done." He stood up. "Don't worry, kiddo, you won't even feel a thing while you bleed out on the ground. That's enough." "Who? Oh." Captain Ichimaru's eyes narrowed as he looked down the street. There was no indication that someone was there until now. He walked out of the shadows, that familiar red hair was obvious under the street lights. "Who are you?" Captain Ichimaru asked, but I recognized him. "That dangerous human. Just a passerby." He looked around. "I wasn't going to interfere, but you're about to cross a line. The girl is one of yours, so I won't say anything, but you have no business killing a living person." "He's protecting Ichigo?" He didn't seem to like Ichigo in the previous encounters. Captain Ichimaru stood up, looking at the human. But he pointed his blade at me. "I think that makes it all right for me to kill him, don't you think?" He smiled slightly, his eyes barely opening. "Besides that, you're kind of familiar. I think I read a report or something about someone that looked just like you. Any idea about that?" "What? Do they know about him?" "Renji, take Rukia and get behind me," brother said quietly as he stepped in front of us. What's going on?" "Quiet!" Renji chided, grabbing me and holding me back. "A report about someone like me? Sorry, I have no relation to this handsome and dashing rogue you're referring to." "Is that so, The captain scratched his head. "What if I don't believe ye?" "Well, that seems like a personal problem for you then." He crossed his arms. "Yeah, it is a problem for me. See, if I don't do something, the boss is gonna get angry with me, you know." "Are you going to fight me?" he asked. It was ridiculous. He was a human and he was standing off against a captain. I know what he did was impressive, but any of the captains could have easily taken care of that Minos too. "Scary, I heard what happened to Mayuri. I'm too scared, I don't know if I can hold onto my sword too well." Captain Ichimaru turned it and pointed it downwards towards a barely conscious Ichigo. Maybe if someone surrendered, I might feel more comfortable. You're threatening me with him. The human raised an eyebrow. Is that what you think? Well, can't help it if that's how you feelin'. I promised Shunsui that I wouldn't kill the last time. But that promise doesn't hold here. I don't know if I can stop you, but if you go through with that, you aren't making it back to Soul Society. If you say something like that, I don't know if I can keep my hand from shaking. His hand holding his blade descended slightly. Maybe. I barely saw it, but something flew out from that human. That was a clang of steel, and Captain Ichimaru was forced back, having deflected something fast. You were saying? The human stated, a strange sword hovered next to him. One that looked almost to be made of glass and gave off an unfamiliar feeling. Captain Kokaki. Captain Ichimaru slowly stood up straight and he looked serious. Don't forget our orders. Brother said simply, and he sort of sounded like he was bracing himself. Suddenly, a massive amount of Ryotsu erupted from Captain Ichimaru. He reeled his arm back like he was ready to thrust his sword forward. Shoot to kill shins. Something happened. I couldn't see it clearly, but something shot forward, again at speeds my eyes couldn't follow after Captain Ichimaru released his Zanpakuto. I heard the sounds of metal colliding. The human disappeared. I could vaguely see where he was forced off into the distance. A building seemed to have collapsed onto him. And from that location, I could trace the captain's Zanpakuto that was extended the full distance. And in the blink of an eye, it completely retracted back to normal. I had heard rumors that his Zanpakuto was the longest one in existence, but I did not expect that speed either. It was, I couldn't even follow it with my eyes. There's no way he's still alive. Renji muttered. Should we head off, Captain? Quiet, Renji. Brother replied, his eyes still dreadfully focused. What? In the distance, there was an eruption of light. It was golden and warm. And it wasn't Ryotsu. It exploded outward, the rubble from around him was blown away. In his hands was a spear. I had never seen it before, but for some reason I had the urge to lower my head and acknowledge it. It was as if the spear was holy, and just staring at it was taboo. Well, that was interesting. The human took bated steps back towards us. I admit, that certainly took me by surprise. I can easily tell that you're stronger than that other captain I met. I actually felt threatened there and could barely bring up my weapon to block in time. He came to a stop and looked at Captain Ichimaru, who looked unnaturally focused as well. It would be impolite of me not to reciprocate. As soon as he said that, he pulled his unnatural spear backwards, a similar motion that Captain Ichimaru did a moment prior. My eyes widened as I realized what was about to happen, and I was not the only one. Once more, I could barely see what happened. There was another burst of that light, that holy and pure light that shot off, and Captain Ichimaru's body was sent hurling backwards, the spear extending just as the captain's sword had. I turned my body to follow the length of it, to see what became of the captain. I saw him slammed into the ground, the spear nowhere to be seen near his person any longer. However, he nearly fell over as he tried to stand back up. There were no major wounds on him, but his kimono was burned in several places, and a slight bit of blood that trailed down his lips, probably from the force of the blow even if he blocked. His smile didn't disappear, but it looked vicious in comparison to his normal one. His Ryotsu intensified several degrees, it weighed down on the surroundings and shot to the sky, illuminating the night. Ban! Before he could finish, Brother was there, grabbing his hands, forcing the gathered Ryotsu to dissipate. What ya think you're doing, Captain Kokaki? There was venom in his tone. You have not been authorized to release your Bankai. If you persist, I will be forced to act accordingly and arrest you as well. He stared at Captain Ichimaru. Captain Ichimaru stared for a moment before snorting and sheathing his blade. Fine, you handle him then. Brother turned back towards the human, who had been waiting. We will retreat. Our objective has been fulfilled. The human relaxed and just held his spear to the side, standing near Ichigo somewhat protectively. Do you want to leave with them, Rukia? He suddenly asked, but it seemed to lack any kind of true warmth to it. I stiffened slightly. I felt like, if I said no, would? I glanced at Brother, who was about to grab his sword, and the same for Renji. I will accept my punishment. I accepted my fate. I did what I did knowing the consequences. Very well. He shrugged. It's not my place, I suppose, to meddle with your people in a situation like this. Please take care of Ichigo. Alright, I'll make sure the idiot doesn't die. Would have been a wasted effort on my part if I just left him here to bleed out. Thank you. I said quietly as I followed behind Renji into the Senkaimon. The others followed and I glanced back before the gates closed. I looked at Ichigo, there was a tiny bit of light in his eyes still. I gave him one last smile of goodbye before the doors slammed shut. Chapter 381, Chapter 345. I watched them retreat. They maintained weariness even as they backed through their method of connection through realms. The gate slammed shut, spinning, and disappeared into the ambient Reishi. I allowed myself to relax once they were finally gone. That captain, the one who attacked me, was dangerous. I didn't take the spear out just to be cute and mimic his actions. I'll admit that it was a benefit, but I was a hair's breadth away from activating Balance Breaker. The speed at which his sword moved had taken me by surprise. It was enough to make me feel threatened and I nearly got hurt by it. If I was a fraction of a second late, it would have pierced right through my heart, Aura be damned. It was a lesson not to take captains lightly. He was leagues above the dangerous feeling I got from Mayuri before. While Mayuri's Bankai was definitely dangerous and had the potential to kill me, it wasn't nearly the neck-hair-raising feeling that I got when this guy was about to release his Bankai. I had a feeling that if he released his Bankai, and I released my Balance Breaker, the town wouldn't be standing for much longer. Now, it looked like I was recognized, which was annoying. I hoped they wouldn't send anyone after me. I'd hate to have to leave town. I mean, I could, but this was the best spot for me to help fulfill my goal at the moment. I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. My attention was now occupied by the orange-haired idiot who was currently bleeding out on the ground. I stared at him with a scowl appearing very quickly. He had already lost consciousness at this point. Me and my bleeding heart. I sighed reluctantly. This had nothing to do with me and I stuck my nose into it like I always did. But, he's just a stupid kid, I couldn't let him die like that. And I supposed he earned my admiration, willing to go that far when he perceived his friend to be threatened. Can't say I wouldn't do the same thing in his situation if someone close to me was being taken away. Alright, you stupid brat, let's see how bad it is. I walked over, and rolled him onto his back. Spiritual beings were significantly more durable than a normal human, so I wasn't too concerned about him immediately dying. I inspected the wound and clicked my tongue. I put my hand on it to get a better look, trying to see his spiritual biology through magical means, and I got a rough picture that took a second to translate. I wanted to call him lucky, but after trading one blow with that Shinigami, I knew this was entirely intentional. 1/10 of a centimeter to the right and the kid would have died. Did he even have the intention of killing the kid? With a groan, I ran a hand through my hair. Looks like I stepped in for nothing. Fantastic. Well, I already put one foot in, may as well see this through now. How should I go about this then? My normal healing methods wouldn't work on a spiritual being like this, or at the most they would be so heavily reduced that a small cut would probably take an hour to heal properly. I wasn't stupid enough to test the method I learned from Anohana, as I had absolutely no experience with that yet. Speaking of, his Ryotsu felt small. Before, it felt wild and uncontrolled, an endless stream. Now, it was like a candle wafting in the wind, about to be snuffed out at any moment. I glanced at the oversized sword at his side. There was a hole from where it was stabbed previously, and from the epicenter cracks jutted off in every direction. I was pretty sure it would shatter if I poked it too hard. Yoryuki did say that his powers manifested this way from Rukia. Could his sword breaking mean that the powers were disappearing? That's probably going to be a big hit for him when he wakes up. Looks like I had pretty much one option here, and I wasn't even sure it'd work. Their spiritual bodies were supposed to mimic a body of flesh and blood even if it was basically made up of Reishi. They were different enough from servants which Avalon worked on fine that I was not without a small bit of doubt if this would work properly. Putting my spear away, I touched my chest and called upon the ever-distant Utopia and pulled it out. The holy light illuminated the dark night and I set it on top of his chest and pushed it inside him. At the very least, I was confident it wouldn't have an adverse effect. Avalon was many things, but harmful to reciprocants is not one of them. I frowned though once I felt a tinge of resistance. I pressed further on, ignoring it. Though once I pushed past a certain point, his Ryotsu suddenly skyrocketed. It was for a very brief moment, barely a blink, and then it was gone. And I felt a pair of eyes staring back at me before it dissipated. Avalon completely sunk down into him and his body began to glow. the wound he suffered lighting up with a holy light and mending. I waited until the light died down before retrieving Artoria's noble phantasm and returning it inside of me. He was still unconscious, so I hefted him up and slung him over my shoulder. I gently grabbed his sword, not really sure what to do with it, so I slid it back into his sheath. No idea where he actually lived, so I guess I'm taking him home with me. You're finally awake. I glanced at the orange-haired kid twitching off to the side. He jolted up, eyes widened. Where am I? He hurriedly looked around the room. I would call it my home, but it's just a place I've been staying to conduct my experiments. He jumped to his feet and still was on guard. I gave him a moment to orientate himself. You? Me? I answered back, setting aside the sack of dirt I grabbed from my time in Soul Society. I was curious to see if it would gradually lose its coherent form whilst in the living world. Interesting enough, it still retained its original properties. Reishi in the form of dirt, and acted exactly as dirt should act. Rukia? Where's Rukia? He shouted, his current situation probably settling in now. Long gone. I hummed. She went with those Shinigami. Why didn't you stop them? He shouted again, reaching forward and grabbed at my collar. I flicked his nose with a little bit of my aura mixed in, knocking him back onto his ass. Why do you think it's my responsibility to interfere there? You're being awfully ungrateful after I saved your life. I didn't really fault him for how upset he was right now, I just wanted him to realize the situation he was in. And whether I actually saved his life is up for debate. But I have no idea who that girl is. I elaborated. Beyond her name, I've interacted with her twice and exchanged only a few words. You could have done something. He scowled, throwing his arm out angrily. You could have saved her, couldn't you? Sure. I didn't deny it. I could have fought that Shinigami you say. And the ensuing fight would have leveled, and I'll be modest and say, a quarter of your town. She willingly went with them to protect you, you idiot. I flicked his forehead again. And you threw away all that goodwill and tried to fight two captains. How did that turn out for you, hey? I could have taken them. I was, just unprepared. I'll do better next time. He grunted, pushing himself to his feet. I just need to find a way to get to Soul Society and rescue her. I rubbed my eyes. Stubborn and stupid kids. Have you seen your sword? Realization dawned on him, he quickly pulled it from his sheath. There was a noticeable breathing hitch, but he gritted his teeth. It's good enough. I let out a sigh, moving my hand in front of his sword, and gave it a hard flick. It shattered quite easily, hundreds of pieces falling to the ground and dissipating into Reishi before drifting away. He stared at his broken sword, barely anything left but a jutted edge stemming from the hilt. I'll just kick their asses then. He finally said. Fucking stubborn as hell, and it was hard to get annoyed with him. Maybe I saw a bit of myself in him at this point. And how do you propose you accomplish that when any one of those Shinigami that popped up could have handled you at your best? I wasn't trying to be mean, but he needed to face reality. And I suppose it wasn't entirely hopeless. I recalled that burst of Ryutsu he had at the end. I'm fairly sure the kid wasn't normal. I'll figure it out. He grumbled. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. He's definitely a stubborn idiot, but he had good intentions. I was about to continue arguing with him, but I heard a knock on the door. I went to open it, and it was certainly not who I expected. I think you're at the wrong place, there aren't any children here you can tempt into your van with candy. I said dryly. Shwinorg-kun. That Urahara Kisuk greeted me with a smile. I didn't sense his Ryutsu. Even with him standing right in front of me, he was concealing it somehow. What can I help you with? I was just taking a midnight stroll. You were watching, weren't you? I narrowed my eyes. Hat and clogs. Ichigo called out from behind me. Kurosaki-kun. The shopkeeper greeted happily. Well, that answers my question. I pushed the door open and let him walk in. And here I thought you would need some help healing. He started to inspect Ichigo. But it looks like Shwinorg-kun took care of you. He glanced at me. And not a single scar left. As you can see, he's the picture of health. I crossed my arms. Did he expect me to blurt out how I healed him? Unfortunately, your powers are nearly depleted. I'm afraid that there won't be any more jaunting around as a Shinigami once you return to your body. Urahara hummed, ignoring me. Shwinorg-kun was right, I was watching from the side. What the hell, hat and clogs? Ichigo shouted again. I was about to step in before Shwinorg-kun did. He lightly tapped Ichigo on the head with his cane, forcing him back to the ground. But I wanted you to understand where you stood. What's that supposed to mean? It means the cheerful shopkeeper released his Ryutsu. It was heavy. It was similar to what Shunsui did, intentionally forcing it down on something as if he was bearing the weight of his soul and clashing it against everyone else. Ichigo shivered and fell straight to the ground, practically gasping for breath. Briefly, Urahara looked at me a little surprised as he was releasing it into me just as much as Ichigo. I merely raised an eyebrow and met his gaze. He turned back to Ichigo with an amused smile on his face as the pressure let up. It means, Kurosaki-kun, that there are easier ways to kill yourself. You stand no chance against Soul Society, either of those captains could have defeated you without much effort on their part. As you clearly just found out. I had to admit, just from the weight of Ryutsu alone, I could tell this guy was strong. Easily on the same level as those other captains I'd run into so far. What am I supposed to do now? I suppose it finally set in for the kid. He looked utterly lost. The shopkeep took out that fan of his again, tapping it against his hand. Well, we'll just have to get you your powers back. You can do that. Ichigo's eyes filled with light again. I'm wondering that as well. I looked at the shopkeeper, expecting an answer. I have my ways. He hid his face behind his unfolded fan. Right, that doesn't sound shady as fuck. I snorted. Era, Shwinorg-kun, I don't mind telling you my secrets if you share yours. And suddenly, I lost interest. I shrugged. However, I wasn't stupid. Shinigami powers don't appear out of thin air, there's clearly something about Ichigo that made him confident. What are we waiting for? Ichigo shot forward, but the shopkeeper grabbed him and pushed him back onto the ground. Don't panic, we have some time. It's customary to give prisoners sentenced to death a grace period of a month. But I have a condition that you will accept before I help you. What? Ichigo took a deep breath, calming himself down. For the next 10 days, you will train with me. What the hell is 10? The shop owner pulled on his cane, revealing a sword and in one swift motion, swung it at me. It was extremely fast, though I didn't feel much intent behind it. Ascalon was already floating in front of me, blocking the strike. The force of it whipped up the air, making my hair blow back, but otherwise, I didn't budge. Tell me, Kurosaki-kun, could you even see my strike? He asked, pulling back his sword. Did you have to use me for your example? I let out a sigh. Shwinorg-kun can fight Captain Ichimaru, I was sure he could handle a little hit from a candy salesman like me. He giggled from behind his fan again. I was hoping to see that spear of yours again. But, that is an interesting sword, Shwinorg-kun. I reached out, grabbing his fan, and broke it in half and tossing it to the side. He looked at me, pouting before reaching into his sleeve and took out another fan with a big grin. 10 days. Will 10 days make me stronger? Ichigo asked. In 10 days, I'll teach you how to properly fight so you'll have at least the smallest of chances. Urahara nodded. 10 days, okay, I can wait 10 days. If it'll help comfort you, I need 7 days to create the gate to let you go to Soul Society. He slapped his fan shut. And since Shwinorg-kun healed you so quickly, we can start tomorrow. Alright, I'll do it. Ichigo punched his palm. I like the enthusiasm. The shopkeeper chuckled. But I should warn you before we begin. His expression turned dark. There's the possibility that you may die. You need to steel your resolve, Kurosaki Ichigo, if you want a chance at rescuing Rukia. If it weren't for her, I'd have been dead a while ago and my family probably too. The kid balled his fists. I owe it to her to at least do this. Then it's settled. His cheerfulness returned. First things first, you need to get back to your body. He literally kicked Ichigo out the door. The kid flipped him off and grumbled, but he made his way back towards town. You're welcome to join too, Shwinorg-kun. The shopkeep looked at me. Do you think I'm as naive as him? Era, what are you trying to say? His fan unfolded again as he hid his expression. I can see the manipulation as clear as day. Playing on his emotions and leading him by the nose. I shook my head. I don't know what you're doing, and frankly, I don't really care. But if I find out that he dies because of whatever games you're playing, Ascalon slammed into the wall next to his head. He glanced at it unflinchingly. You can join him. I don't like how he's manipulating a 15-year-old like that into a dangerous situation, but at the same time, it's not my decision to make. I don't have many firm lines I draw in the sand, but I don't like kids being pulled into games like this. Granted, he seems to have stepped into this side of the world by his own hand, but still. Yoryuki vouched for him, so I wouldn't press it. That's a scary threat, Shweenorg-kun. He lowered his head. Right, the sarcasm really sells it. You think I'm being sarcastic? He said quietly before walking towards the door. You're free to join if you want. He started to leave, but turned back to me. I really do have good intentions for Ichigo. He said before leaving for good. Great, my guilt was eating at me here. I knew I was going to be pulled into this nonsense somehow. At. Meow. A loud thump hit my door, and it slowly opened up. A black cat had its nails dug into the metal door, hanging there, staring at me as it slowly opened up. Yoryuki. Yo. She greeted. Haven't seen you in several days. Yeah, heard you had some fun. She hopped over. Right, how's Ichigo doing? Heard you guys are training him. He should have started today, right? Don't know, I'm not involved in that. She did a little cat shrug. Really? You're missing out on the chance to mess with Carrot Top. I was skeptical. It was a hard decision to make, but I had something else today. Yoryuki rolled onto the ground and I relented, giving her some scratches. I'm training up some other kids, friends of his. I stopped. Yoryuki, what the fuck? I felt like this was becoming a habit at this point. Don't drag more kids into this mess. Kinda late there. Thanks to Ichigo, their inherent spiritual powers bloomed and they developed their own powers. That makes no sense, explain it properly. They had latent potential regardless, but it was kinda dormant. Sometimes humans can awaken their spiritual power in a unique way. Ichigo's rampant Ryutsu acted as a catalyst. During the whole hollow bait thing, they all fought off some hollows which really pushed it out. That sounds much more plausible. I rubbed my chin. Ichigo's Ryutsu basically just acted as a match that ignited their own fires. And they're strong enough to invade Soul Society. Well. Yoryuki, don't make me get the spray bottle. I'll be tagging along with them. She hurriedly stated. I'm slightly more relieved. I kind of felt like they had a slight disregard for the kids around them. Maybe it was just the mentality of being a Shinigami? I can't expect them to have the same outlook that I do. If it bothers you so much, you can come too. She said. That might make things worse. I'll consider it. Anyways, the reason I came here. You wanna come help me? You're asking me to help you train them? How do you know I even have the ability to do so? You're strong enough. And you have that same sort of mindset that Tessai has. I'm more of a free hand, it'll be good if they had someone more meticulous. Did your friend ask you to come convince me to do so? Yeah. Yoryuki said, her tail wagging as she didn't deny it in the slightest. I thought it was a good idea, so I wanted to do it anyway. Thanks for the honesty. No problem. I don't mind helping, you've been helping me so much already. I'd feel bad if I didn't repay the favor somehow. Besides, I'm a little curious about these unique abilities you spoke about. Awesome. Let's go. She excitedly bolted out the door. Well, I can use the opportunity to practice with her some more, then maybe see Tessai again and talk some kid with him. At the very least, I could make sure these kids weren't walking to their deaths. Chapter 382, Chapter 346. This isn't what I was expecting. What were you expecting? Yoryuki asked as she led me into the building. Maybe, taking me to the wilderness where there wouldn't be many people. Not, an office building. I replied as we ascended the stairs. Hollow attack a couple years ago, the company moved out and it hasn't been rented out since. Yoryuki jumped onto my shoulder. It should be fine. Right. Maybe there was some reason for it, I didn't know. Here we are. Yoryuki jumped off my shoulder and bolted down the empty hallway to a certain door and kicked it open. I followed behind her and saw the faces inside. Well, this is a surprise. I noted the one familiar face in particular. The little Quincy. Ishida Yuri scowled at my nickname. Didn't think he'd be one of the people you were training. I added air quotes. How'd you convince him to come along? I told him that you'd be here and that made him interested. Yuryuki replied simply. But I didn't agree to come until right before we came. Anyways. Yuryuki ignored my comment. You three agreed to my training. It's going to be tough, so I hope you're prepared. I'm not participating. Yuri stated, pushing up his glasses. Then why are you here? I looked at him. Don't misunderstand. While I question the ability of a cat to train me, I will be training on my own. I simply wished to verify something. What's that? Yuryuki asked. The Quincy looked at me. Fight me. Why? I want to understand the gap between us. He said quietly. I witnessed your battle with that Shinigami on the night that Kukaki was taken away. If you had not stepped in, I would have. However. His fists clenched. I wanted to mock Kurosaki for his pitiful attempt, but then he attacked you. And that was. Ah, you saw what the peak was like for the first time. I could pretty much understand his feelings. I could understand that part. I was confused about something else. But why are you involved in this? From what I understand, you have no liking towards Shinigami, which extends to both Ichigo and Rukia. I have a debt to pay. He crossed his arms, not elaborating. However, I could easily guess his thoughts again. Did he feel guilty about the whole hollow thing and thought this was an opportunity to redeem himself? I wanted to call him an idiot again, but I couldn't forbid him from jumping into this stupid situation. I won't fight you. But I'll let you hit me with one of your strongest attacks. If you want to see where you stand in comparison, this is your chance. At least he would have something to work towards. You two watch as well. And stand to the side. Yuryuki voiced, jumping to the corner as she ushered the other two who hadn't introduced themselves yet. Right here? Yuri asked. It doesn't matter if it's here or outside. I gestured for him to continue. You're underestimating me. Then prove me wrong. You can wear a smug look if you actually manage to hurt me. So stop *footing around and take your swing, this is the only freebie you're getting. He scowled but took a few steps back. He held his hands out and his Ryotsu gathered into the form of an energy bow made of spiritual particles. He pulled his hand back, basically knocking an arrow as it also appeared. He seemed to gather a decent amount and let it loose. The whole room was filled with that blue light as the arrow was released, which shook the surrounding windows. I held up my hand and gathered my aura. The arrow collided with my own defenses in a burst of cascading light. I merely flexed my wrist and twisted, dispersing the gathered Ryotsu and shattering the arrow. He slowly lowered his hands, his bow disappearing. I did notice a cross around his wrist and it seemed to resonate with him. Was it some kind of catalyst that helped him create that bow of his? Curious. I was told 10 days. I will return at the end of the 10th day. He took a deep breath and began walking out the door. I held my hand up to block him. He wasn't a bad kid, he had his own sense of honor and pride. Just, misguided previously, I supposed. I reached into my ring and flipped my hand over, holding a few bottles between my fingers. Red ones are health potions. They heal a decent amount of damage but won't heal anything ridiculous. Green ones are stamina potions. They'll give you a significant burst of stamina that will last several hours. I explained. It's a shame that the stamina potions don't work that well on stronger beings such as myself. Once my stamina reached beyond a point, it wasn't even worth mentioning, but for him, it would most likely still have a significant effect. Don't drink more than one in a 24-hour period. And expect to be lethargic the day afterwards, potentially longer. However, it can be good for pushing past walls in your own training. I only suggest drinking one the entire time you're out training. The second is for an emergency in case you're drained and a hollow pops up. Thank you. He accepted without complaint and quickly left. Yuryuki hopped back over. Did you have to destroy his self-confidence so thoroughly? Will any Shinigami care if his ego is bruised or not? I retorted. Point. Yuryuki acknowledged. Almost makes me think you care about him. Odd considering how much you berated him before. He's just a stupid kid. I shook my head. He was spouting that crap about Quincy this and Quincy that, trying to compare himself to Shinigami. Hopefully that won't hold him back. Maybe, maybe not. But don't underestimate Quincy. There's a reason that it was called a war when the Shinigami fought them in the past. I raised an eyebrow and looked at her. She didn't elaborate, but that just made me a little more interested. I suppose there is more to being a Quincy than I had originally thought. Anyways, how about you introduce me to the other 2 kids you're trying to send to invade the afterlife? There were 2 of them, and they'd been quietly watching thus far. One was a girl, obviously in her mid-teens, and she was on the voluptuous side. Long, burnt orange hair and a sweet-looking smile that made me want to give her a head pat. The other, well, I was questioning how many years he'd been held back in school. He was huge and had some very visible and rippling muscles. Introduce yourselves. Yuryuki waved at them. Hello. The girl quietly greeted me. I'm Inu Orium. She added with a little bow of her head. Sato Yazutora. The big guy introduced himself with a really smooth voice. Please don't take offense to this, but, how old are you? I asked him, with Yuryuki snickering to the side. 15. Well, puberty hit you hard and fast. Have you considered a career in voice acting? Hey. He looked at me strangely. Your voice, it's very smooth and has a unique accent while also not being too foreign. I'm guessing one of your parents is of Spanish descent. I'm guessing the South American variety. Mexico. He nodded. Ah, must have been hard. Half Japanese, half German myself. Had to deal with all the crap that came with it. I emphasized my hair. But honestly, you have a great voice for voice acting. He turned to Orium. Do you think I have a good voice? Oh, definitely. She smiled and nodded her head enthusiastically. Well, honestly, he had the face for regular acting. But I think it would be weird if I started talking about his looks, even in an objective sense. Well, nice to meet you both. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I don't much go by normal Japanese conventions these days, so feel free to call me Wilhelm. I held my hand out to the big guy. Honestly, he was taller than I was. Everyone calls me Chad. He responded with a very gentle smile and shook my hand. Right, I'm sure they do. Wait, what year was it? I don't think that meme existed here. That just makes it all the more hilarious. You can call me Orium. Said girl happily replied. Her bubbliness reminded me of Kunu. All right. I clapped my hands. So, what can you both do that gives you confidence to invade heaven? I don't know. Orium cheerfully replied. Chad sheepishly scratched his cheek. I turned to look at Yuryuki. Wait, let me explain. I didn't. I grabbed her tail and walked towards the window as she struggled in my hand and tossed her out. It took but a moment for Yuryuki to burst back through the door, none the worse for wear. Rude. At. All right, I need you both to try and access your power first. Yuryuki started coaching them. After she returned and explained to me that they hadn't gotten to the point of consciously accessing their powers. Which, considering they were going to literally invade heaven in 10 days, was kind of a big deal. God, it's like watching a slow-motion train crash, but it's on fire, and I was somehow convinced to ride along. Just try to feel it like how you did before. Try to summon it out, just do what comes naturally. Orium lifted her hands up into the air and started making strange sounds. Chad looked at her, and immediately followed suit. I slowly turned towards Yuryuki. I see you've only chosen the best. She covered her face with her paw. All right, stop. Please, for the sake of my pride. She quickly got between them. Let's try something else. Your powers came about due to strong emotions. The heart is linked to the soul, so remember the feelings you were experiencing right when your powers manifested. What was running through your head at the time? I wanted to protect Tatsuki. Orium looked thoughtful. She was in danger, and the monster was going to get her. Your hairband is glowing. Chad pointed out. And it in fact was. I didn't even notice anything unique about it. Oh yeah, I remember that something happened with them after what happened. She giggled as the glow intensified. I resisted the urge to facepalm, instead, looking down at Yuryuki. Yuryuki sighed reluctantly. Though we both looked back at Orium and the hairband burst outwards, 6 new figures appeared hovering near her head. There was a moment of silence as they appeared. I think everyone took a moment to register their existence. I wasn't quite sure what they were off the bat because they didn't quite register as normal life forms to my senses. You stupid girl! One of the little floating figures grabbed onto her hair and started pulling. Why the hell did you call us out for no reason? Ah, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Orium whined as it continued to tug on her hair. And I felt a little tug in my heart as I saw that. I yanked the little figure out of the air. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? I held it up to my face. Don't bully her, I said sternly. At first glance, it seemed like a fairy, but it most assuredly was not. Hey you stupid girl, get this idiot. I held up my finger to his face, flaring up just a tiny bit of my power of destruction. Do you want to know what conceptual destruction tastes like? I didn't know what it was, but it clearly had some manner of sapience and emotions if the annoyance it had was genuine. Seeing a girl close to my daughter's age getting bullied touched buttons I didn't even realize I had until this moment. Don't hurt him. Orium sniffed, looking tearful at the prospect of me harming her little fairy. I won't. I quickly dismissed my bloodline power, giving a small smile. Because he's going to behave. The little thing was sweating in my grasp. I did let it go and it quickly hid behind Orium. Well, that was amusing. Your Yuaki jumped up to my shoulder. That fact that her powers can actually talk should help things. Right, so is that weird? I feel like that's weird. She didn't just create life or something, did she? I'm a mom. Orium exclaimed. No, you stupid girl you. I glared at the little fairy that was kicking up a fuss again and it cowered. Shinigami's Zanpakutt have spirits of their own, I'm guessing this is similar. Your Yuaki clarified. Makes sense. So, introductions then. I gestured towards her other floating companions. I'm Ayam. A cheerful little female fairy waved. I'm Began. A bulkier male member of their tiny little S***stiplet introduced himself. I'm Hinajiku. A more scrawny male member also excitedly introduced himself. And I'm Lily. Another female fairy introduced herself with a peace sign. Greetings, I'm Shuno. Another male fairy spoke, more reserved in his introduction. And I'm Tsubaki. The ornery one that I had to give a talk to gave his name last with a snort. And we're, the Shun Rika. Several of them posed happily. Ooh. Orium clapped in excitement. And honestly, I can see how they would be the manifestation of her powers, besides Tsubaki, they're very similar to her. And what can you do? I asked. Oh, I can answer that. Ayam flew forward. We can heal, we can attack, and we can shield. And how do you go about doing that? I asked again. Orium needs to just chant the right incantations and that's it. She smiled. No, I mean, how do you work? I clarified. She looked at Orium and back to me. I don't know. She shrugged. Well, I suppose since you're the manifestation of her powers, basically given a physical form, you wouldn't know things she wouldn't know. I rubbed my chin. It stand to reason you wouldn't know your own underlying mechanics if she didn't. Alright, well, let's see what you got. I clapped my hands. What do you think, your Yuaki? I was about to say the same thing. She nodded. We'll start with Orium's powers then get to you Chad. No problem. He gave a thumbs up. Alright, Orium. Showtime, let's see what your shield can do. The fairies around her glowed and returned to the form of her hairband. Oh, I remember what I'm supposed to say now. She held her hand up. Santan Kesshun I reject. She stated and three of her hairband pieces shot off forming a triangle as a golden-like shield formed between them. I walked up to it, giving it a light flick. Your Yuaki also pawed at it a few times. What do you think? I asked her. For a first attempt, it isn't bad. It can take a mild strike by a seated officer most likely. But... She raised her paw and slammed it down, shattering it completely. Still fragile. Oh. Orium looked dejected. Heart pain returned with a vengeance. Don't worry, it's your first try. It's going to take some time and effort to make it stronger. I found my hand patting her head without even thinking. We have an idea of where to go from there, but let's see how you attack now. I looked around the room and walked over to the wall, giving it a quick punch to crack and pull some pieces out. Just give this a quick strike. She looked energized and nodded vigorously. Katanzan Shun I reject. She chanted and two of her fairies flew out, and between a similar construct formed, but instead of a shield, it seemed to slice the piece of wall in two. A little slow and predictable, but we can work on that. Yuaki spoke. I blinked though, staring at what just happened. I walked forward, picking up a piece of debris, holding it close to my face to inspect intently. I quickly took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground and held up both flat sides of the rebel to it as calculations began going. What are you doing? Yuaki jumped over to me. I tapped her on the head to be quiet for a moment. Even with my calculations going, I held the flat side up where the attack happened to my eye to see the surface. I couldn't see a single abnormality, it was completely and utterly flat. Orium, what does it mean when you say I reject? I asked her. They just said that I need to reject things when I use my power. She replied. I picked up Mirage to confirm my suspicions. And I was genuinely surprised. You destroyed the matter between 2 points. I blinked. That is honestly very impressive and horrendously deadly. What do you mean? Yuaki asked. I mean, that there's basically no defending against her attack on a physical basis. You would need something conceptual in nature to physically defend against something like that. Even my aura would be just completely sheared through if I let her attack me. Basically, everything between the 2 points of her, fairies, is completely and utterly destroyed on a molecular level. Or to use her own term, she rejects everything between those 2 points. What that means for spiritual matters, I honestly couldn't tell you. Oh, that's dangerous. Yuaki muttered. Alright, we're going to instill some basic safety lessons into you as well. It made me wonder if her shield was a simple shield as well. If she got better at it, could she simply reject anything from one side to the other, as in an impenetrable barrier? Just this made this whole time spent here helping Yuaki with these kids worth it. An ability like this just popping up was ridiculous. I wanted to study it some more. Alright, so, how does this healing work? We had just barely scratched the surface of her ability, it seemed like it should also be something spectacular. Should I cut myself and let you have a go at it? Oh, I can just heal the wall thing that I cut up. She said happily. Heal, this. I looked at the piece of wall that was on the ground, giving it a little kick. Ahoy. She nodded. I don't think she quite understood what heal means. Alright then. Who was I to stymy someone's potential? Stinkishun I reject. She chanted once more. 2 more of her little fairies flew out and they formed a shield around the 2 pieces of wall that were cut in half. And I watched, in absolute dumbfoundedness as they returned to the state they were in before she cut them. There were so many things wrong with what was happening, I was honestly speechless. Time reversal. Yuaki exclaimed. I don't think so. I continued to watch as they slowly mended themselves back to whole. I grabbed Mirage again, and I let my calculations go in full throttle as they zeroed in on what she was doing and tried to backtrack it. I picked up the now mended piece of debris and held my finger up to it, producing my power of destruction. I pushed it against the stone, letting it sink in and obliterate it on a conceptual level until it turned into big chunks and fell to the ground before I pulled back my bloodline. Can you do it again, Orium? Sure. She smiled. Stinkishun I reject. Once more, they flew out and formed a shield around the debris. Was it shock, horror or excitement that flowed through me as I saw her start to undo my damage? Granted, her healing shuddered and fizzled out, but a tiny portion of it was rejected. What was that? Yuaki looked at me again for clarification. I have a special bloodline. Specifically, something called the power of destruction, it does exactly what you would expect, it destroys things on a conceptual level. She was able to some small degree undo that. That sounds like time reversal. Yuaki replied. It's not time reversal. I pointed to my sword. I have that checking for any temporal fluctuations and spatial fluctuations. While it's getting readings, it's not in line with either of those. Then what do you think it is? 'Cause I have no idea otherwise. I'm taking a shot here, but with the evidence I have so far. Just based on the fact that she apparently could undo my power of destruction, which was no small feat whatsoever, it's clearly something on a high enough level. I think she's altering causality. Or once more to use her own phrasing, she's rejecting certain events in the chain of causality. Did I do something wrong? Orium looked worried. Not at all. I gave her a quick pat on the head. What does that mean? Chad asked. It sounds impressive. I also wouldn't mind a better explanation. Yoryuki also looked at me expectantly. Alright, let me see. I tapped my chin. Imagine I'm walking down the street, and I trip over a rock and fall onto the ground, scraping my knee. I go find Orium here, and she uses her healing on me. What she's doing is basically looking at the chain of events that transpired and rejects the moment where I tripped, thereby make it so I never scraped my knee in the first place, yet the following events don't change even when they logically should. That sounds... Yoryuki paused. Ridiculous. Yeah, honestly. That's because it is. It's beyond mere time reversal and is much higher up on the tier list. I was still trying to process how the hell she was doing it. I also can do something to alter causality. However, it would take me momentous effort, resources, and time. And even then, it wouldn't be a fraction of what she's achieving with little to no effort and understanding of what she's doing. Holy shit, how am I supposed to react to this? Give me a moment, I need to go contemplate my life's achievements and how they fall short of what she's doing by accident. Oh, stop being dramatic. Yoryuki slapped my shoulder. I get it, it's a stupidly powerful ability. Should probably keep it on the down low too. Right, yeah. I looked at the two kids who were probably not understanding how significant something like this was. Don't mention this outside of your little group. The magi back home would absolutely salivate over her ability. She would get a ceiling designation faster than it would take Artoria to finish a meal. Fuck, that's something that even gods couldn't easily mimic. And she's just smiling happily over there without a care in the world. I had the urge to protect her just because of how naive and innocent she was. It's funny that such a powerful ability landed in the hands of a girl who probably didn't even care about it. Please don't be as ridiculous as she is. I looked at Chad with pleading eyes. I don't think my self-esteem can take it. How you feeling? I asked, ducking my head out of the way as Chad's fist flew past. My right arm feels strange. He remarked, throwing his fist forward again. I blocked it, but the weight behind it had increased quite a bit. He already had strength that was far beyond what a human should have, so it was noteworthy that it was still increase, at least in his right arm. Thankfully, he was much easier to mentally deal with than Orium, the sweet girl that she turned out to be. Yoryuki suggested we just spar a little as he tried to remember the feeling he apparently had when he initially awoke his powers. Fine by me, it didn't mind taking my mind off the bubbly girl that could bend causality over her knee like it was a naughty child. Don't be afraid, and don't hold back. Trust me, I can take whatever you got. I reassured him in case he was hesitating. He grunted, throwing his right fist again, and I felt like his Ryutsu was increasing rapidly. Vaguely I could see his arm change shape, almost like it was overlaid and phasing in and out. Why are you even doing this? Does Rukia mean that much to you? I flicked his arm to the side and pushed him away, letting him gather himself again for another punch. I barely know her. He grunted again between punches. She helped me before and I helped her. But, I promised Ichigo that I'd use my fists to protect him. That's honestly kind of cute, the camaraderie they have. But his punches were getting more intense, so I suppose it was something very dear and important to him. That's it, focus on that feeling. Don't hold it back. I feel something building up, I don't know if I can. Let it out. I reassured him, watching his Ryutsu swirl around his right arm. With a shout, he threw another punch at me. But instead of a simple punch, his arm looked purple, it changed shape and a massive torrent of Ryutsu discharged at the blow. My aura flared up and I held my hand out to catch it. I could feel the damage reverberate around my aura and it contained it easily enough. It had decent strength to it. If that was the standard he was working with, and if that was just him using his power for the first real time, well, there might be something good there. How's it feel? I asked as he flexed his weird-looking arm. It was purple and black like a liquid formed over his arm and created an armor with two protrusions on his shoulder. Brazo derechada gigante. He intoned, holding his arm up to the light. Right arm of the giant? I can dig it. Round 2. He asked with a little smile. Hold off on that. The important thing is for you to remember the feeling of invoking it and try to get used to it in case it accidentally disappears. Why don't we take a break, go get a drink of water, and try to get used to your newfound strength without breaking anything. Control is just as important as outward expression. He nodded happily, still admiring his arm. Well, this is turning out well. Yuryuki hopped back over. His arm is interesting, I wanna see how well it works and what it can do. It's much more straightforward than her powers. I stretched my arms. All going according to plan. She nodded. Is it? Your plan is to have me do your work for you. I ran a hand down her fur. That was, partially my plan. Was the other part where you get me emotionally invested in them so I tag along. Yup. She said without a hint of shame. I would be upset if you were trying to emotionally manipulate me, but you're being completely upfront about it. I sighed. But I can't deny that I'm taking a liking to them and I'm somewhat invested. At the very least, my little jaunt around Soul Society was going to have a negative impact on them, so I'm implicated here regardless. So, you gonna tag along? It would help to have someone else look after them. She asked. Honestly, at this point, my conscience wouldn't let me abandon them. They're goddamn kids going to take on Soul Society for the sake of their friends. Can I bring someone along? You wanna bring someone along? Yeah, I have someone I want to bring. How strong are they? Strong enough to be a good stick to wave around at anyone who tries anything. Whatever, I don't care if you bring someone. They're going to be your responsibility. I'll already have my hands full taking care of them, even with your help. She shrugged. I'm gonna go give them a call. I picked her up off my shoulder and set her on the ground. Alright, I'll be starting the next phase of their training now that they can bring out their powers at will. Just come over when you're done. She jaunted off after the two who had disappeared somewhere. I shook my head and walked out the room to find an isolated corner to pull out my kaleidophone and called a certain person. Wilhelm? Is something the matter? They immediately answered. Well, nothing is really the matter per se. I find myself in a situation where I'm feeling responsible for a bunch of kids about to do something really stupid and I wouldn't mind a helping hand. I freely admitted. So, wanna come and invade heaven with me, Izzy? Chapter 383, Chapter 347. I held my hand out for Izzy as she walked through my portal. Her eyes darted all over the place, a look of wonder about her. I didn't speak or interrupt her as this was her first time stepping into another world and it was an experience I didn't want to ruin. We are in Japan, yes. She finally spoke. In Karakura town, which, I don't actually know where in Japan this is. Now that I thought about it, maybe I should have looked into that? Southern Kanto should be close to Tokyo. She immediately replied, still looking just slightly dazed. Hey! What? Just surprised you could tell. Wilhelm, I literally created Japan. She deadpanned. Right, I forget that sometimes. She shook her head. As long as I'm in Japan, I can tell where I am. Even, this one, I'm still connected to it. So, your authority is working fine? This is a first for me to bring, a god outside of their home. Big G in the spear doesn't quite count, I think. I still feel as if I can carve out the mountains and rivers just as I could back home, so I am assuming so. However, there is something distinctly different here that makes me feel more, I'm having trouble describing the feeling. It's as if my authority, as you call it, is more pronounced. Stronger? I questioned. No, not stronger in any meaningful way. She shook her head again. I'm having trouble describing the feeling. Could it be because of this Rishi you told me about? Spiritual matter, it is something we don't really have back home. And you're a goddess of death, you have authority over spirits and the dead, and this being Japan makes it doubly so. Some sort of strange resonance or feedback being sent your way. I suppose that is as good an explanation as any. You already told me about what's going on here, but feeling it myself is an entirely different experience. She smiled softly, her hand held up. Ah, I can see it if I focus. She grabbed something translucent, her hand clenched and she brought it down in front of her face. Slowly, her fingers unfolded and a small, blue, mote of light drifted away back into obscurity. That's kind of terrifying considering how hard it is for me to grab hold of Rishi by my own means. Are you jealous? She quirked a smile. I wonder if I use my own authority if I can bullshit like you are. I am not bullshitting anything. It is my right as a goddess of death. Cough, bullshit, cough. She pursed her lips and gave my shoulder a little smack. I missed her. I've been really busy recently. I haven't had time to spend together just doing whatever. Hell, we fought that Godzilla knockoff in America, and I have its back spike sitting in my front yard. And we hadn't done anything that exciting since. She's one of my first friends. You can let go of my hand. She said quietly. I forgot I was still holding it. Awkward. Are you able to feel Yomi here? I decided to change the subject. I can't. She furrowed her brow. There are other things here, but not Yomi nor Takamagahara. Oh? You can sense soul society just by being here. Maybe. I haven't actually been there to know yet. I can vaguely sense the flow of souls towards somewhere in an afterlife out of my peripheral vision, so to speak. That makes sense, again, goddess of death and all that entailed. An interesting interaction though, one you can't be entirely sure would work due to differences between world lines. I briefly told you about this place, you got any questions? Can I see one of those swords you mentioned? She asked. Zanpakut, yet I got a few. I didn't want to hand her mine, just because I didn't know how it would react while it was still imprinting on me. I did still have a couple I took before, and I had been meaning to drop them back off in Soul Society. But they're useful now at least. Here you go. I casually handed her one of the ones I took off an idiot I bricked. Strange. She muttered, holding it up to her face. There is a nascent spirit present within. I can vaguely feel it just as you told me. Are you able to influence it at all? Perhaps with enough force, but not willingly on its part. She shrugged before handing it back to me. I have a feeling that any action I attempt to take against the will present inside the sword will result in damaging the sword. Something to note for later. I was curious to see what damaging the sword meant. There's still plenty of other things for you to see. Yes, a world full of unknown things. I'm looking forward to it. She smiled beautifully. I couldn't help myself. I missed you. I said, bringing her in for a hug, one she happily reciprocated. I know I haven't been around the past few weeks. Wilhelm, I'm aware that you have been busy. This minuscule amount of time means very little. Do not forget how old I am. She reassured me. However, I am surprised that you reached out to me. Well, I've been meaning to take you out like this for a while. I scratched my cheek. I guess I haven't really focused on that though. While I appreciate the sentiment, that's not what I meant. She shook her head. I am referring to your tendency to run headfirst into trouble or interesting situations and only call once things reach a certain point. I believe this is the first time you've called someone for help before the situation devolved beyond your control. It's usually only myself I have to worry about so I can bear any consequences. Now I'm being responsible for some kids trying to do something stupid. I don't want a repeat of what happened in Chaldea. Her expression softened considerably. And how are you doing after that? I am aware of what occurred with the other Artoria. You know, logically rationally, I know. I understand that the woman who appeared there was not my Artoria. I know better than most about the infinite possibilities that are present. And that there are an uncountable number of Artorias in existence all with their own unique history. I knew it would happen one day, it was an inevitability. But emotionally, it tore my heart up to have to see the woman I love become that. And then having to put an end to her own self-inflicted misery. I don't think I'm good at handling losses. She pulled me into another hug, and I let myself sink into her embrace. You make it sound like there's a proper way to handle loss. Well, diving headfirst into a monster that slapped me out of the world line isn't the ideal way to cope. I snorted, noticing that she smelled good as my face was pushed against her chest. But I'm doing better. The time I spent with Artoria helped a lot. And now that I have an actual goal in mind and I'm making progress on it, I feel good. I am pleased that you are handling yourself well. We finally separated and there was a hint of bashfulness present on her face. And I will make sure you don't get into too much trouble. Is there a threshold of trouble that I'm allowed to get into? I snorted. That depends, what do you feel comfortable explaining to your harem? She retorted. Point. I couldn't argue with that. And it is the job I have been assigned, as I did tell Yasaka and Artoria that I would be coming to assist you. I am sure they relayed the message to everyone else. That's to be expected. Not that I really had anything to hide. But she didn't immediately come over, we waited a few days for her to square everything away. As much as she has a lot of free time, that doesn't necessarily mean she can drop what she's doing to come and help me. She does lord over Yomi, and while that's not something as stringent as Meridia's position, it's still something that needed consideration. I have the barest understanding of what is going on here. Do you want me to go meet these children? She asked. Well, I did plan for a little bit of free time before we go meet everyone. In case you wanted to play around a little bit. At the very least, I did want her to have some fun and explore a little. Oh? Then can we go seek out that strange spirit I sense? Strange spirit? I tilted my head. What does it feel like? Like a conglomeration of many souls wrapped around a dark vessel. I believe you called them hollows. You can sense a hollow. 'Cause I didn't notice any here. I spread out my senses once I arrived. I can detect quite a few spiritual beings within the city. That's some bullshit. My powers are not bullshit. She huffed cutely. My authority persists over the matters of the dead, it should be obvious that I can better sense their existence. I'm sure if there was something related to the sea or the storm, you would be extraordinarily more adept at it after stealing my son's authority. Let's trade. Stop speaking nonsense. She slapped my shoulder again. Besides, do you know how awkward it would be if my son came and my authority was a copy of his? It's already difficult for gods of other pantheons to be close to those of the same concepts. Don't you have a good relationship with the other death deities? That's different. Death is the end step of existence. It isn't something to fight over or compare and hoard. By nature, death is a melancholic piece. Hey, that's an interesting perspective. Alright. Wanna go play with that hollow? Yes, I would very much enjoy that. She smiled despite the eye roll that accompanied it. No. Leave me alone. A roar shook the surroundings. The words literally rattled the windows nearby. This is not what I expected. Izzy looked at the hollow clawing at the ground, trying to crawl away. I didn't know they could talk. Really? She looked at me. Yeah, this is kind of weird to hear a soul-eating monster cry and beg for mercy. I didn't do anything. I think you scared it. I merely stood here. She huffed. Don't you dare say anything. She held her finger up with indignation. Right, as soon as we got close a big ol hollow basically jumped out of its little hidey hole, thinking he found a good meal. It spoke, which took me utterly by surprise, because that's a first for me. I guessed my earlier hypothesis regarding an increase in intelligence the more it consumed was correct. It said something arrogant, but as soon as it laid its eyes on Izzy it paled, and visibly shuddered. Like, a primordial fear seeped into every pore of his being. He tried to run away but I obviously stopped him. But now, he was literally crying and trying to crawl away. I wasn't aware they could cry either. I noted. Honestly, I think it's kind of impressive. Thank you, Wilhelm. She groaned. So, what do you want to do? I do not know, this thing repulses me. There are dozens upon dozens of souls within this monster and they're all scrambled and assembled into its current form. Izzy's lips thinned. I am disgusted by it and I want it gone. As soon as she said that, she raised her hand, and it was like the shadows on the ground became animated with grotesque hand-like appendages crawling along the ground, wrapping it up. The hands lifted the monster up, holding it completely still and overlapped on its large maw, making it unable to speak. You feed on innocent souls and trap them, consume them for your own selfish desires. I can see the weight of karma inside your own soul. You don't merely eat others to continue your own existence, you do it because you enjoy it. Her words accompanied the temperature dropping. Her steps made it struggle further, but it could not budge an inch within her grasp. It was at this moment that I was reminded of her true nature. She was Izanami no Mikoto, the goddess of death and creation. How dare you touch the children born under my daughter's Sunday? Her hand lashed out, sinking into the hollow's chest. The strange humanoid's shape jerked and back arched. And she pulled something out. A bright light erupted and the hollow cracked as her hand ripped free. They shot up to the sky immediately. Souls, dozens of them were immediately freed. Go, children! Izzy said softly and they dissipated, moving onwards to their next destination. As soon as they disappeared from view, she turned back towards the hollow. You will have a much less pleasant experience. The shadowy hands that held it down bored into it, tearing it apart. The creature fell to the ground, or rather what was left of it, and dissipated quickly. Izzy took a deep breath, and the shadows receded. She seemed to remember I was watching and looked embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show you something like that. I must have looked. It was kind of hot. Don't say stupid things like that. She looked away with a faint blush. Did you figure out everything you wanted to? Or do you want to go find another hollow? I changed the subject. I think seeing another one right now would put me in a worse mood. She casually dusted herself off. Let's go meet those people of yours. You can continue explaining things about this place to me. Is this the place? Izzy asked. Nondescript white van outside a candy store. I replied. Yup, looks like the place. Immediately, the front door slammed open, revealing a familiar face. Wilhelm Dono. Tessai greeted me excitedly. He then turned to Izzy and it seemed like any words he spoke died in his throat. I honestly did not know how a Shinigami would react to her after seeing what happened with the hollow. It seems like as spiritual beings they could almost unconsciously recognize her existence but at the same time, didn't have any context on how to properly process it. The thing was, Izzy wasn't even trying to project her presence. It was just her natural existence that was completely throwing them for a loop. He was a spiritual being, and on the scale of hierarchy, Izzy was theoretically much higher due to her authority over the dead. Not to mention the place being Japan likely made the feeling even more pronounced. However, I'm sure if Hades appeared, he would be drawing a similar reaction. And I'm sure that the fact that she doesn't possess any Ryotsu just made matters worse. It's nice to see you again, Tessai. I took pity on him. My words seemed to allow him a moment to mentally reboot. He quickly pushed up his glasses, clearing his throat. I am pleased to see you come, Wilhelm Dono. And, friend, he was careful and polite with his wording. Thank you for inviting me into your home. Izzy returned evenly. The shopkeeper is waiting for your arrival. He dipped his head, gesturing inside. Once we walked inside, there didn't seem to be anyone there. It wasn't until we followed Tessai behind to the back room where he moved a rug to reveal a hatch on the ground. He opened it with a loud clamoring, and a bright light shined outward, a huge ladder descended downward. Please. He gestured again. This isn't suspicious at all. I snorted, taking to the ladder. But I did begin descending as I did trust Tessai and I knew this wasn't a trap or anything like that. And my curiosity was piqued as the fluctuations of space here were distorted. Interesting. Izzy commented above me. I glanced upwards unconsciously and couldn't help but admire the view. She really fills out those pants well. Though I caught myself from staring too much. She was right though, this was a neat little area. It seems like someone expanded the space underneath the shop. Or to put it simply, it's bigger on the inside down here. Not only that, the sky appeared to be somewhat identical, but static. And the terrain here was that of some rock formations and dirt. It was pretty big, big enough that people could train and whatnot here without much issue. They appeared to be all gathered there. Yoryuki and the Candy Man were standing next to one another, and the group of kids were all together. Ichigo, Orium, Chad, and even Ishida were there waiting. Though, there was the most curious reaction from them all. Well, mostly from Urahara and Yoryuki. Yoryuki, in her cat form, went defensive. Like how a cat would, her fur stood up and she looked like she was about to hiss. Urahara had a fan in front of his face, but his eyes were slightly widened, and it looked like he was trying to analyze what he was seeing. It seems like everyone is here. I clapped my hands. Nice place you got here. Perfect for hiding all the kids you trick into your van, Mr. Candy Man. Era, Shwinorg-kun. Urahara was the first to react, slapping his fan closed. I see you brought a friend. He said that, but his eyes never left Izzy. They were wary. I'm pretty sure I told Yoryuki I was bringing someone. I pointed out. And having her name called, she relaxed a tiny bit. Why the hell are we even waiting for him? Ichigo huffed. Actually, why are you even coming if you let Rukia go in the first place? Well, my little strawberry, I'm not going because of her. I'm going because you're a group of kids doing something exceedingly stupid and my conscience won't let me sit by while you throw your lives away. Therefore, I, along with my friend here, are going to be your chaperones for your little field trip to heaven. He looked at me and scowled. You brought a housewife. Ichigo snorted as he eyed Izzy. And now that I thought about it, she was wearing her normal clothing. She did look like a traditional housewife, so I couldn't fault him on that. But, I think his survival instincts needed work. I think introductions are in order. Urahara tugged back on Ichigo's kimono, which I might add, was the Shinigami uniform. As in, he had a sword wrapped up on his back and it looked much different than his previous one. Just through the wrappings it almost looked like a giant kyber knife. About the same size as his previous sword though. Nice sword, still compensation for something, eh? You wanna go, asshole? His eye twitched. I got my powers back, and I'm stronger than ever. That raises an interesting question. How exactly did you get your powers back? What'd mean? He tilted his head. Shinigami powers don't work like that. Ichigo blinked and shrugged. Hat and clogs over there tossed me into a hole and destroyed my soul chain. Got them back at the last minute before I turned into a hollow. I turned towards Urahara. What? It's complicated. He waved the question off. Right, yet. I rolled my eyes at his obvious question dodging. And if I asked where you got an Asachi? I asked Ichigo again. What? He looked clueless. I glanced back at Urahara. Ahoy! How many red flags was that at this point? Shuinorg-kun, why don't you introduce your friend? Urahara smiled innocently, changing the subject. Everyone, this is Izzy. I introduced her. I specifically asked her to come help. It's a pleasure. She said without much expression. That's it. Yuriuki jumped up onto Urahara's shoulder. Is that even your real name? She asked with a little skepticism. No. Izzy didn't even pretend. However, if I told you my true name, you would most likely run away in fear. I somehow kinda believe that. The cat muttered. No offense or anything, but, can you even do anything? Ichigo asked bluntly. I can't even feel any Ryutsu from you. That's a good point. Urahara unfolded his fan again, holding it in front of his face. But I knew for a fact that he had a shit-eating grin. Shuinorg-kun, I can't very well let someone go along without confirming they can protect themselves. Says the guy sending a bunch of 15-year-olds. I said dryly. They've all proven themselves. He retorted. Ichigo here has impressive Ryutsu with the return of his Shinigami powers. Speaking of, I did notice that. Are you permanently in Shikai? Cause your Ryutsu is overflowing and still flowing out like a torrent. Hey, I guess. Ichigo shrugged. That's what my zanjutsus are saying. Oh, is that the name of your sword? I asked. He had a hint of pride as I asked. Yup, that's my Zanpakuto. Slaying Moon, not a bad name. It sounded nice at least. Wait, did you say Zangetsus as in plural? Hey? Yet. When I got my powers back, I met both my spirits. Well, they were arguing a lot and one of them was a lot more helpful than the other. Neat, I didn't know you could have two Zanpakuto spirits. That proposed an interesting question with my own sword due to my weird nature. Anyways, continue with your bullshit. I gestured back at Urahara. Orium here has gotten very good with her own powers and is a talented healer. He emphasized the last bit and I nodded at that. I hadn't stuck around for much of their training after the first few days, but I could imagine she was exceedingly talented just due to the nature of her powers. And Chad here has come a long way as well. He and Ichigo were sparring not too long ago and he was able to hold his own. Chad gave a nod of agreement. And Yuri here did his own training. The Quincy looked at me silently before adjusting his glasses. I glanced at Izzy and she just shrugged. What do you propose then? Fine, let's play along. A spar. He slapped his fan closed again. With Kurosaki-kun. He quickly added. Oh, what the hell? Ichigo scowled. Now, Kurosaki-kun. You're the strongest one of your group, shouldn't you be the one to test any additional members? Whatever. He grunted. Very well. Izzy was being a good sport. Honestly, I think she was amused by this whole thing. To her, this was a fun adventure, so she wouldn't mind the supposed disrespect. She walked a little bit away, standing there patiently. Guess I'm doing this now. The orange-haired kid sighed. Hey. He looked at me. What? I questioned. I never did thank you for what you did for me. Sorry for getting on your case like that. I already owe you for your help. Well, wasn't that a nice surprise? Apology accepted. I'll make sure to take it easier on her since she's your friend. His pride shined through once more. Well, he's dead. Indeed. Hey. Yuryuki jumped over onto my shoulder as Ichigo walked over to face her. Who the hell is she? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. I mean, what the hell did you bring here? Is she even human? Nope. I hummed, ignoring her, and turned to the others. Hello Orium, how have you been? I've been good. The girl smiled happily. A certain fairy isn't giving you any trouble, is he? Nope. She shook her head. Good. I nodded in satisfaction. And Chad, how has your training been? He flexed his arm, that same purplish hue enveloped it, encasing it into that strange armor. Your Ryutsu seems sharper and firmer now as well. I was a little impressed. I think he could easily be called mid-class by my birth world standards. And Yuri, how was your training? The Quincy stiffened a little before relaxing. I am prepared. Nice outfit. I admired it. He was wearing something reminiscent of a friar's clothing, but white and pristine with a hint of elegance. He made it himself. Orium helpfully added. Humph. He snorted. What's wrong with him? I blinked. Ichigo was giving him crap for sewing it all himself. Yuryuki replied. That's stupid. Those are some good seams. I stepped forward to take a closer look. Are you a hobbyist, or is it something you're thinking about doing in the future? Pardon. He blinked. Sewing. It looks like you got some talent. I have a friend who does my clothing. I gestured to myself. I can tell the quality when I see it. There are some noticeable marks of a novice here or there, but that's probably due to your inexperience. I rubbed my chin. But good work overall. Thank you. He said quietly. Ah, poor kid. I don't think he gets very many compliments. Maybe I should introduce him to Medea at some point? If he's really into it, she might be able to give him some advice. Stop messing around, they're starting. Yuryuki slapped her paw against the side of my head. Oh yes, wouldn't want to miss the show. I turned back to face them. Ichigo grabbed the massive sword on his back. As soon as he grabbed the handle, the white cloth unraveled to reveal the blade. And it was exactly as I thought, a huge kyber knife. Hey, you got a weapon or something? Hurry and take it out. Ichigo hollered. Izzy just smiled lightly. Make your move, child. I wondered how long it's been since someone dared to take a shot at her. She must find this whole thing absolutely amusing. Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you. Ichigo furrowed his brow. And it didn't come off as condescending, more like genuine concern. I was told your friend over there possesses exquisite healing capabilities. Don't worry and give it your best shot. Izzy was still treating him gently. I did tell her of Orium's abilities, after all I trusted her completely. All right, you asked for it. Ichigo grunted, taking a few steps forward. However, it was clear his heart wasn't in it. Well, it would be a good lesson not to underestimate people in the future. He moved forward and slashed his sword downward. And it was stopped. Izzy held up a single finger, pressing it against the blade of his sword, and it didn't budge an inch. I could see Ichigo's eyes dilate and the shock spread across his face. He immediately retreated a few steps. And I could see the moment where his pride overrode his common sense and he attacked again. His blade flashed out faster than before, and clearly with the intent behind it. But every swing was met with her finger again. It must have been a dozen swings before he finally stopped and stared. What the fuck? Language. Izzy lightly chided and flicked his forehead. The orange-haired kid was knocked backwards. He nursed the tiny bump on his forehead before climbing back to his feet. How the hell are you doing that? Child, I am very old. You have much more growing to do before you can think about laying a hand on me. Izzy smiled gently. I believe that is a good enough showing. What kind of monster did you bring? Yuryuki muttered only enough for me to hear. Yes, that should be good enough. Urahara said simply without that jovial tone he had before, and he once more hid his face behind his fan. It was hard to guess what he was thinking at that moment. Make your final preparations, I'll get started on activating the gateway. Chapter 384, Chapter 348 plus Reikau Lude. Kisuk Urahara POV. It's not often I find myself utterly confused. And it seems like it's been happening quite often the past couple weeks. It started off with Yuryuki telling me about a new friend she made. I didn't think much of it, my interest was a little piqued, but I was busy with other things such as keeping an eye on Kurosaki. I needed to make sure there were no problems with the exertion of Shinigami powers he had been lent by young Kukaki Rukia. That boy was something special. He constantly threw away all my preconceived notions on what was normal. For instance, I did not think it was possible for someone to have two Zanpakuto spirits without having two swords. But I digress. I was happy to see my old friend a bit more enthused lately, so I lowered it on my priority lists even further. I know that Yuriyuki isn't one to ignore any big red flags even if she has a rather playful personality. So if she didn't bring anything major to my attention, I didn't think much of it and continued as I was. She continued to tell me a few things, and I admit that my curiosity nearly got the better of me. But she was not subtle in her warnings to let her friend be. What did she call him again? A wizard? That alone almost made me drop what I was doing and go pay this young man a visit. And I seemed to miss my opportunity when Yuriyuki asked Tessai to help him practice kid of all things. I could feel my hands getting itchy. Even Tessai only had good things to say about him. That begged the question, what exactly was this young man? Tessai clarified Yuriyuki's early statements. He called him a magus, meaning someone who practices magecraft. It wasn't a term that was impossible to find throughout history, or rather myths and legends, but it was usually uttered by those in myths and legends. Perhaps stories passed down by humans who had enough Ryoryoku to see Shinigami at work and formed their own beliefs. Well, that was my thought at least. However, I'm starting to question that logic now. I admit I never paid much attention to humans. Sure, there were a few that popped up and were worth watching every century or so, but rarely do they stand out enough to be worthy of my attention. The fact that there are several in this town recently aside, I didn't care much. Not only that, I rarely looked at things in other parts of the world. Soul Society focused the vast majority of their effort on Japan and Eastern countries for a reason. The Americas out west, they have very little ambient reishi in comparison. It's to the point where a hollow appearing is rare. And once they do form, they almost always instinctually travel to Hueco Mundo or away from that part of the world and unconsciously navigate towards the east. Sure, there are places in other countries that have abundance, and Soul Society does have a presence there. Many of those places are such that humans over the years even noticed the peculiarities. Stonehenge, the Easter Islands, the Mayan civilization, certain tribal grounds for the Native Americans. Even Egypt is such a place that is a noteworthy hotspot for spiritual activity. However, in comparison to Japan and the neighboring countries out here, they require very little presence of Shinigami to properly manage. It was the reason we chose to settle down in Karakura, this small and out-of-the-way town that had nothing seemingly special about it on the surface. It was one of the most abundant natural sources of reishi in the world. Perhaps the only place that could match it was Kyoto. It made for hiding away much easier. It's understandable, with my previous mindset, why I never paid attention to both the places outside of this area of the world, and the humans who lived there. But now, I have to rethink all those previous connotations. Especially with what happened recently. With how a human managed to change the weather on such a large scale with so little effort. I admit I could maybe achieve something similar with some effort and time. Perhaps create my own kid spell to mimic what he did, but I keep thinking about the effort that would require me to do so, and I'm reminded that Yuriyuki said he merely spoke a few words and thunderclouds rolled in almost out of nothing. He was an enigma, something I didn't even know existed. That isn't to say such things of a similar nature didn't exist in the past. The legends about the Onmyoji and such in the past had more than a smidgen of truth to them. But this was another matter entirely. From what he told Tessai, there is an entire organization or society of similar people with such capabilities gathered in the West. That piece of information is significant if this Wilhelm Schweinorg is a basis for their abilities. How did such a people go under the radar for so long? Well, that was rhetorical, because the reasons are obvious in hindsight. Soul Society doesn't really care about those parts of the world, and what they dabble in has apparently little or nothing to do with the spiritual aspects of the world. Their magic was something that operated on a completely different paradigm. There were of course other things Yuriyuki told me about, but they all fell under the same umbrella of me having no idea of their existence prior to his appearance. I wanted to call it a scheme by Aizen, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't so blatantly reveal a trump card like this. Regardless of the strength these people wield, something completely unknown to Soul Society and myself would also be a significant advantage on his part. No, it's obvious that Aizen isn't involved in the slightest. Which makes the whole thing that much more exasperating. A puzzle that I couldn't solve because Yuryuki was slapping my hand away. The few times I have spoken to him, he either deflected with an amusing strategy I was aware of the persona I created. A candy shop owner with a white van and such, or I simply am unable to coerce anything of importance out of him. I would be foolish to not see the danger he presented. I certainly was not lying when I said that his threats were scary. I felt that he would follow through on them, or at least try his best. Not to mention he somehow managed to learn Kid. Something I didn't think possible for a human to learn without help from someone such as myself. I didn't want to inflate my own ego, but I was pretty sure even Tessai couldn't help him learn with his own mastery over the art. So many things I didn't understand, so many new things I wanted to learn, and yet, they all seemed to fall to the wayside this evening. Because as much of an enigma that Schweinorg was, that was nothing compared to the thing he brought with him. I had to forcibly filter certain thoughts out once I merely laid my eyes on it. Was it reverence? Fear? Uncertainty? I don't know what emotions were invoked when I saw her for the first time. There was only one time in my existence that I felt something similar. When my curiosity got the better of me and I broke a taboo, sneaking a peek at the Soul King. Kisuk, you alright? Yuryuki jumped onto my shoulder. You've been kinda spacing out for a little while now. Sorry, I've just been preoccupied. Right. Does it have anything to do with that woman that our wizard brought over? She asked, rhetorically at that. 'Cause the moment I saw her, I felt like I should lower my head. Which was a weird feeling. So it wasn't just me. I don't suppose your friend mentioned anything. Nah, this was a surprise to me too. He just said he wanted to bring a friend with him, and I didn't think much about it. Just told him to take responsibility for their own safety. I didn't expect that. And by that, she probably meant how the thing in the form of a woman casually flicked away Kurosaka's Zanpakutte. The same one that required I use my own to defend against. Granted, it took me by surprise, but no one can deny he has a substantial amount of Ryutsuo at his disposal. He doesn't quite know how to wield it properly yet, but quantity is a quality of its own. That young man is not even an adult by human standards. He had the potential to easily match a captain if he trained a bit more. Give him a decade? And I'd wager money that only a few like the old man of the First Division could even threaten him anymore. And despite that, even if he could barely be considered a novice by our standards, but he had the raw power in strides here. Yet for all of that, did she bleed at all? Maybe I should obtain a blood sample? Because I was fairly sure she was not a spiritual being. She had absolutely no Ryutsuo at all. You could usually tell when someone was restraining their power. As you got closer, it became obvious. But this, she was completely and utterly devoid of any, which made no sense whatsoever. Not a Shinigami. Whatever she was not a Shinigami. And she was certainly not human. My instincts were telling me that enough. A hollow is right out as well. That would be more obvious to see. And, well, the lack of Ryutsuo was a big giveaway. Even a Vasto Lord level hollow couldn't dream of giving off that same kind of presence that she did on our first meeting. Even now, after getting used to it, and my conscious mind fighting back against this foreign instinct, it was still scratching at the back of my head. Her finger wasn't even pricked. Literally, the kid didn't even break the skin. Yuryuki said quietly. Kisuk, any idea what kind of monster he brought with him? Force once, I am completely clueless. I pulled my hat down a little bit as I noticed her glance this way. I felt a shiver, almost like disapproval, and it made me react without thinking. Quincy. She offered. No. I shook my head. That was the last on a very short list we were aware of. We were of the very few Shinigami aware that the Quincy weren't quite so extinct as many would believe. But even still, there was no way she was a Quincy. A Quincy, even their king in ages past, was someone who dominated Rishi. It's almost as if she exists above it and it doesn't even react to her presence. Shit. She hissed. You know, I'm not like you that can't leave something alone. But, this is making me kinda nervous. I don't like not knowing something like this. Just, keep an eye on them for now. I lightly pat her head. I'll get started on making the gateway. See if you can't find anything out. Roger. She chirped, disappearing over towards the others. One enigma after another. It's throwing my own plans into disarray, as it were. I can only hope that it's beneficial to us in the long run. Isn't my POV? I have not had this much fun in a while. I suppose the only other mark of that was the last time Wilhelm took me to do something ridiculous. Everything just seems so much brighter when he is around. The mundane things I do around my house become something else entirely when he drops by. The passing of time also seemed to slow down to a crawl these past months. I barely noticed how the years have gone by beforehand as I carried myself from one thing to another to preoccupy my mind. Another world. It was something I didn't even consider previously, and look at me now. I was in another world where I didn't truly exist. So many strange and wonderful things that appeared around me. It was refreshing that someone as old as I could experience this feeling of discovering something new. This was the happiest I can remember myself being in many, many years. And I have almost all of it to thanks to the foolish boy who was just smiling next to me. A smile that made my heart pick up pace when it was directed at me. What a strange place he brought me to. This spiritual world that seemed so happy to greet me once I took my first steps. I could feel the land practically cry out once I touched it with my divine power, and it responded to my call just as it would back home. And the denizens of this world, the ones behind the curtain, are almost entirely spiritual beings. I could feel the weight of my authority press on them every time we met. I didn't even have to intentionally let it out, just their existence was one subservient to mine own. It was interesting to see spirits able to shrug it off with some effort. Especially the ones here who continued to stare at me when they thought I wasn't looking. Wilhelm did warn me that there were some that were exceedingly powerful. Even with my existence being objectively above theirs on the hierarchy of kami. I could vaguely feel their level of power even if their strengths were drawn from something I wasn't too familiar with. The one with the hat who continued to try and pry open my secrets with his eyes. I could vaguely say he was around the top of ultimate class for whatever that was worth. While the system the devils created wasn't exactly thorough in its ability to gauge someone's strengths, it was enough to give a rough idea. Even if someone near the peak of the class could handle thousands of those who barely entered. I suppose it was better than nothing because we never really had a unifying system of measurement beforehand. Is everyone ready? The man in the hat whispered something to the spirit hiding in the form of a cat before exclaiming happily, that fan of his waving around. I'm about to get started if no one has any complaints. No one did speak up. Children were more or less stoic or nervous. The young lady of the group is the most out of the bunch. She seemed very kind, I would not allow anything to happen to her. The half-Japanese boy next to her as well, he had a good heart from the few moments we've interacted. I do not know about the one in the glasses, but Wilhelm didn't say anything. And the orange-haired boy was scowling and sulking after not being able to hit me. They were all children born under my daughter's son, I would not allow them to die on this venture, as irresponsible as it was to send children to the supposed afterlife to siege it. Yes, being told the details of this endeavor made me realize why Wilhelm asked for assistance when he usually handles things on his own. This was a monumentally idiotic goal they set out on, and it would wind up with all of them killed. Now, everyone look at me. He posed for a moment until reality sort of shifted around him. Like something bleeding out onto the physical world, 4 pillars hot out of folded space, forming a rectangular gateway. So this is it. The orange-haired boy walked forward. All right, let's get started. He appeared to get ready to walk through. Not so fast. The owner of this place jabbed him with his cane, setting the boy rolling on the ground. Explanation time. He clapped. Now, the place you are going to is Soul Society. To put it bluntly, only souls can exist there. And since Kurosaki-kun is the only one among you all that can separate his soul from his body, that presents a little problem. Oh no, looks like our plan was ruined before it began. Guess it's time to head back and admit defeat. Wilhelm chimed in with his brand of dry sarcasm. Don't worry. The shopkeeper didn't seem to get upset in the slightest. It's why I created this. He gestured to the gate behind him. I could bore you with the details. And the monumental effort I put into solving this problems. The sheer amount of money I had to spend. The planning and... We get it. The orange-haired boy scowled. Thanks for the help. He chuckled. Okay. His tone turned to something more serious. To put it simply, this will convert your physical matter into spiritual matter. So you can go on to Soul Society in your bodies without any problem. That actually sounds somewhat impressive. Wilhelm replied. And I had to agree with him on that notion. I still didn't know the finer details about everything here, but that sounded like something complicated. I will accept the compliment. He grinned. But be warned, you only have 4 minutes to travel through the Danga, otherwise you'll be trapped there forever. Pardon? I asked for clarification. Seeing him stiffen was interesting. It seems I need to explain fully. In between dimensions exists a sort of pathway. This is called the Danga. Time and space don't always operate on the same threshold, so Soul Society created something to sweep the place so its existence was not abused. If you take longer than 4 minutes to reach Soul Society from stepping inside, the Danga itself will devour you, and if you're unlucky, the Ktatsu will sweep you up in its current. Alright, sounds easy enough. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded to himself. Let's get going. Remember, only 4 minutes from the moment you step inside. So you all may want to head in together. The shopkeeper glanced our way. A little problem with that. Wilhelm spoke up. A problem. It won't work on either of us. He said plainly. It should work correctly. Unless, there's a specific reason. He unfolded his fan, looking at us in anticipation. It doesn't matter, I have my own means. You lot go through first, we'll catch up. Wilhelm gave them a wave to go forward. You sure? The cat asked. Trust me. He smiled and the cat nodded. All right, everyone, get ready. The pillars that made up the strange doorway erupted in a show of light, and a portal began to form in the middle. They all looked at each other and without any words, they all pushed through together. I could admire their courage. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Wilhelm held his hand out as he took a step forward. Yes, it would be rude. It appears he's already calculated everything, and I happily took his hand, doing my best to not let my emotions reflect on my face. It's not too late to head through this way. The shop owner tried to nudge us again. I shared a look with him and I held up my free hand, extending a finger. I made eye contact with the man and touched it with my finger, attempting to have it push through. The entire thing shuddered. It immediately cracked and shattered at trying to alter my composition. I could see his eyes widen behind that fan of his, and I took a slight amount of amusement in his dumbfounded expression. Shall we? I asked. He smiled, his aura flaring up and his sword swiped through the air, tearing through reality and revealing a strange cavern. I trusted him, so I didn't question it, and he led me right through. This was not what I was expecting. I looked around at the strange place. The walls looked like they were made of purple mud, and it was decaying all around us. There were even massive skeletons being devoured by the slime flowing everywhere. Space and time were horribly twisted in every direction. I didn't even need to have Wilhelm's abilities when it came to this sort of thing to understand how utterly distorted this place was. Took you long enough. The cat hopped onto Wilhelm's shoulder. If you had taken even a second longer, we would have left. The time dilation is more even here, right where we entered. We should still have nearly 4 minutes even with the few extra seconds we took. Wilhelm informed everyone. But don't dally, let's get moving. We immediately began moving. I honestly didn't know where we're going, my sense of direction was disjointed here. However, the cat was verbally navigating for us around every corner. Wilhelm didn't realize he was still holding my hand. I did not wish to inform him again. Shit, was it this one or, left, go. The cat's paw shot up. And don't touch the stuff here, it's meant to trap souls. If it touches you, it's all over. She said that right as a big blob of the stuff fell down from above, and with some sort of intelligence, it tried to grab at everyone, ground it. This stupid thing. Don't use your Zanpakuto, you idiot. The cat slapped the orange-haired boy before he could take his sword out. Don't look back, keep running. Hey, what's that? The one with the glasses called out. And I noticed it as well. There was a light coming from behind it. Shit, it's the Ktatsu, I didn't think we'd run into it. Unlucky. The cat clicked its tongue. Hurry up, it's the same as everything else here, don't let it touch you. It looked like a train? It's moving pretty damn fast. Ichigo shouted. If you have time to look back, then run faster. This was not an ideal situation. Though, I paused my steps. Izzy. Wilhelm stopped with me. What are you two doing? Yorisa, he hissed. Hurry and. I could feel its presence. It had a tiny amount of intelligence to it. Its existence was strange, almost like a spiritual robot if I had to describe it. I reached out, my divinity filled my words as I looked at it. Stop! I commanded. It came to a screeching halt, stopping a few meters from me. And I could faintly understand that it was waiting for orders. Continue your duties once we leave. I told it. What? The cat stared wide-eyed. Well, that helps. Wilhelm chuckled. Come on, we still have plenty of time before the rest of this place tries to make us into a snack. Oh, I think I see the exit up ahead. The adorable girl declared, making us all look towards where she was pointing. I don't even know anymore. Just, let's hurry up. The cat sighed in resignation. Everyone through the opening. I was just following Wilhelm and he didn't speak against it. And I admit to having quite a lot of fun on this whole thing, so I happily jumped through with everyone else. Except, I didn't quite expect to suddenly fall down from the sky as soon as light hit my face. But I felt hands wrap me up and before I realized it, Wilhelm was carrying me in his arms. I felt my heartbeat quicken again at the seemingly inane action. I didn't dare look up at him like this, I did not know how I would appear before I had a moment to catch myself. I felt the shockwave of us hitting the ground through his arms as everyone seemed to land safely. The others were on a floating golden shield that the young girl made. You can let me down now. I managed to utter even if, a small part of me wished to continue. Sorry for just, moving on my own. He cleared his throat and neither of us looked at each other in the eyes. It's quite all right. I reassured him. I steadied myself, and changed my mindset. I was about to explore an entirely different afterlife in a new world. I took my first step onto the ground, and the world quaked. A/N. I was reminded the other day that I had completely forgotten to add this. Rei Kao Lud. I carried Rei Kao upstairs in my arms. My servant who was usually so happy and full of smiles was covering her face with her hands, her eyes peeking out between her fingers. Maybe it was because I grabbed her while everyone else was watching, and she could hear the giggles of my other girls, but Rei Kao was acting so bashful. She is way too adorable. I gently placed her down on the bed, squirming in anticipation. Were there any words that needed to be said at this point? Rei Kao knew me in a way that the others really didn't. It wasn't anyone's fault or intentional, the bond between a servant and a master just made it so we were intimately familiar with each other. That's probably why she hasn't taken the step for this point, even though she clearly is excited by it. She was letting me get over some of my own hold-ups due to our initial meeting. I fully admit I was hesitant due to her immediately sliding right into being my partner, beyond just a servant. I felt like I would be taking advantage of her, but those feelings were easily swept away when even Artoria pointed out that I was being ridiculous. If Rei Kao didn't want this, she would say something. No, instead, she was looking forward to it probably just as much as I was. I took her foot into my hand, sliding off her shoes one after another. Her cute little toes wiggled in front of me. My hands slowly worked their way up her leg until I got to the hem of the long skirt she was wearing. She let out an adorable noise when I gave her thigh a squeeze. There was no way I couldn't tease her when she was being so cute. I leaned in, kissing her inner thigh and slowly worked my way upwards. My hands caressed all up her legs, but I continued to stop before going too far. However, the twitching of excitement in her legs moving awkwardly told me that I was getting the reaction I wanted. Master Rei Kao whined, biting on her thumb. My cute Rei Kao. I stopped, stretching forward to claim her tasty lips. Take it off. I whispered, tugging on her skirt. She let out a cute little whine, finding the zipper on her skirt and I shuffled a little to help her pull it off. Her long and magnificent legs were fully exposed with naught but a black, lacy thong hiding her most precious place. I nudged at the corners of the sweater she was wearing and started to push it up. She held her hands up as I pulled it off, showing a matching bra that seemed to barely contain those gigantic breasts. Just taking off her sweater made them bounce enchantingly. My son is naughty, always staring at mommy's boobs. She said teasingly. They already belong to master. She reached around and unhooked her bra, slowly taking it off for me. They bounced free and I couldn't take my eyes off of them. Before I knew it, they were already being squeezed in my hands. The soft and squishy boobs of hers, they belonged completely to me. I barely registered another thought when I was already latched onto one of them, my tongue playing with her nipple as she let out a cute little moan. Her other one was being gently rolled between my fingers and I could feel her hand run through my hair. Phew, master can enjoy my boobs as much as he wants. I don't have any milk yet, but mommy doesn't mind if you suck on them. I would freely admit that I was more of a legs and by extension, ass guy. That being said, Rei Kao's chest was impossible to ignore. I could honestly sit here and play with her boobs for hours without getting bored. With a pop, I let go of the one in my mouth, looking up at her beautiful face. The flushed red with that clear enjoyment present, it was utterly adorable. I was by no means a selfish lover, and I really wanted to see Rei Kao lose her composure. And she certainly deserved the best treatment. With a grin, I slid down to between her legs, slowly pushing them wide open. I could already see her arousal before I even began to take her panties off. She made the cutest sounds when I finally tugged at them and slowly pulled them off. Like all of my girls, she was absolutely beautiful in all aspects. She had a little bit more hair down here than the others, but it didn't detract in the slightest. I wasted no time, my fingers already began running around her entrance, mixing with her juices. Once I felt it was good enough, I slowly pushed inside. She quietly moaned as her folds tightened around my 2 fingers. She was a little tight, but it was enough that 2 of my fingers could move around without too much effort. It didn't take long before she was practically a dripping mess as I continued to stir her up. "Master, mommy is ready," she breathed out huskily between a few pants. She was completely flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I paused for a moment, looking up at her. "But I wanna hear Rei Kao's lewd noises." I leaned down, my tongue began tracing around her clit while I continued to move my fingers. "Ah," she breathed out, her hips moving around uncontrollably, her legs squirming with each movement of my fingers. "I'm supposed to take care of Master," she whimpered, trying her best to hold back another moan. I found the place that got the biggest reaction out of her, and I lightly hooked my fingers, making her hips arc upward. A loud whine escaped from her hips. Seeing how she was reacting, I thought she was getting close. I began sucking on her clit. Immediately, her eyes widened, and her back arced. I guess it was enough to send her over the edge because her eyes rolled up a slight bit as well. "HNNN, she cried out, trying her best to continue moving her hips with my fingers. Her juices flowed out, and ecstasy overcame her. My fingers were utterly soaked and she practically refused to let me go with how tight she was squeezing down. But I gave her a moment to catch her breath without stimulating her further. She covered her face once she regained her composure. "It's too embarrassing." Master saw mommy in such an embarrassing way. It's funny, despite how sensual and seductive she was, she also had this cute and bashful side to her when it came to intimacy. She was thoroughly embarrassed at me seeing the face she made when she had an orgasm. As hard as I was right now, and how much I wanted to claim her completely, I felt a little bit of sadism bloom in my heart. "Are you close?" I asked. My fingers continued to move in and out of Rei Kao's puss star. I lost track of how long I had been playing with her, but it'd been a while at this point. Her ass was up in the air and her face was buried in a pillar. It was a hard thing to resist indeed. That bouncy butt of hers was so inviting, and a part of me just wanted to ruin her. But I settled on just making her a mewling mess. Her only response to my question was a muffled moan and continued squirming in place. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep going until my Rei Kao is completely satisfied." I teased her a little bit. It's not like I wasn't enjoying spending all this time focusing solely on her. Seeing her ass shake so enticingly, I gave her a little slap, earning another cute moan. It would be a crime not to do anything to this amazing ass. With my free hand, I spread her cheeks apart and thumbed her back entrance. "Master!" She threw her head up with a gasp, my thumb pushing inside. She practically collapsed and another wave of juices nearly exploded out of her. Though, her big bouncy ass was still sticking up in the air. And I couldn't hold myself back anymore. Not to mention she was more than ready for me at this point. I shifted myself, lining my cock up with her entrance and lightly prodded her. She immediately jerked her head upwards with a very excited look on her face. "Master!" she breathed out, her hand running between her legs and her fingers spreading her lower lips. "Mommy will take all of you right here." Could anyone resist this? My cock began to spread her puss asterisk as my head entered. I grabbed her hips and continued to push myself into her depths. It was a mite tighter than when I used my fingers, her folds immediately began squeezing me with every inch that went inside. "Ooh!" Rei Kao exhaled. "My son is inside of me!" she exclaimed, the arousal clear in her tone. I would freely admit that her playing the role of my mother in this moment did things to me. And by the sounds of it, I think Rei Kao enjoyed that aspect too. But she was right, she shuddered when I pushed against her, but she took every inch of me inside her. This servant had finally become fully mine. I pulled back with a grunt, and in one swift motion, thrust forward again. Ah! Rei Kao let out a surprised moan at my sudden motion. Her ass rippled as I slammed into it from behind. She quickly regained her composure and met each of my thrusts with push of her own hips. Master, your mother is a lewd woman. She panted. Please fill mommy with your seed. Mommy wants children. I don't know how I felt about having children right now, but I was way too caught up in the moment and it just made me too excited to give any further thought. I grabbed her hips and pulled her towards me with a final thrust. I didn't hold myself back in the slightest, having played with her for so long, I was unbelievably horny right now. With another groan, I felt it build up to the tipping point and my C*M spilled out into her deepest parts. I panted a little bit, with each thrust, I released everything I had stored up. Her womb filled to the brim with my seed. MNNH. She tensed as I slowly pulled myself out of her one more time. She quivered and trembled in place with a small whine once my cock was finally free. I laid back to take a breath. Rei Kao shuffled over, an utter look of content on her face. Master filled me with his warm stuff. She rubbed her belly. Seeing her chest bounce again, and the sultry look she had when said that. Give me a moment, and I'll make sure to give you a refill. She pursed her lisp. Master was naughty, bullying your poor mother. She set herself up. She was a mess, a beautiful, sweaty, and stick mess, but a mess all the same. Mommy is going to punish you in return. What? She grabbed my twitching cock. It was firm, not too hard, but enough to send a shiver down my spine. She didn't even give me a moment to catch my breath, her hand started pumping my full length. Her fingers were squeezing in all the right places, rubbing from my tip down to the base. And the no-nonsense look she had, the way she sternly stared at me, it just made me even harder. Her other hand went a little further below, taking hold of my balls into her palm and rolled them in her hand. It sent a jolt through my entire body. I had to clutch at the sheets of the bed. Her movements were way too good and she knew exactly how to get a response out of me. I would not last long at all like this. She looked a little smug, obviously noticing my situation. She met my eyes and licked her lips. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she lowered her head down on my member. Her tongue gave me an initial taste, a little taste as it probed my head. She still maintained eye contact with each movement. Her tongue explored my tip gently, teasingly. And once more, without any warning, she lowered her head down completely, my member disappearing halfway into her mouth as her head bobbed up and down. Gulp. The sound of air being pushed out of her throat as my cock disappeared completely inside of her. Her attack continued unabated and I could even feel my toes curl under her movements. Gulp, gulp. She refused to allow my cock to leave her throat, her tongue caressed every inch of my cock, and every time her head bobbed down, her throat would contract and squeeze me. She was doing her absolute best to milk me completely with each of her movements. Rei Kao. I breathed out, my fingers moving through her hair. I didn't even need to do anything, I didn't even push her down, she did that all herself. She grabbed hold of my legs and latched downwards. My hips pushed upwards and I felt myself release for the second time in such a short time frame. Her eyes flicked to mine, and she gulped down everything I gave her. Slowly, her head pulled away. My still twitching cock fell out of her mouth. At this point, I was the one who was out of breath. Yummy. She licked her lips. Succubus. I groaned, catching my breath for the second time. My son needs more punishment. She gripped my cock again, making shudder once more. However, she let go a moment later. And instead, she pushed her massive breasts up and plopped them around my cock, nestling me between them nice and firmly. Mommy is going to help you release everything. And I believed her. Chapter 385, Chapter 349. What the hell, is there an earthquake? Ichigo was the first to blurt out a response to the literal trembling of the realm around us. Everyone in the vicinity braced themselves, unaware of what was truly going on. Due to the nature of my own divinity, I could feel Izzy's authority spreading out unabated. This realm of the dead was resonating with her to an absurd degree, and the strange thing was, I'm nearly positive that she wasn't doing this on purpose. It was just her stepping onto the ground here that caused it to quake at her arrival. It wasn't just the earth that was responding to her arrival, the light in the sky, the very sun that illuminated this place, began to dim. Don't be stupid, there are no earthquakes in the afterlife. Yoryuki was on Ichigo's shoulder, and smacked his head. Then what the hell is happening? He shot back. No idea. She hissed as the ground trembled once more. I looked at Izzy, who also looked confused, then a number of other emotions flashed across her face. A kaleidoscope of different expressions before finally she situated on a frown. Her lips thinned as the moments passed, and the turbulent world seemed to slowly calm down. The sun that was starting to slowly become covered in shadows began to brighten, and the earth below us gradually returned to its peaceful silence. It stopped. Orium noted. My grandfather told me some things about soul society when I was younger. Yuri calmed himself, his glasses pushed up to their rightful position. He said that the weather here mimicked the living world, but I didn't expect something like that. Do you also have monsoon season here? That was not normal. Yoryuki answered, looking around. They have regular weather changes here, but those are mundane. We don't have that kind of insane weather like in the human world. There are no monsoons, no tornadoes, no hurricanes. And there are certainly not any earthquakes. I guess they didn't notice Izzy's little accident. Not too surprising considering that it was her divine nature that spread throughout the area, not something those without any experience in such things could pinpoint. Not to say that they didn't notice the vast changes beyond the physical ripples, but the aura that it generated was more spread out. I reached over and took Izzy's hand. Her expression slowly returned to something more pleasant as she relaxed. However, I could feel her seething for some reason, but I was clueless at the moment, and this wasn't really the ideal place or company to ask her. Once everything settled though, I took the opportunity to look around, and we were in one of the middle districts of the Rukanga by the looks of it. Not too poverty-stricken, but basic things were still apparently a luxury here. All right, which way do we go? Ichigo quickly brushed himself off, taking charge. Let's hurry and charge in. Don't be stupid. Yoryuki smacked his head again, though it seemed like he was used to it at this point. He didn't even react. If we're looking for which direction to go, I believe that the large gate that way is correct. Yuri interrupted. Wait, gate? Yoryuki repeated, hopping over to where Yuri was peering around a corner. Damn it, why is the wall down? What's the matter? Orium asked. The wall only comes down when intruders try to enter the Siraidii. They shouldn't be down yet, even in the likelihood that they detected our intrusion. Whoops. Are we not inside already? Why is there another wall? Chad asked. No, this is the Rukanga. Yoryuki explained. This is where the normal souls live. The Shinigami and nobles live in the Siraidii, which is now separated by that massive wall in the distance. And right smack in the middle is where Rukia is being held. Why does it look so? Orium turned her head in every direction. Poor. She said quietly, like it was a naughty thing to say. I perked up, wanting to hear what Yoryuki had to say as well. I was curious to hear if she would whitewash it or not. Simply put, the nobles and Shinigami don't care about the Rukanga for the most part. As long as no hollow attacks or the souls don't start dying, which could hurt the balance, they're content to let the peasants here wait out their time until they enter the cycle of reincarnation. That's sad. Orium looked downtrodden. It's just a wall, what's stopping us? Ichigo asked. We're wasting time. He finished with a scowl. Do you really think a wall created by the Shinigami would be simple, Kurosaki? Yuri scoffed. Clearly there is something special about it if Yoryuki is pointing it out. He's right. Yoryuki bounced to Yuri's shoulder, much to the kid's chagrin. The wall is made of a special material that's nearly impervious to Ryoryoku. As in, none of your spiritual abilities will be able to damage it. Then let's dig under it or something. Ichigo offered. Idiot. Yoryuki visibly rolled her eyes. Do you really think it'd be so simple? The wall itself extends through the ground, completely enveloping it even if you can't see the barrier itself. What kind of fool would just assume you could dig under it? I decidedly did not speak up. Well, build a ladder and hop over it. He huffed, crossing his arms. Of course, why didn't the millennia-old Shinigami think of that? The sarcasm practically dripped from her tone. Of course it extends upwards as well. Think of the wall as a bubble that envelops the entirety of the Siraidii, even if the physical thing itself is only what you see. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Ichigo asked. You're the expert, right? I'm thinking, calm down. Yoryuki hopped onto the ground, staring at the wall. We have a few options. but I wanna check why the wall is down when it shouldn't be. I'm going to go see if I can't get the answers out of some of the locals. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with this place. You should feel somewhat different compared to the living world. Don't stray too far away though, this place is massive and it's easy to get lost. Fine, whatever. Ichigo sighed. I don't mind taking a look for a little while. We still have time before Rukia's execution, right? Don't worry, Kisuke made it so the exit we took meant we got additional time. I think we got here a few days earlier than when we left. Ichigo blinked. Awesome, alright. He nodded in content. You too. Yuki finally turned towards both Izzy and I. She glanced at Izzy and sort of fizzled out on what she wanted to say. Please watch over them for now, I'll be back in an hour or two. We'll keep an eye on them. There shouldn't be too much danger out here, right? I asked a question I already knew the answer to. Right, the Shinigami don't really come out this far into the Rukanga. She turned back to the kids who were listening in. I'll give you a better rundown after I get back. Though if you see a Shinigami, just stay out of their way. They're usually small fry who get stuck with any jobs this far out. At that, she disappeared from the spot she was in. Alrighty kids, don't stray too far away from your chaperones, but feel free to go have fun. I clapped my hands. Screw you. Ichigo scowled again. I'm gonna go look around. Humph, I will go my own way. Yuri grunted, walking in another direction. Kurosaki-kun, I'll come with you. Orium happily beamed and Chad silently walked off as well in another direction. Well, they knew to stay close, and I was fairly sure between both Izzy and me, there wasn't anything that could sneak up and harm them this far away from the Siraidii. Not to mention the locals had disappeared in a flash once the place started showing signs of trouble. I couldn't see a single soul on the street in any direction. Admittedly, I was a little concerned about what Yuki was going to find out. I was gonna let her do her thing though. If there were any problems, I would step in and offer my own particular solution to the wall problem. However, I was curious to see what Yuki would come up with. I knew my cover was going to be blown eventually, but I was just ignoring that for now. I had something more important to focus on. Would you like to take a walk with me? I offered, realizing I was still holding her hand. That would be lovely. She nodded, though there was still that silent fuming and anger going on under the surface. You told me you've been here before. You've explored this, Rukanga, yes. I have. I nodded. I assume this wall being down is your doing as well. There may or may not be a link to me there. How much of your explanation did you leave out? That depends. Depends on what? Depends on how much is found out and if I have to provide an explanation. She rolled her eyes and I saw the phantom of a smile forming, but once her eyes landed on the surroundings, it disappeared again. What is your impression of this place? A shithole. I answered almost immediately. I find myself unable to disagree. Her lips thinned in disgust. Yomi is not supposed to be pleasant. Hell is not supposed to be pleasant. Huang Kuang is not supposed to be pleasant. This, Soul Society has no excuse on why it is in this state. You called this place the closest approximation of heaven here and yet. A professional agitation? You're the ruler of Yomi, are you mad because a different afterlife is being run so poorly? Humph, I would prefer it if it was such. She scowled. Something's wrong. I stopped, squeezing her hand as she also paused in her steps. There's no one around. What's wrong, Izzy? Something clearly upset you when we first arrived. I don't think you did that intentionally, but it almost seemed like you lost your cool for a moment. I felt her squeeze a little harder before calming herself. Tell me, do you know what I am most proud of? What you're most proud of? I repeated. Your children. I hazarded a guess. Yes, my children are one of the things I take most pride in. Even my younger children who I did not actually give birth to. Regardless, they came from me, so I am exceedingly proud of them. There is one other thing I have unshakable pride in. Regardless of what stories there are about me and what mortals say about me, this one fact is unshakable. I tilted my head and nudged her to continue. I created Japan. She straightened herself. My former husband is mostly credited with it, and I'm usually regulated down as a helping hand in most interpretations due to the matters that came later and discouraged my acknowledgement among them. However, I worked just as hard as he did. I turned the mountains and seas, I shaped the very land into what you see today. I created Japan. I can feel the land itself and every grain of dirt and every leaf that came about due to my hand. I know, and I never thought differently. I gave her a reassuring smile. She smiled briefly, but once again it was replaced with a growing fury in her eyes. Do you want to know why I almost lost control? Why I let my authority leak out so much? I nodded. It's because I have a simple question. She held a finger up. Why? She hissed. Why is the land I'm standing on the same as that of Japan? Wait, you mean someone stole part of Japan and made this? She swept her hand out, gesturing to the surroundings. I could feel it the moment I arrived. It was why I could nearly take hold of a foreign death realm with little effort. This place by right belongs to me. You could take control of Soul Society. My eyes unconsciously widened at the insinuation. Humph. This is Japan, I am linked to it beyond what mere words can state. She snorted in dissatisfaction. I retracted my hand because I felt some strange things and calmed myself. I did not wish to cause you any trouble before I understood the situation. That was new information that set my mind reeling at the possibilities. Japan most likely is the most condensed location for reishi in the world, considering that Karakura is the top or one of the foremost places for such. What are you getting at? I had a thought when I came here the first time. I dismissed it because I was preoccupied with other matters. I had thought that this place felt artificial. If someone created this place by hand, then it stands to reason they'd grab parts from the place that fits best Japan. I tapped my chin. The only question is who created this place. I haven't heard anything about any gods since coming here. I may be able to somewhat answer that question. Did you find something? I looked at her. I felt myself brush against a passive hold around this realm. Nothing I couldn't break with some effort, especially since my claim here is beyond reproach. I vaguely felt that it was up above. A sort of sub-realm that's an extension of this soul society. It made me pause due to the inert nature of the power behind the curtain. Hey, that's a lot to consider. Anything else I should note? I asked. I'm not sure, this place is strange, and I'm still new to everything here. The sky is limited, as in there is a threshold where you cannot move any further upwards. The laws here seem to be operating to mimic those of the outside world. Perhaps due to the concepts intertwined with the land that was stolen and placed here, that it tries to continue as it did before being taken. And the shadows here are odd, there seems to be room inside of them, but I didn't delve too deep. Right, I have no idea what to make of that. Let's just start from the top and start looking for the reason as to why someone took a chunk of Japan and made Soul Society. I would appreciate it. The thought of someone taking part of the land I spent so much effort to create and stealing it to make this shithole has made me very upset. If I am not given a satisfactory answer, I will consider taking back what belongs to me. That sounded ominous. There was a taboo for dealing with gods. You do not fuck with their domain. Japan was how Izzy gained her authority over creation. It was intertwined with her whole being and it thrummed in her divinity. And someone here basically ripped part of Japan from what she said and made their own afterlife, basically slapping her in the face due to her other domain of Yomi and death. I'll help you with whatever you want to do. I gave her a smile. Thank you, Wilhelm. She returned it with a beautiful smile of her own. I admit that this is giving me much nostalgia. Izzy noted as we looked around. She calmed down immensely, but she was still pissed off. Someone touching one of her bottom lines so blatantly sent her almost into a frenzy. I remember when humanity was at this stage. Hey! What? Just a thought. What did you do before internet? She playfully swatted at my shoulder. I did find ways to preoccupy my time. Though, those were far and few between compared to now. Humanity is nothing if not innovative. I wish I wasn't so blinded by my grief earlier in my life so that they may have been further advanced. How many years did I stymie their potential due to my own anger and resentment? She let out a sigh. Hey, none of that. It's true. Nope, hug. I didn't give her time to respond and quickly hugged her tight. Thank you, Wilhelm. She said quietly. But I believe the others have gathered, we should join them. She spoke, slightly turning away from me once she stepped away. I can sense that Kat is there as well. Perhaps she has chosen our next course of action. She glanced at me. You can easily take us there, couldn't you? Yup. Just checking. She smiled lightly. The people around here had started coming back out. And it wasn't hard for us to hide ourselves from their perception, or rather, Izzy was taking care of that. She's walked among mortals for centuries, she's adept at concealing her presence if she wanted to. Oh hey, they're back. Orium waved as we walked over. That they are. Yuryuki narrowed her eyes at me. Everyone have fun. I greeted. I had a great time. Yuryuki walked over to me. I went around, asked some people who should know some things going on in the Siridii. Wanna know what I found out? I feel like I should answer, no. Well, you see, I heard something baffling. She completely ignored me. Apparently, they were invaded not too long ago. Within the past month, if you could believe it. That sounds like unfortunate timing for us. I looked away. It's funny you say so. Yuryuki chirped. Because they have a name for the intruder. Imagine my surprise when the name they give was Kurosaki Ichigo. She said in the most dry tone possible. You could imagine my confusion, right? But then, I remembered several things you told me and had a certain thought. Anything you want to share with the class? Well, that didn't last long. I know how to handle this. I cleared my throat and looked towards the orange-haired kid scowling, like normal. Ichigo, when did you invade Soul Society? I exclaimed. Nailed it. You think so? Yeah, you're probably fine. Thanks, Drake. Chapter 386, Chapter 350. Kurosaki-kun, did you already come here? Orium broke the awkward silence, genuinely looking at the orange-haired kid in confusion. Why didn't you say anything? Bless her heart, I just wanted to give her another pat on the head. I didn't. He gritted his teeth. He walked up to me, obviously understanding Yuryuki's insinuations. Why the hell do they think I did shit? I don't know, why did you? I countered. It's obvious that some nefarious and dastardly villain by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo caused some havoc within Soul Society. I don't think that name is common enough for them to be mistaken. Fuck you, you did it. Really? You're going to blame me? How could it possibly? Apparently he had red hair. Yuryuki chimed in. One of his more notable features. Just because they said he was charming and handsome and a dashing rogue doesn't mean it's me. They said none of that. Yuryuki deadpanned. Are you sure? There was nothing mentioning any of that. I looked at her suspiciously. If anything, they said that the person was ugly, and annoying, and just a menace in general. Lies and slander. Ahoy! Yuryuki poked my cheek. You seemed awfully concerned about what happened to Strawberry over there. Don't call me that, you stupid cat. Yeah, Yuryuki, be nice. He's under a lot of pressure. I can't imagine the kind of stress he has after invaded Soul Society a second time. That made her snicker despite the situation. I did not, you asshole. That's not what the people are saying. Rah! He started haphazardly swinging his big sword around with annoyance. Get over here, you asshole! He shouted while I casually used a burst of my bastardized shunpo to hide behind Izzy. Stop flailing around! Yuryuki jumped off my shoulder, smacking Ichigo's head to the ground. We have more important things to worry about. What the hell is more important than this asshole shouting my name after running around here already? He jabbed his finger in my direction, after jumping back up to his feet. Honestly, that's a fairly decent question. But, regardless. Can't prove shit. Right here. Let's go. He made a beckoning motion. Don't fight. Orium frowned. And the wind was taken out of his sails very quickly. All right. I held my hands up. Let's just agree that we've all made some mistakes and move on to more important things. You're the one who caused this whole problem. Ichigo's eye twitched. From what I understand, they're blaming someone named Kurosaki Ichigo. Last I checked, that isn't my name. I smiled. Honestly. I felt a hand grab at my ear and pull. Wilhelm, what did you do? Izzy glared at me. Pfft, whipped. Ichigo grinned. Virgin ow. I whined, as Izzy pulled my ear a bit harder. All right, stop messing around. Yuryuki looked like she was laughing a moment ago, but she regained her seriousness. Did you seriously run around calling yourself with his name previously? Similar events may or may not have occurred. That makes things significantly worse. Yuaki grumbled. In my defense, I didn't think a 15-year-old would get it into his head that it was a good idea to invade the afterlife. I pointed out. Didn't you do it already? What makes you different? Ichigo scowled. I can take responsibility for my actions. I came and left without problems and I didn't involve my high school friends in some harebrained scheme when they have next to no actual experience fighting. I flicked his forehead. Am I being a little bit of a hypocrite? Sure. However, they're just kids with next to no real experience with this sort of thing. I've been in many life and death battles at this point, and I know how to handle myself. I could handle the repercussions that came my way. I just didn't expect that they were wanting to do the exact same thing only a little time later. I also could it will leave this world line behind without a trace, so the consequences facing me weren't that great. Is that why you're here? Chad, who had been silent along with Yuri at the side, had walked forward and put a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. You do not seem to care about Rukia. And you should barely know any of us. Well, he has a good head on his shoulders. That's right. Chad nodded. He wasn't the type to say much. What exactly did you do? The rumors aren't really reliable. Yuaki asked as everyone else seemed to lean in to listen. Went to a few places, met a few people. That doesn't seem like it'd get the kind of response I heard about. May have beaten up a captain while I was at it. What? I mistook him for a clown at first. He was really weird. Are you talking about Mayuri? Yeah, that was his name. I nodded. Yuaki stared at me for a moment in complete silence. Right, I'll process that later. Didn't know you could handle a captain like that, and I don't understand it, but that's not important right now. Not to mention Kisuk is going to get a kick out of it. Also shared a drink with Shunsui. He's a nice guy. I added. That's actually kind of believable. Anything else I should know? Ended the little trip by going to visit Anohana and I may have flirted with her a little. I don't believe you. Yuaki said without much emotion. Out of everything you said, that's the least believable. She has a very pretty smile. Yeah, you're lying. Yuaki hopped down from my shoulder. Okay kids, we have a change of plans. Our original way in is now gone because someone went gallivanting around the place without telling anyone. To clarify, the authorities here are going to be attempting to arrest Kurosaki due to his delinquent behavior. Yuri asked. Undoubtedly. Yuaki nodded. So it's not much different than normal. There was a shadow of a smile appeared on his face as he took a jab at the orange-haired kid. Ichigo's head slowly turned towards Yuri and shot him a glare. Yuri had a smug look about him and didn't look perturbed in the slightest. Nice. So what's the plan now that this asshole screwed things up? Ichigo crossed his arms with a grunt, his sword returned to his back. I have some connections around here. I think I can swing us away inside, but it's going to be noisy. Yuaki replied. They will probably detect our entrance to Soul Society since we came straight from the Danga and that's not something subtle. However, this method will put all of us right in the spotlight if we get through the barrier. Well, whatever we gotta do. Ichigo shrugged. If they came after us, then we beat them and keep moving forward. Humph, how brutish. But he isn't incorrect. Yuri fixed his glasses again, a seemingly unconscious action. If any Shinigami try to apprehend us, I will show them why Quincy are superior. If you're prepared, then we need to head somewhere. There's a restaurant not too far away that someone frequents. We need to get in touch with his sister so it may take a little while. How long is this going to take? Ichigo asked. A few days most likely. The kid likes to come out and play often, so it's likely he'll be out causing some kind of problems and we can find him. Yuaki shrugged. Fascinating, but I propose a different option. I interjected because that sounded like a hassle that I didn't want to deal with. What, you got a better idea? Yuaki eyed me. I invite you to remember how Izzy and I even entered the Danga in the first place. Oh. Yuaki had a look of realization. What are you talking about? Ichigo blinked in confusion. He's saying he can take us inside, Kurosaki. Yuri elaborated for me. He obviously used another method to travel along with us considering his early conversation about being unable to use the same portal. That would save us a significant amount of time if so. Yuaki looked at me in anticipation. I flipped my hand over, allowing Mirage to fall from between my fingers to land handle up in the ground. Maybe it was my dramatic side, but I wanted to make a little show of it as I gathered my magical energy, and my sword illuminated the surroundings. Holding it aloft, I slashed through the space, tearing it open and connecting it to a point much further away. That simple. Ichigo peered through, the obvious change of surroundings noting that it worked. Hey, yeah, that's right smack in the middle of the Siriti. Yuryuki walked around it, eyeing everything about it. Alright, let's get going. I yanked his collar back, making his grunt in annoyance. Hold your horses. I reached into my sleeve or rather my storage ring and withdrew a few things I had prepared beforehand. All of you are going to take one of these. I spread out 4 talismans and held them up. Keep them on your person at all times. They took them awkwardly, I suppose they didn't really know the purpose, so I just continued. They should be able to block death one time. A safety precaution in case things turn pear-shaped. Thank you. Orium happily bowed her head without a second thought. Geez, she was such a likable young woman. How does this work? Ichigo asked. Just keep it on your person. I could explain the concepts behind its inception, but we'd be here all day. I waved it off as if it wasn't the time even if the prideful side of me was nipping at the idea of explaining the complicated mechanics. Thanks. Ichigo nodded, shoving it into the inside of his kimono while the others also hid it on their persons. I smiled, gesturing towards the portal as the kids filed through with Yuryuki hopping into Ichigo's shoulder. That was a nice gesture. Izzy walked up to me. I could feel the faint divinity you applied to them. Along with the runes you used, those could not have been easy to make. Both in terms of resources and time-wise. Yeah, well, just wait until they find out what I really did during my stay here before deciding to invade the afterlife. Would you mind doing me a favor? What do you need? Izzy tilted her head. I had an idea, and I wanted to go talk to something, but it's probably not a good idea to bring everyone with me. I'd feel a lot more comfortable with you around to protect them. Take care of what you need to. I will make sure no harm comes to them in my presence. Izzy promised. Thanks, I know I can always rely on you. Of course. She looked very happy to hear me say that for some reason. Kurosaki Ichigo POV. We should be somewhere near the 8th division. Yuryuki said, sniffing the air. How would you even know that? Everything looks the same in this place. The asshole stepped out of his portal thing with the freaky woman. Seriously, I don't know why she gave me such a feeling. Even both Zangetsu were quiet when she was around. Cat instinct. Right. He snorted. But yet, we should be right at the edge of the 8th division. Figured it would be the best spot that I remembered from before. You're not wrong, it's probably one of the better divisions to be skirting around. Yuryuki agreed. Well, guess he knew what he's doing at least. As much as I was pissed at him for using my name, I guess it's stupid to think it'd have been a problem however long ago it was. Not like he knew we'd be here like this. Still, he's an asshole, but he's not an asshole. Zangetsu weirdly liked him too. Both of them, even the pale copy didn't really dislike, which is weird cause he only had annoying crap to say while the old man seemed to agree. They've been arguing a lot so it's weird to see them agree on something like that. They mentioned something about a sheath, but I didn't really get it. Only that they seem to relax in a weird little meadow even though everything else of my inner world is basically sideways skyscrapers and that somehow has something to do with it. Still, screw him. Gonna kick his ass one of these days, but he's alright I guess. It's not like he hasn't been helpful and doing stuff. I did feel bad about dragging Chad and Orium here, even if they decided to come on their own. Would be a D*K move if I told them they couldn't do exactly what I was doing in the first place. I'm glad that they have someone watching their backs. I feel like I might be too preoccupied to always cover them. Those pieces of paper talismans felt weird, so I think they're legit. And the scary lady that I can't feel any riotsu from but still makes my hairs stand up. Were they dating or something? They act like a couple, but also not. Whatever, I didn't really care. Scary housewife wasn't the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Anyways, I chose this place on purpose. I had an idea. I wanted to go pay a visit to Shunsui and talk to him about the whole execution thing, see if we can't maybe get a captain on our side. I perked up and listened as he talked. Even if this whole rescue thing miraculously works, what exactly is the end goal after stealing her back? True, they wouldn't just stop if we grabbed that little twerp and brought her back to the human world. Yuaki nodded. And Shunsui is very close friends with the captain of Rukia's division, so there's a good chance he might help. We're friendly, I'll go see if I can chat him up about helping. In the meantime, you guys work towards your goal, I'll catch back up. And Izzy will be in charge while I'm gone. Everyone looked at the scary housewife, and even that snooty cat didn't say anything even jokingly about her. I think even the cat was scared of her, which was weird cause the cat seemed not scared of anything until this point. Do what you want, I said. It made sense. It'd be better if they didn't do anything after. But for now, the important thing was just rescuing Rukia in the first place. Alrighty, since Strawberry gave me permission. Try to stay out of trouble this time. He smiled and it really made me want to punch him, but he slashed that weird sword of his through the air and stepped through another of his weird portals. If we're going to be moving around, should we find some clothing to blend in? Chad asked. He made a good point. Doesn't sound like a bad idea if we can grab some from somewhere. You can strip the first Shinigami we come across, because chances are they're on alert after our entrance to Soul Society. Yuaki snorted. We're lucky this is a remote corner, but expect to see patrols every which way. Do you know the fastest way to get to Rukia? So we don't have to keep stopping or getting lost. I asked. I need to get my bearings, so we'll need to step further out. Either way, we're probably going to run into people. May as well go hard and fast. Works for me. I cracked my knuckles. Everyone else ready? Chad nodded and Yuri looked like he still had that stick up his ass, but he looked prepared. I'd try my best to make sure Orium didn't have to fight. Scary housewife didn't say anything, but a small look from her made me feel a little relieved for some reason. Alright, follow my directions. The cat jumped onto my shoulder and I didn't argue. For some reason, he knew this place well. Just tell me where to go. I didn't care as long as I went the right way. Take a right up here. I began moving and they followed quickly. As soon as we turned the corner, there were a handful of Shinigami standing around. They saw us immediately and they could probably tell we weren't supposed to be here. Ryoka! One of them shouted and they all stood up straighter and drew their swords, running at us. Try not to kill anyone unless you have to. Yuaki voiced. I nodded at Chad and we ran at them. That weird arm of his came out and he immediately cracked one of them across the face with a haymaker and I kicked the next one in the stomach. These guys were barely better than some of the thugs we've had to fight in the past. Sure they had swords, but we were also much stronger than when we did this in the past. Their blades never touched us and we knocked down these 6 or 7 easily. Yuri didn't do anything, and I'd normally give him shit and he'd probably say something about dealing with weaklings, but I noticed him standing protectively next to Orium. Stop spacing out, to the right again, then there's a long path. Don't stand still. Yuaki slapped the side of my head. The alarm hasn't been raised, but it's only a matter of time until they realize that we're inside. I grumbled, but I listened to his orders. Running along the endless walls, we didn't move much more before running into another group, a little bit bigger, but I also felt that one of them was a lot stronger than the others. One of them is a seated officer, be careful. Yuaki warned. Yeah. I noticed him too. I grabbed Zangetsu from my back and picked him out of the lot. A few arrows flew past my head and shot at the hands holding swords. They shouted and dropped their weapons while Chad ran up and knocked them out. I ignored the small fries and swung my blade at the strongest one. He unsheathed his sword quickly, and blocked my strike. From that one exchange, I could pretty much gauge his overall strength and I just flexed my Ryutsu a little and swung Zangetsu again with more force. He tried to block again, but he was slammed to his knees and I finished him off with a kick to the stomach, sending him tumbling. He was still conscious and I was curious about something. Hey! I grabbed his collar, bring him up to meet my eyes. The name's Kurosaki Ichigo, does that mean anything to you? Oh God, please don't hit me with a brick. What? While I second that question, I have another. What's the 5th Division doing over here? Your barracks are on the other side of the Siraidii. Yuaki jumped down to my hand and patted where I was grabbing at his kimono. I pulled it a little more to see A5 stitched to the inside. That's because I was in the area. I felt something tingle on the back of my neck as the words reached me. It wasn't just me either, Yuaki seemed to freeze at hearing the voice. I turned to look at the source and it was a gentle-looking guy with somewhat messy brown hair and an otherwise scholarly look. Honestly, without the white Haori I wouldn't have ever thought of him as important. I barely even blinked and Yuryuki was standing between us as the guy, looking ready for a fight. Run, now! He commanded. Run and don't look back. What are you talking about? While the guy gave me a weird feeling, he seemed kinda harmless. He didn't really look like he was gonna fight. What a strange coincidence. I was bringing some of my division members to see the 8th for a joint exercise and I've run into an old acquaintance. It's been a while, Shine Yuryuki. And I see you've made some new friends. His eyes ran over all of us, but strangely, they looked at the scary housewife the most and he looked surprised. Looked kinda confused too and he stiffened a little as she looked back. Whatever he was thinking, it took him a second to turn his attention back to us. Aizen. Yuryuki spat out. How about we have a chat, for old time's sake? He smiled and it suddenly felt wrong. I have nothing to say to you. He growled, standing ready for some kind of attack. What a shame. However, I have some words I want to share with you. He smiled and it came off kind of genuine despite the situation. He grabbed his sword at his hip and I tensed up, even unconsciously grabbing at Zangetsu because I felt my instinct telling me how dangerous this guy was. He only barely pulled it a few inches from his sheath. Shatterkaika Suijutsu. Chapter 387, Chapter 351. I walked towards the 8th Division without concealing my presence. Shunsui had been extraordinarily polite and welcoming to me last time despite the fact that I had basically infiltrated their military society and stolen from them. The least I could do was reciprocate that even in this kind of situation. Besides, pretty much any idea of secrecy had gone way out the window already. Ichigo's Ryotsu was blazing without restraint and Yuryuki already said they could detect a disturbance by arriving at Soul Society by Danga, so here we were. I suppose it didn't matter as I was here to try and get his cooperation and this would probably endear him more to the cause as it were. I could vaguely feel his own Ryotsu probing mine without coming down hard like I knew he could do. More came off like a greeting and an acknowledgement to come in. Ugh, this whole thing was annoying me. With my lips thinning, I pushed open the barracks to the 8th Division and found him sitting on the ground once more. He knew I was coming so it was clear he had prepared a little welcoming. And his lieutenant was standing off to the side. Shunsui cast me a small glance and didn't say anything as he threw his head back and downed a glass of sake. Though his lieutenant was glaring my way and I could guess the reason. Sorry for dropping in again like this. I felt at the very minimum I owed him an apology. He nodded and I took a seat opposite of him. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, and I was hoping I wouldn't. He replied letting out a tired sigh. The old man got mad at me last time even if I got out of trouble for the most part. A second time, I can't do it again. I winced a little. Yeah, I figured. You came to me anyways. He said as a matter of fact. I have some manner of confidence that we can resolve this situation without fighting. I'm open to any alternative. However, if you can't convince me, I won't let you off like last time. Especially with what happened with Mayuri, I'll have to take you seriously from the start. Can you satisfy my curiosity first? How did that conversation go? He quirked a smile, barely holding back a laugh. Which part? The dragon or the brick? He asked. I snickered a little under my breath. I suppose both. Well, everyone's scratching their heads about the supposed dragon. He revealed with no small amount of interest himself, though he didn't outright ask me. And Mayuri will never be able to live down the brick. Good. I breathed out. Did you know he exploded one of his subordinates to try and get me for whatever reason? He blinked, his expression shifting a few times. I did not. He said rather darkly. I'll be sure to tell the old man about that. Well, it wasn't my place to interfere, and he seemed genuine in his own distaste for such action. I have a question of my own, if you don't mind. Shoot. I reached for my own cup of sake he had already prepared. Did you meet Captain Anohana? I did. Did she say anything about me? If nothing else, I owe you a drink for that alone. He raised a cup up. I don't think anyone else here has the courage to flirt with her. Really? What's so strange about it? She has a very beautiful smile, and I enjoyed the time we spent together talking about this and that. It's not like I did anything beyond that. I wouldn't take any large steps in that direction without consent from my other girls. Nor was I even sure I wanted to at the moment. The whole situation was turbulent. We could very well end up enemies by the end of this little jaunt. Aira, you really? He shook his head with a laugh. You hear this, Nanano? His lieutenant pushed up her glasses with a slight twitch. Yes, Captain. Do you think she'd want to see me again? I asked. He chuckled, sipping on his cup again. Normally, I'd give you my support, but considering the CIRC * mistances. Right. Speaking of. He set his cup down. Should we cut to the chase? I'm guessing my being here isn't going to go over well. One time, we could write it off and soothe over any bruised egos. A second time, especially so soon, people are going to be unhappy. I hope you have a good reason for being here. We were alerted that someone broke through the Danga into Soul Society, and we've been on alert since then, especially with what happened right around the same time. Ever since that weird feeling swept through Soul Society, everyone's felt like there was someone looking over their backs, and it's made everyone rather tense. Oh, I guess Izzy's anger was felt here by everyone without a doubt. I actually didn't intend to come back so soon. I scratched my head. Funnily enough, I'm just a tag along this time. A tag along? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, imagine my surprise when some kids get the idea into their heads to invade Soul Society to rescue a friend of theirs that was recently arrested. You're talking about the Kukaki girl. He hummed, pouring more sake into his cup. I heard the report that you were present when Captain Kukaki and Captain Ichimaru both apprehended her. They mentioned the human that she gave her powers to, a young kid who went by the name of Kurosaki Ichigo. Yet. I sighed. That little joke came back to bite me in the ass. So you say that a group of humans came to rescue Kukaki Rukia? He summarized. That more or less is the gist of it. He nodded in understanding. Answer me something. He stroked his beard after setting his cup down. Why haven't you simply gone to rescue her yourself? I think everyone underestimated you last time, but it's clear you're capable. Mayuri was one matter, but Captain Ichimaru was another. I wouldn't call Mayuri particularly strong among us captains, but Captain Ichimaru is. I would have to put my life on the line to beat him if it came down to it. And the report says that he was ready to release his Bankai. That isn't a feat many could claim, especially a human. In all honesty, I could confidently break her out and take her away. I wouldn't say it'd be particularly difficult either, unless you have captains guarding her nearly every minute of the day. That's a bold claim, but I believe you. He didn't look the slightest bit disturbed by my reply. Continue. For all their good intentions, they're just a bunch of stupid kids. Their ringleader doesn't have any plan beyond beating up anyone who gets in his way. Shinsui snorted with a little laugh. Sounds like he'd make a good Shinigami. But realistically, what happens after? Assuming he grabs Rukia and they leg it out of here without any fuss. Would Soul Society leave them alone? Not a chance. Shinsui shook his head. It would become a matter of pride at that point. Right, that was my thought as well. Not to mention, what would Rukia even do afterwards? Soul Society is her home, where would she go? What would she do with her remaining existence? And you have a solution, I assume? He asked, being very patient even though he was supposedly supposed to be arresting me at this moment. I do, but first let me ask you. What exact crime is she guilty of? And does she have any kind of hearing or court sentencing? She was already sentenced to death by the Central 46. Shinsui revealed with a hint of distaste in his tone. As for her crime, specifically, it's a punishable offense to transfer our powers to a human. Suppose that there was a miscarriage of justice that happened in this situation. How difficult would it be to overturn that ruling? He raised an eyebrow and looked thoughtful. Central 46 is known for being inflexible. However, her being a noble does have benefits in this situation. What if she didn't transfer her powers to a human? I offered. Semantics won't do much good here. This isn't like your human courts where you can get off on something small like that. Did the report say what Captain Ichimaru did to Ichigo? I believe he said that he destroyed the source of Shinigami powers that the Kukaki girl transferred to him before you arrived. And there was a flash of understanding as his eyes slid up. So that begs the question, how is that young man here at the moment? He apparently awoke his own Shinigami powers. I revealed. So that is to say, did Rukia really transfer her powers to a human? That. He blinked and again looked rather thoughtful. We might be able to work with that. I know that Yokotake would be ecstatic to know that he might be able to save one of his squad members. Yuryuki said something about that, the captain of her squad. However, you're still overlooking one important detail. What's that? You all are here. He said simply, taking another drink. So even if Rukia is found innocent, they won't let everyone off. Is that what you're saying? He nodded again. They'll want to save face. What are my options? Well. He put his cup down, scratching his cheek. What if I strike a deal with your boss? I asked. My boss? He blinked. You wanna go talk to the old man? He had a strange look on his face. Aira, you really are a daring kid. You would walk up to the old man while being a wanted criminal and try to negotiate. Would it work? I asked again. Maybe. He didn't sound too sure. If you told me you were going to talk to the old man, I could let you off though. He wouldn't get on my case if I sent you his way quietly. Well, he'd probably get a little mad, but I could talk my way out of it based on what we've said so far. I think I have a way to get everything settled neatly after the dust settles. Though, I'm hoping that your boss is willing to even sit down and talk. He won't just call for my head the moment he sees me, will he? You should be more worried about being burned to a crisp. But, the old man isn't as inflexible these days. At the very least he won't cut down someone who isn't looking for an immediate fight. He'll probably listen to what you have to say, but how receptive he is depends on his mood. I'm good at running away, so if things go sideways, I can always get out in a hurry. I slowly stood up from my spot. Would it be bad if I asked you for directions again? I'll go check up on everyone else then tell them what my current goal is before heading over there. He let out a bark of laughter. Sure, I'll tell you how to find the old man's office. Isn't my POV? Shatterkaika Suijutsu. I watched the man, Spirit Shinigami used his sword. Wilhelm had briefly described the whole thing to me, these Zanpakuta of theirs. It's strange, these Shinigami almost reminded me of lesser deities even if they possessed no divinity. These swords of theirs were a little reminiscent of authorities as well. I felt something try to tickle my senses. Invisible tendrils shot out and tried to latch onto me. It was as if they were trying to obscure my entire perception of reality. No. It didn't take much more than a thought to shunt off the attempt. Perhaps if it were another god, it would have been more difficult to disregard, but too many things were stacked in my favor that I didn't have to treat it as a real threat. I had an advantage over spiritual beings due to my status as a death goddess. Not to mention I was technically standing upon my domain, Japan itself. I could admire how elegant it appeared. Frankly, if I was not a goddess, I don't think I would have even noticed what was going on. This Shinigami was exceedingly strong if the power he was suppressing was anything to go by. For a mortal, that is. I believe they measured strength by the pool of spiritual power they contained, and his felt much higher than the spirit masquerading as a cat. It's funny, he would have had a better shot if he'd gone the more forceful and brutish method. I can stop those types of little probes and touches easily, but if he just brought his strength to bear, I would have to put effort into defending myself. If he simply gathered all his power and released it in the most abrasive and direct way, it would do a significant amount of raw damage. And gods aren't immune to that kind of thing. There have been gods slain by mortals in the past by achieving monumental feats of direct power. However, Wilhelm was correct, these Shinigami shouldn't be underestimated if this one was anything to go by. Even by the standards I am used to, he would be considered strong back home. But he's not quite at the level of a god. Almost immediately, the spirit disguised as a cat changed her form back to what it should properly be. And I'm unsurprised that it turned out she was a beautiful woman. Should I be worried that Wilhelm was wooing this one as well? I suppose that on a list of flaws, being a womanizer was rather low on the negative aspect. Was I the only one not caught up in his ability? It's clear he had some sort of method to trick the senses and I could see everyone else staring at the spot he was standing in a moment prior as he moved to the side. I have some questions, and I feel you will not be cooperative. So, I will have to use a bit of force and incapacitate you. He went to stab the woman at the front who was standing forward protectively, however, she jerked her body and dodged, throwing a haphazard fists at his general direction, blowing a hole through the nearby wall. The Shinigami looked mildly surprised as he disappeared in a flash, reappearing a few feet away. Once more, Wilhelm was correct. Their speed was absolutely nothing to scoff at. I had to somewhat focus to follow his movements. I watched them do a strange dance where it was clear that the woman didn't quite know where he was, but still was throwing out attacks that he had to move out of the way, even if they weren't all that decisive. Well, the Shinigami didn't look too concerned after the brief moment of surprise subsided, he seemed to be dodging easily. I see, I suppose I should not underestimate the instinct of the former commander of the Onmitsukid. The one named Aizen came to a stop. No, keep underestimating me, I'll eventually punch that stupid face of yours. The cat held up her fist with a little grin. The Shinigami tilted his head and looked our way. I wonder if such honed instinct works if I target someone else. Aizen. He moved completely around her and she didn't notice him much. There was a twitch here or there, but he appeared near us. I believe he merely picked at random, as he appeared next to the child born from both Japan and Mexico. It did not appear he intended to kill the child, but even so. Before he could lower the edge of his blade into him, I grabbed it. These children are under my protection, I told him, looking him right in the eyes. His own widened in surprise as he struggled to pull his weapon free. You. I did not wish to hear his words. I used my other hand, and slapped him with a gathering of shadows around me. I watched his body got sent hurling through a wall or two before he disappeared from my sight. What the hell? The cat looked at me in surprise as well. You can see him? Yes. I tilted my head. But you escaped my Zanpakutet's power. The one named Aizen pushed away the debris blocking the new exit he had made with his body, walking back over a little disheveled. No, it never had an effect on you. I cannot sense any Ryutsu nor can I even perceive your existence beyond my physical senses. Shit, you weren't caught in it. Then we might have a chance. She landed next to me. Can you call out his location when he moves? Is he a danger? I asked. That's an understatement. He's hiding behind a masquerade right now, but if he shows his real power. Is that so? My lips thinned as I glanced at the children who had taken up a defensive posture behind us. Even the brash child with orange hair was acting protective of the ones he brought into this situation. I didn't really know the situation, but Wilhelm asked me not to kill anyone. And if this spirit decided to go all out, I would have to expend effort to subdue him, but there was the possibility he lashed out violently and involved the children. Well, he did look like he wasn't going to play around anymore. Very well, I shall do what I promised Wilhelm. I see, you are certainly no human, you are no hollow, and you are no Shinigami. The man looked at me with a strange glint in his eyes. What are you? Annoyed. I answered flippantly, raising my hand up and tensed as the light above disappeared, and a large hand instead blotted out the sky. My hand to be precise. It was enough to flatten the area around us for a good distance, and he appeared to look a little serious at my attack. He raised his hand up and that spiritual power of his gathered in a significant quantity. I believe he was about to cast one of those spiritual spells that Wilhelm told me about. Though, it didn't really matter. Before he could even utter a word, my large hand in the air dissipated as if it was never there in the first place. Instead, his eyes shot downward where the shadows crept up and grabbed onto his legs. He realized the danger immediately and tried to swipe his sword through them, which did sever a few, but they descended upon him in droves, an uncountable number that soon enveloped him entirely within the blink of an eye. You can go away now. I swiped my hand downward before he had a chance to respond, and I dragged him into the space that existed underneath this place in the shadows. That should take care of that for now. I think Wilhelm would be proud of me. I handled that without much collateral damage and without putting the children in harm's way. I'm sure he can escape that place eventually, and I can always retrieve him before we leave. Besides, I felt there were other people down there, so he should be fine. At the very least, he won't be a problem for a while. Wilhelm had requested that I don't kill anyone if possible, so I believed this was a job well done. I gave him a timeout. I believe we can proceed now. I figuratively wiped my hands clean of this mess. Why are you looking at me like that? I asked towards the cat who had an indecipherable look on her face. Chapter 388, Interlude 28. Sukaizen POV. It was in this moment of falling that I was able to contemplate what exactly led to this entire situation turning out as it did. Which one of my plans failed so spectacularly that I found myself falling, what felt like, sideways through what appeared to be shadows. It was rare to find myself humbled in such a way. I can admit that there are others that are my equal in an aspect or two. Yura Harakisuk is someone I recognized as matching my intelligence, and the Captain Commander is someone I can accept as an opponent whom I would not fight without many plans to counter. I will even acknowledge Captain Anohana for her mastery of the healing arts, even if I never placed much emphasis on them. That being said, I find myself confused. Why am I falling? I logically knew why, of course. Even if the specifics of what is happening is something I am unfamiliar with. Such as this, space that seemingly exists mirroring soul society that went completely unnoticed by not just everyone else but myself. I thought about my plans again, what I set up to lead into the next stage. I knew that Kisuke Urahara hid the object inside the soul of Kukiki Rukia when her powers did not return after giving them to Kurosaki Ichigo for months. It was obvious that he had a hand in keeping her powers from returning. It was easy enough to deduce his plan from there and produce a counter-plan to retrieve the object in question. It was a simple matter of using my Zanpakute's perfect hypnosis ability to turn the Central 46 into my pawns and condemn her to certain death via the Skyaku. The holy execution blade would have burned away everything, even her soul, leaving only the object I sought due to its nature of being nigh indestructible. I even took into consideration some foolhardy attempts at a rescue, researching Urahara Kisuke's old notes and reproducing the method in which he is able to interact with the soul without causing damage. I had nearly cracked the method used, as ingenious as it is. It did take me a fair bit, but that is to be expected with a man I recognized as being my equal in intelligence. I was prepared to make my move. All my pieces were in place and I would have declared myself and moved to take my rightful place. I had my hollow soldiers ready for battle in Hueco Mundo, and I had my fellow conspirators ready to leave me with and betray the Godi I-13. Yes, my plans had been going perfectly for decades at this point. That was until one little incident. I knew about all the going-ons in the mortal town of Karakura. Not just because of Urahara Kisuke, but his presence there did make things more convenient. But the amalgamation that is Kurosaki Ichigo demanded attention from one such as myself. My spirit of discovery and scientific advancement would accept no less than to note his presence and record his life. I knew that he was currently wielding Kukiki Rukia's Shinigami powers, a facsimile of a true Shinigami while his real powers lurked beneath the surface. Yes, that's why it came as such a shock to hear that a Ryoka by that name had invaded Soul Society. For what reason did they use that child's name? Was it intentional in an attempt to grab my attention or was it merely happenstance? For the first time in a very long time, I found myself confused. The intruder's presence did not last long, less than a day in its entirety, but in that time frame, he somehow created more questions than answers. It was reported that he had a very strange ryotsu. While Captain Kiriku's reports can be questionable at times, his lieutenant mirrored his words, and she would not put up with his nonsense in a genuine report. And that was not even the most eye-catching report I received about the intruder that day. Nor was it the fact that Captain Kuratsuke was defeated, with a brick. I admit no small amount of amusement at the thought of such a scene happening. That captain is humorous to watch as he tries to chase the coattails of his betters. He mastered Kid to a degree because Urahara Kisuke was a Kid master. He achieved his Bankai in near record time because Urahara Kisuke owned the record at a 3-day interval. And he constantly tries to surpass his former captain at every opportunity. To watch him constantly run after the level by which we stand has always been an enjoyable experience to pass the time. I once more admit to being surprised at his defeat as well. Despite the captain being one of the weakest to hold the seat of captain, he rarely lets others get the better of him, oftentimes through sheer pettiness. That isn't to say I thought he or by extension the other captains were beyond reproach of outside forces. Far from it in fact. However, the surprise came from a complete stranger defeating one of my peers through such ridiculous means that I am utterly flabbergasted even after reading the reports multiple times. Ignoring the brick, regardless of how that sounds, there was then the dragon. I was able to see it from a distance for the brief time it appeared. It was not a mere construct created from Ryoryoku, but an actual entity brought forth through some unknown means. Unknown to me. There was the interesting confirmation from Captain Hitsugiya's own Zanpakuto spirit who happens to be a dragon as well. And I think that only serves to make the situation even more mystifying. I was completely and utterly without answers to questions and with no immediate means to satiate my desire to understand this unknown happening. The Ryoka disappeared through means I was unable to track. He used methods that I was unable to replicate, and he used a name of a person that I was keeping a close eye on. It almost caused me to alter my plans to accommodate this strange anomaly. I briefly considered backing Captain Suifeng to track down this individual in the human world as to further gather data, but I quickly dismissed that notion. I was too close to my true objective. I did not wish to possibly ruin plans that are centuries in the making over a curiosity. There were plenty of conclusions to already draw from his brief appearance. First and most important, he did not appear to be aligned with Urahara Kisuke. That man would not allow a card such as that one to escape his grasp and enter my eyes after he would have hidden it so thoroughly from me. This allowed me to push any other thoughts about the Ryoka to the side for the future. I could investigate later at my leisure once everything was finally achieved. Though it appeared that more of my plans were seemingly unraveled by this strange person. When the Quincy living in Karakura town used that hollow bait of his, I was keeping track of the proceedings offhand and my subordinates used the opportunity to send Aminos Grande to test the young man. Once more, things did not go as I envisioned. Instead of a young Kurosaki Ichigo defeating the advanced hollow or any other of the dozens of scenarios I envisioned, the Ryoka once more made an appearance. Dealing with the hollow in such a fascinating way that I was quickly getting more and more interested. I even made arrangements to make sure everything went smoothly with the capture of Kokaki Rukia since it was clear this Ryoka was also staying in Karakura town. I used the Central 46 to initiate wartime protocols and allow captains to enter the human world without their seals, and I added Jin as insurance. It was easy enough to convince everyone else. The Central 46 are known for reacting outrageously to perceived slights. A Ryoka came in and caused problems, defeating one of our captains, then disappearing. An overreaction on their part would not be questioned to any meaningful extent. It also served to dissuade Urahara Kisuke in the off chance that he decided to openly move. It was highly unlikely that he would do such a thing, but it's never a bad idea to have contingencies in place when that man is my opponent at this stage. Yes, and it was a good move on my part as the Ryoka reappeared as predicted. I did not tell Jin or anyone else of my newfound knowledge on the Ryoka as to watch events unfold naturally. I don't know whether Jin intentionally initiated a conflict with him, nor do I particularly care, but I was able to learn more from their brief exchange. Jin felt threatened enough to almost use his Bankai. Only stopped by Captain Kokaki, rightfully so I believe. It would have only caused problems for the plan if Jin used his Bankai in that scenario. Not to mention he almost killed the subject of my curiosity, Kurosaki Ichigo. I can't get entirely angry at him. I never did reveal the extent at which I was interested in the amalgamation. But apparently the anomaly came to his rescue, asserting a certain closeness with the subject that I was not entirely knowledgeable about. His presence in Karakura town had gone almost entirely unnoticed by me until the point of the hollow attack. But that was not the most interesting bit of information. No, that was how the Ryoka retaliated against Jin. A spear that Jin professed weariness at and not a Zanpakuta in the slightest. That is to say, he revealed other weapons capable of harming our kind, but Jin said he felt oppressed and genuinely threatened by the spear that gave of a holy feeling. I had the small thought that perhaps he was a Quincy of some variation, but once more dismissed that as soon as I gave it an iota of consideration. The report about Kurosaki Ichigo's actions did have me make my own preparations. Based on the profile I already designed for the young man, I could guess that he would try something ridiculous such as invading Soul Society to retrieve Kokaki Rukia. I planned accordingly. He would appear, see the walls down, and whoever accompanied him, the likely candidate being Shai and Yuryuki, would undoubtedly use their close relationship with the Shiba clan and make use of their fireworks cannon to penetrate the barrier around the Siraidii. Once more, I was surprised. Surprised that the targets of my focus appeared so wantonly in front of me. Without causing a scene, and merely appearing in the middle of the Siraidii right as I was performing my duties as the captain of my division. I had expected them to attack, but not this quickly and not with subtlety such as this. There were too many variables cropping up for my liking. As much as I disliked the idea of taking any spotlight at this crucial moment, I felt it necessary to discover what was going on. As expected, Shien Yuryuki was with Kurosaki Ichigo and his group of children he decided to bring along with his rescue attempt. Of course, and perhaps the most significant thing to occur, was the presence of another unknown variable accompanying the group. I could not sense her. Despite being within arm's reach and trying my best, I could not sense her presence beyond any basic physical senses. I could not feel her Ryutsu in the slightest, and I could not gauge her overall presence. It was as if the ambient Rishi made way for her with each step she took. The phenomenon that occurred previously made me question what this woman actually was, because it was obvious she was giving off a similar feeling at that moment. That with her existence, it felt as if Soul Society bowed to her. I did not know what she was, and it made me wary. For the first time in many years, I found myself uncertain. Her mere presence made me almost unconsciously bow my head, an interesting first impression, but one I quickly threw off. And I was holding back the majority of my strength, keeping myself in line with the average power level of a Shinigami captain. I attempted to use my Zanpakuto to pry out the answers I desired, my sword having never failed me in the past. I originally did not intend to use my ability on Kurosaki Ichigo. I thought when he grew to his peak it would be a good test for myself. However, it would not make much of a difference in the long run. And much to my growing wariness, she did not merely throw off my own illusion, she was never affected in the first place. My Zanpakuto was unable to affect her. A miscalculation on my part. One by which I now found myself falling sideways through the shadows of Soul Society. A place I did not know existed until this very moment. It felt similar to traveling through the Danga, but also more restrictive. I did not have much control of my own body, I could attempt to stymy my own fall but I was unaware of what would occur if I did so. I could vaguely feel that I was hitting a threshold and about to pierce this veil and land at my destination, so I bided my time. As I got closer, my speed accelerated and I was then thoroughly pulled through the barrier between this place and the one I was intended for. I did not have any time to orient myself as I slammed into something hard, breaking it into pieces, and something soft and aromatic hitting my face. I could make full use of my body once more as my facilitates came back. And I pushed myself up off the ground, the darkness that covered my eyes was wiped away. And I looked down at my hand and it was food? Perhaps the disorientation affected me more than I realized, because I then became aware of the powerful Ryotsu that were all scattered around the room, and all focused on me. I looked at them, then at myself. I was covered in all manner of foodstuffs and a broken table was underneath my point of origin, as well as a hole in the ceiling of the building I now found myself in. However, that seemed much more immaterial compared to who was present in this room. The dozen or so of Ryotsu that were at the very least on par with the captain of the Godi I-13 were all looking at me. A food hall. I landed in someone's dinner. Well, the person looked just as surprised as I was. Wearing a helmet reminiscent of some tribes native to the northern regions of Europe in the human world. But I could recognize their shared regalia immediately and felt myself experience an uncomfortable amount of uncertainty once more. Quincy, stronger than I've ever seen in so far. I stood up straight with a renewed grace, wiping myself off completely. I apologize for my entrance. I regained my gentle expression. Please carry on. I made way for the door. The sudden intensity in Ryotsu pressing down told me that they did not in fact carry on. Chapter 389, Chapter 352. My original plan was to head back to Izzy and the others to relay what my next move was, but then I saw the giant black hand in the sky and realized that something may have went wrong. I of course quickly called Izzy to figure out the situation and she said she had it handled. Though Yuruki seemed to be freaking out in the background for some reason. Something about a captain ambushing them and she gave him a timeout in the shadows. I suppose it didn't really matter. If Izzy said she had things under control, I trusted her. She also suggested I just finish up everything else before coming back as to not need to keep coming and going to check in every time. So, here I was now, heading towards the supposed leader of Shinigami. I admit I was just the slightest bit nervous. Based on the strengths of some of the other captains I've met thus far, I could summarize that their leader would be something of a monster himself. I hoped this could be settled to both of our satisfaction because I didn't really enjoy handling the welfare of other people in my hands. Honestly, I didn't even want to get involved again. I was pretty much done with what I had planned to do here, but I can admit I may have caused a little bit of a problem for the strawberry brat due to my own flippant attitude, so I resolved myself to look out for them. I suppose it didn't hurt that they were just kids doing something stupid, so the protective side of me didn't want to see anything happen to them. It's amazing, who could have thought this would have come back to bite you in the ass? In my defense, what was the likelihood that the idiots wanted to invade the afterlife? Yet, what kind of idiot would do something like that? I had a good reason. They kinda do too. Fair. I know I'd do something just as reckless in their spot. With a kick off the ground, I accelerated forward quickly, covering quite a bit of ground before coming to a stop. You're getting better at that technique. Drake noted. Thanks, I think so too. It's really quite a wonderful movement technique. The more I get used to it, the more I'm just genuinely in awe of its ability. It's not like other people couldn't match this kind of speed, but the amount of effort to move like this, and the sheer versatility was just absurd. It is impressive. The people here may not be as powerful as the ones back home, but they got their own good spots. Yeah, I think I figured that out too. I looked around before ducking behind a corner and casting an illusion. It seems like the people here took the path of extreme speed and precision over strength. Well, maybe I just haven't had enough of a sample size to say that with certainty, but that was my current thought. Makes sense. Those captains you met so far didn't really seem like the kind to start throwing fists and taking big hits. Seeing the peak of that shunpo, it's like what you said, Godspeed at the top. That Jin, he got a little hurt just from taking one of my strikes. That's not to say I think I did any mortal or even lasting damage, but it's clear they aren't as physically durable as me. But on the flip side, they all seem to have mastered such a high degree of speed that I can admit I'm inferior to them. Even with my lightning movements, it falls short. That being said, I was ready to get serious if he released his Bankai. My instinct were telling me that was something I most certainly couldn't take lightly. And I don't actually think they're glass cannons, just an observation when compared to powerhouses of my birth world. Even so, just because they can move in the same realm as gods, that doesn't put them on the same level. Well, maybe a few of the lesser ones, but if you're talking well-known ones, just being able to match them in speed won't be enough. Right, being well-rounded was important. Unless you strive for one peak so vehemently that you can ignore everything else. But that's just not really a plausible situation. My previous speed wasn't too far off from that realm. My fight with Susanoo, the first time, he favored strength, which my body could attest to with how sore I was afterwards. But even still, he was able to perceive and react to my attacks which perhaps breached that barrier by themselves. My Gungnir, for example, I was confident it could handle one of these Shinigami captains moving at their top speeds. I don't think it lost out in that department, but even so, Susanoo was able to block and deflect it during the fight. Well, I'm curious to see how my own Zanpakuto influences my abilities in the end, considering that my starting point was beyond what most of these Shinigamis could reach in their lives, unlives. Speaking of Zanpakuto, should probably give you an update. Something happened. I admit it's a very interesting situation here, Drake being able to watch my Zanpakuto form around itself and develop my supposed inner world as they Shinigami call it. It's been poking me every so often. What do you mean, poking you? Like it's actually trying to reach out? Or just an accident because you're also inside my soul while it's trying to form? The latter. Well, after the first time, I think it somewhat realized I was here and does it every now and then. Almost like an infant that just grabs at anything around it. I tapped my chin. Oh well, not really anything we can do about it. Not that it's inherently a bad thing, this is all new territory for us, and probably the Shinigami. Doubted they've ever had this issue before. You don't care that it's probably getting some influence from me. Why would I care? I have a dragon heart thanks to you. I have an entire draconic attribute now because you've been inside my soul so long. You're my partner, what does it matter in the end? If you don't care, then whatever. Just don't come crying to me when it likes me more than you. Drake snorted. By the way, I think we're here. I looked up at the building and read the sign overhead as well. First Division. Yeah, I think we are too. This place was deserted. As in, literally no one was around as I walked through the corridors. I was starting to think that this division wasn't quite like the others. At least in the case of Shunsui, he presumably made everyone scarce intentionally. That or his people were out scouring the place for, well, me. Actually, this office may not even be attached to any barracks for the First Division. I am going to meet the leader of Soul Society, it stands to reason that his office has some peace and quiet and not the hustle and bustle of military grunts coming and going at all hours. My feet continued to carry me onwards as I found myself ascending a flight of stairs. It wasn't until I got to the top that I finally saw another person. Slicked back grayish silver hair, a black handlebar mustache, and lightly tanned skin. I think I noticed a white turtleneck peeking out from under his uniform. And the noticeable lieutenant badge on his arm. His eyes quickly looked up to see me and there wasn't a hint of surprise on his face. It was as if he was expecting me. He sat at a wooden desk, shuffling some paperwork. There was complete nonchalance in his actions. It didn't seem forced, I could tell he recognized me, as I had dropped my illusion once I started walking around inside this building. Yet he didn't even make a move against me. Well, I wouldn't want to be impolite. He clearly knew I was here. It was only a few moments later that he set his brush down neatly and scooped up a handful of papers. The Captain Commander will see you. Right. I just nodded. By chance, were you aware I was coming? He collected his papers, standing up. Captain Kiriko sent a message ahead of your arrival. Geez, I really need to thank him again. I didn't think he would stick his neck out at this point before I even got any words in. Would it be rude if I asked for advice on how to approach him? I asked as he led me towards a door, his hand on the handle before he paused. He despises falsehoods. You would be better off to speak plainly and without reservation even if you believe it detrimental. Better to say something he may not personally like rather than lie to his face, which he would probably see through. No, you misunderstand. He despises lying and your death will be painful. At least if you are upfront about everything, your death will be swift. He stated, sliding the door open and walked inside. Well, alrighty then. Lieutenant Chger. An aged yet very authoritative voice greeted us as we walked inside. The room was massive. Easily 6 or 7 times the size of my living room. Yet, it was almost entirely empty, not a single decoration was to be had beyond the motif that went into the design of the place. However, to the side there was an open balcony with a wonderful view of the Siridi below. And the one who spoke was standing at the opening, looking outwards. I have prepared the reports from both the 2nd and the 5th divisions. The lieutenant stated, walking to the singular desk and placing the stacks of paper next to others. They await your approval. And your guest has arrived. Very well. He still didn't turn around. Prepare some tea. As you wish. He dipped his head before turning around and leaving. I was silent as I looked at this man's back. Was it my Campione instincts that were flaring up? Because this man was strong. He was like a raging inferno that was tempered and refined to the absolute limit. He reminded me of Amaterasu and Karna in intensity despite not having an iota of divinity within him. There was a little part of me that wanted to fight him. I didn't know if it was the Campione, dragon, or what have you, but my desire to fight was bubbling up. Powerful might be too little a word to describe him. I would have to go all out and even then. He didn't quite have that same unfathomable feeling the likes of Ophis and the demon had, but he was most definitely high up on the scales. There was a light tap on the ground and I quickly came back to my senses, refocusing back on him. He was holding a knotted wooden cane. Though the absolute sense of danger in that little thing betrayed the mundane exterior. He should be about the same level as Odin. At least when the old bastard was still a war god. Drake commented. Don't take him lightly. Like I needed you to tell me that. Same level as the Norse Sky Father, no biggie. Interesting choice of weapon there. I decided to break the ice, so to speak. It's good for beating unruly brats. He snorted, not missing a beat. Fuck, I like him. Shit, what was I supposed to say back at that? Thankfully, it seems his lieutenant returned, not stopping as he entered, and moving to set a tray containing 2 cups of tea and a steaming pot onto his desk before bowing towards the older man's back and leaving again. The old man grunted before finally turning around. He didn't even look at me as he walked back to his desk with slow and methodical steps. The screeching of his chair against the wooden floors was the only sound he made before he sat down and rested his knot cane against the desk. Though, with elegant movements, he inspected the teapot, removing the lid and giving himself a nod as he poured both cups and arranged them appropriately. Sit. He said. It was simple, yet was very commanding. I obliged, taking the empty chair on the opposite side of him. It was now that I got a true look at the leader of the Godi I-13. He was bald, wrinkled and weathered with age. He had a few scars on his face, but they didn't really give him a menacing appearance. Honestly, he gave off an almost grandfatherly vibe accompanied with a no-nonsense attitude and a rather stern look in his eyes. He had a very long and white beard, meticulously cared for and wrapped along its full length that nearly touched the ground. And his eyebrows were frankly huge as well. Overall, to the untrained eye, he would look almost frail at first glance. But I was under no delusion that he couldn't take my head if I didn't give it my all in a fight. I would have thought there would be more people around. Guards and stuff since you're the leader and all that. I looked down at the tea he prepared. Thank you for the tea. I made sure to add with genuine thanks. His closed eyes opened slightly. I am here, there is no greater protection. Fair. I heard that Shunsui sent a message. Youngster. The old man grunted. Introduce yourself before you speak. Ah, I was rude. I corrected myself. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. Not Kurosaki Ichigo. He snorted again, reaching for his cup of tea. He gently blew on it, letting the steam waft away. Captain Kiriko's unorthodox request has reached my ears. Due to his exemplary and unfailing loyalty, I am allowing you this opportunity. He stated. You have until I finish my tea. Until you finish your tea to do what? I blinked. To convince me that you should be allowed to leave this room alive. Non-canon Omake, Bankai training. Alright, this is the Tenshintai. Yoryuki declared, slamming what looked like a cardboard cutout resembling a humanoid figure. How is this supposed to help me learn Bankai or whatever? Ichigo scowled. I'm also curious. I kind of agreed with him. Learning Shikai is about communicating with your Zanpakuto and harmonizing with it. To master Bankai, you need to externalize it and force your Zanpakuto into submission. She stated. Wait, you can just summon your Zanpakuto spirit out into the real world. I looked at her incredulously. Well, it usually takes years of training to reach that stage, so we're going to cheat. Kisuk created this method, he altered the Tenshintai a little. With this method, you can master Banaki in 3 days. Awesome, let's do this. Ichigo nodded. Hold it, what's the catch? I flicked his forehead, something that was becoming a habit. He has a tendency to blatantly ignore anything else and focus only on his goal. If you can't achieve Bankai in 3 days, you lose the chance forever. Yoryuki said plainly. Alright, let's go. Ichigo barely gave it a second thought. What do I have to do? Well, it's his decision to make. Stab it with your Zanpakuto. He shrugged, pulling his big-ass sword of his back and stabbing it. The cutout lit up in a burst of Ryoryoku and split into 2 figures standing before us. Hey, you really do have 2 Zanpakuto spirits. I looked them over. One was a man in a nice-looking black coat with a white-collared undershirt and messy black hair with some cool glasses. The other, it looked like a bleached version of Ichigo with yellow eyes and somewhat menacing aura. Right, did you both hear it? Yoryuki didn't even bother questioning it and just addressed the directly. Yet. The bleached Ichigo waved her off. We'll get the moron up to snuff, just get out of the way and let us do our stuff. We will begin immediately. The more refined and older spirit didn't argue. Use the area as you see fit. She shrugged. The 3 of them walked off a little ways before a bunch of swords manifested around them and they began fighting. Hey, seems more pedantic than I imagined. Did you expect Ichigo to be complicated? Yoryuki looked at me. Fair. I hummed. Hey, got any more of those things? The Tenshintai? Why, you wanna give it a go too? You haven't even gotten Shikai yet, it's not gonna work for you. Nah, just wanna give it a look over. I have a bunch of them, this thing you gave me is handy. She waved her arm, showing off a storage bracelet I made her. Here's 10, have fun cause this is gonna take a while. I picked the first one up, giving it a look around and I was a little curious. If this was supposed to bring out a sword spirit or whatever, what if I used something else? My academic mind compelled me. I stabbed it with the true Longinus. And, a new figure stared back at me. Confusion written on his face mixed with surprise and astonishment. What? Yoryuki stared at us. Hey, that was easier than I thought it'd be. Missing accomplished I suppose. I blinked. Yoryuki, meet God. God, meet Yoryuki. What? Yoryuki repeated again. Chapter 390, Chapter 353. This was a strange situation I found myself in. The rather monotone way he spoke to me did not betray the undertone of fire that accompanied the words. I had no doubt that he was ready to make good on his threat. Even if I felt my lightning bubbling up wanting to meet his threat, I pushed it back downwards, recognizing that this wasn't the correct moment. I could give in to my inner fighter if things went sideways after I gave my attempt to settle things amicably. This is really good tea. I couldn't help but comment after taking a sip to taste it. His eyes opened slightly and he grabbed his own cup almost with a hint of aggression, but still maintained a proper decorum as he brought it up and took a drink, setting it back down for me to see that it was now halfway empty. Your time is running out. Right, straight to it then. It's against your laws for a Shinigami to transfer their powers to a human, yes. To interfere with the living world is met with intense scrutiny for all Shinigami who are deployed. To disrupt the balance by turning a human into a Shinigami is met with only execution. He barely reacted. Regardless of the reason. I asked, seeing if there was any wiggle room. The law makes no exception. He didn't budge. She did it to save a kid from a hollow. I calmly took another sip. I didn't know the specifics to be honest, but Ichigo wasn't shy about that little tidbit. Claimed that without her doing what she did, he and possibly his family would have died. The old man grunted, taking another sip himself, closing his eyes. She will receive full honors upon death. But death is still certain. No exceptions can be permitted. He said unwaveringly. And if she didn't give her powers to a human? He grunted again. I'm guessing Shunsui already mentioned something like that. His lack of a response made me think that Shunsui already started on that aspect. The ruling of Central 46 cannot be changed lightly. He stated. Even if they made a ruling on incorrect information? Shouldn't she get some kind of trial to defend herself? I admit I wasn't the most knowledgeable on their system of criminal justice. Her trial was conducted in her absence. That's pretty bullshit. His eyes narrowed slightly and he held up his cup of tea, taking a much bigger drink than before. Our system is not for you to question, youngster. I was really hoping he'd be more receptive to this. However, I think there was also a hint of annoyance in his tone when speaking about Central 46 as well. Even if she was technically innocent, they wouldn't want to reopen any discussion without prompt by someone else, would they? I vaguely could understand the mindset of this Central 46. Their supposed governance system was comprised of noble families passing judgment on criminals. Another grunt answered that question perfectly. It's not for me to question, that's right. But Shunsui mentioned her captain. I fingered the warm rim of my cup. I don't suppose he's someone who has the capacity to formally question the ruling. Captain Jushir has the authority to petition the Central 46 in the event that new evidence brings about questions regarding Kukaki Rukia's crimes. The old man responded. His appeal for a stay of execution has been signed off by myself and will be submitted to the Central 46 for deliberation immediately. I'm sensing there's a but coming here. The way he said it didn't really fill me with confidence. Due to recent events by Ryoka invading Soul Society, wartime protocols have been in effect. As such, all criminals sentenced to execution will be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. At this moment, the execution platform is being unsealed and will be available in 7 days. There was a bit of heat to his words as his eyes narrowed at me. Oh. By the time we receive a proper answer, the execution will already have been completed. He added. The wheels of bureaucracy spin slowly even in the afterlife, it seems. He snorted again, looking down at his cup of tea. You have one last opportunity, youngster. Make it count. Well, what if someone, or rather some people, were in the unique opportunity to cause some damage? Enough to force a delay on her execution. I offered. He looked at me, with eyes slightly open. He then threw his head back and downed the last bit of tea he could, slamming the cup back down. I suppose he didn't like that idea. My cup is empty. There was an accompanying increase in temperature with his words as well. As in, the room noticeably got warmer by probably about a dozen degrees, and it began climbing. I blinked, looking down, then back up at him as he eyed me intensely. I reached for the teapot and refilled his cup. His expression didn't change. Well, that's not entirely accurate. There was a very slight twitch of his eyebrow. Cheeky brat. He snorted and the heat emanating from him dissipated quickly. And who taught you to pour tea? He raised his voice, smacking the table. Pardon. I was taken off guard by his sudden expressiveness. Elbow out. He barked an order. Back straight. Don't splash it, you brat. He grunted as I fixed my posture at his sudden insistence. Keep it 4 inches away from the cup when you pour. Pinky extended and index finger leading. Honestly, this took me utterly by surprise and I just followed his instructions until his cup was full. With a harumph he quieted down. Acceptable. I'm glad I could meet your expectations. I drawled. He ignored me, apparently savoring another sip of tea as he closed his eyes again. Your first time here. What was your purpose? I blinked again, taken back by the sudden question. I considered how I should answer, but I just decided to be truthful. Stole an Asachi and a book on Kid. Came here specifically for both. He nodded and didn't outwardly react much at my confession. I suppose his lieutenant was right, he preferred hard truth even if it's something like that. Speak. He stated, breathing out. I will fully hear what you have to say as a courtesy for your actions. A courtesy for my actions. I once more blinked in confusion. No lives were lost in your machinations. That alone has earned you a modic *M of goodwill. Tread carefully. He warned sternly before shifting back to the topic at hand. You would not have come here with only what you have said thus far. Continue. Why did I feel like he was testing me up until this point? All right, I'll just lay all my cards on the table. I didn't have plans to come around again like this, but I didn't expect a bunch of kids I had the barest relations with to decide to invade the afterlife to save a friend of theirs. His eyes opened a little and I think I could vaguely feel like he wanted to facepalm at my explanation. And of course, they haven't really considered anything beyond rescuing her. Such as, what to do with her afterwards, because it's not like she can just drop everything to bunk up with Ichigo again and just run around with him and help him with hollows in Karakura for the rest of her life. Regardless of if they succeeded, it would be a significant insult both to the prestige of Soul Society and your own personal honor that would require a response. He nodded, not denying it again. And I wouldn't always be around to deal with the problem. And there's the issue that even if Rukia is somehow pardoned in the next few minutes, we still invaded what is essentially a military facility and caused all sorts of problems that come with that. You understand your crimes then? He said evenly. Supposed crimes? He looked at me dryly. I gave him a cheeky smile and continued. So there's two glaring issues, one with our presence here, and the entire matter with Rukia. And how do you plan on solving it? He asked. Tell me, youngster, how do you intend to escape punishment? I think I can understand you a little bit. I reached for the teapot again, taking the precautions this time to pour myself another cup properly. I think I saw the faintest hint of amusement from him as I did so. You are unbending on the rules, but at the same time you obviously care about your subordinates if you were willing to honor Rukia after her death. If you really saw her as this supposed criminal, I don't think you would go through with the effort. And you never denied that her actions were honorable and righteous. A Shinigami's first priority is always the greater good of Soul Society. He said calmly, gently taking another sip of his drink. A split between the responsibility and duty of your position and the well-being of those under you. I said quietly. He didn't disagree as we enjoyed a moment of silence. Frankly, I didn't care much about Soul Society, but this man was the leader here. The amount of blood and sweat he poured into this place was something I couldn't really fathom. You would follow through with the execution without a second thought, wouldn't you? Even knowing that she may be innocent now. As is my duty. He nodded without a hint of shame. I don't agree with you, but I can understand your position. I didn't ask for your understanding, you brat. He snorted dismissively again. Youngsters these days, blinded by arrogance. There's an idea, in the human world. I smiled slightly, forming an idea in my head on how to make everyone happy. Companies, sort of a gathering of merchants. I am aware of the concept. I am not ignorant of the living world. He grunted. I nodded awkwardly. Companies will sometimes do this thing where they hire outsiders, specialists if you will. Their purpose is to stress test the company's defenses. For the outsiders to poke around and find any vulnerabilities and exploit them ruthlessly to show where the company can improve for genuine threats. His large eyebrows raised ever so slightly, showing more of his pupils. You are asking for my permission to continue your invasion? He asked almost incredulously. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Central 46 is your government, more or less. You are the military leader while the Central 46 handles the laws and actual governance and such. I don't know how much that is separated, but you should have authority to organize a military exercise. I paused, giving him the opportunity to rebuke me, but he just continued staring, so I took that as a hint to keep going. Shunsui said his people were getting lazy and hand-waved it when I beat up some of his division members. There was a slight twitch above his eye as I mentioned that. What better opportunity is there to practice for an actual invasion than outsiders showing up like this? Especially in a situation where they will actively not be killing or overly harming your people. Approach your point quickly before I lose my patience. He warned with a hint of fire to his words. Let the kids down below run wild for a few days. We'll do what we can to delay Rukia's execution. Afterwards you can say you let it go intentionally as a training exercise to soothe any egos. I was severely oversimplifying things, but I think my point was obvious. Basically, I was just giving him a halfway valid justification to let everyone win in this given scenario. I heard him make a grumbling noise before he slowly pushed his chair back and sat up from his seat. He grabbed his cane and with methodical steps, walked towards the balcony once more. I have heard what you wish to say. He finally spoke, casting his gaze at the buildings below. Now you will hear a question of my own. What's that? His head slowly turned back towards me. What gives you the courage to try and negotiate with me, youngster? Flames erupted from his person, filling the room entirely. They were intense, searing hot. I could feel the ends of my hair nearly burning away at their sudden arrival, my throat was drying just from their proximity. My aura flared up protectively, but I found myself bubbling up to meet this sudden instigation. With a crackle, my lightning peeked out, fending off the flames that sought to consume me. Do not take my respectful tone and difference as weakness. I let my lightning erupt outward, fighting against his flames in a head-on clash. A snap of fire met a whip of lightning in front of my face. Similar instances of the two elements clashing were happening all around us as the old man and I never broke eye contact. He eventually was the first to break it. With a harumph, the flames he produced were snuffed out in the blink of an eye. I followed suit, reeling back in my lightning. I did admire the fact that nothing in the surroundings was burned due to his fire. That was amazing control of his flames. I can't really say the same for what my lightning did. I will send out an order to capture every Ryoka alive without exception. He suddenly spoke. What punishment they will receive will be determined by the events that unfold up to Kukakirukia's execution. Well, that made me feel relieved that they weren't in any overt danger. And I could read between the lines here in what he was saying. Basically, I was being given the green light, but if things played out badly, we would be taking the blame. It was a fair conclusion given the CIRC misstances. However, he grunted. Your debt has yet to be paid. Noted. I would not deny it then. He didn't make a fuss about me stealing stuff and I caused my own messes, so I would acknowledge that I owed them a little bit. With another grunt of acknowledgement, he didn't elaborate. You may leave. I walked out towards the balcony. Thanks for sitting down and talking. I gave him a quick smile, leaning against the edge. He looked at me rather suspiciously. And, what happened to your desk and papers isn't my fault. I saw his head jerk towards where his desk used to be along with what remained of everything else in the pile of ash and debris. His head snapped back to me and I realized it was quite a good time to skedaddle. No take-backs. Later, Gramps. I hastily jumped off the edge because I felt the temperature rising quickly. Chapter 391, Chapter 354. I was in a pretty good mood at this point. Managed to settle things to a somewhat satisfactory level with the leader here, so things should go much more smoothly the next few days. And I didn't even have to resort to fighting him. Well, I admit I was a little enthused with the idea of a fight with that old man, but I had certain other priorities. If I was just on my own, I'd probably be more open to the idea. But alas, it wasn't a good opportunity at this point in time. It just further cemented my theory that Skathik somehow infected me with her battle lust. I don't recall myself anticipating a fight like this before I met her. I suppose it doesn't help that a significant portion of the time we spend together is fighting. In a good-natured sort of way, we haven't had a fight yet. Which often leads to S***X. Oh well. Can't say I hate how things turned out. I could do without fights to the death and all that, but I do enjoy a good fight these days. Speaking of fighting, I finally tracked down where the others were after my little dive off one of the taller buildings in this place. And I could hear the clashing of blades as I got closer. You're back. Yuaki perked up from where she was sitting. And the fact that she was in her humanoid form was a little surprising. Hey, what's going on? I asked cause Ichigo was here fighting someone I recognized. That bald guy I met right outside the healing division. Dumbass 1 is fighting Dumbass 2. She explained. Noted. Fuck off. Ichigo shot back as he swung his oversized sword, making the bald guy bring up both his Zanpakuto and accompanying sheath to block it. Though, he looked like he was having fun. Yuri was standing against the wall being all quiet as he watched the fight quietly. I gave him a little nod and he returned it. Chad was standing nearby Orium with arms crossed, almost protectively. But the young girl made me do a double take. Do it like this, and another pull here and that's about it. I kind of stared for a moment as the guy I remember as Yumichika Ayaskawa was braiding Orium's hair. He still had those weird eyebrow extensions, his most defining feature. Well then. She looked like she was enjoying it, so who was I to interrupt? Hey Izzy! I smiled. Hello Wilhelm! She returned a beautiful smile herself. Was your time productive? Yup, managed to settle things on my end. I nodded happily. So, what's going on? These two idiots found us after we found a corner to hide in to catch our breaths after. Yoryuki began to speak up, but she glanced at Izzy and the words sort of died in her mouth. After your friend managed to neutralize a very threatening enemy. I didn't kill him. Izzy added. Oh, what happened? I pushed him into the shadowy space. The shadowy space? There's a space that's parallel to this place. I merely pushed him there to give him a timeout. She nodded. There is no such thing. Yoryuki huffed. I'm confused. I looked between them. She insists that there is no shadow space connected to this soul society. Even though I saw people there and sent that spirit inside as well. Izzy shrugged. That's just ridiculous. I was the former commander of the Onmitsukid for years. There isn't any secret spot in Soul Society that I don't know about. It's probably nothing important then. Izzy once more shrugged. I guess it doesn't really matter. So, what's the deal with these two? I asked, walking towards Orium and Seo. And it's good to see you again, Yumichika. The man braiding Orium's hair looked up. It's a pleasure for me as well. I like your outfit, it suits you better than our uniform. Well, he's always full of compliments. Thanks, it's what I normally wear. What exactly is going on, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, nothing much. Ikeku and I were just lucky and came across your little group. Ikeku wanted to fight, well, you. But he called out for Kurosaki Ichigo and the young man over there answered. He paused as both the bald Shinigami and Ichigo were shouting at each other between blows. Ikeku of course didn't believe him and got annoyed, and the young man seemed just as irate. This is the third round so far. He hummed. Right, proper introduction then? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Yumichika Ayasukawa. He replied in amusement. And this wonderful young lady here has been healing them up after each round, so they keep going at it. He gave Orium a little pat on the head. Speaking of, you need to take better of your hair, darling. It's much too beautiful to have so many split ends. If I had known, I would have brought my brush collection with me, maybe some scissors. Didn't he say he's from the division that are basically battle maniacs? Then again, I don't know if I have any room to talk. And I guess everyone needs a hobby even if they enjoy fighting so much. Orium was enjoying it though, so whatever. Do you got next? I asked. Or anyone else that wants to fight? He shrugged. I wouldn't mind trying my hand at the traitor over there. He eyed Yoryuki. If you wanna get your ass kicked, then come on. Yoryuki snorted. By the way, how'd your little thing go? Yoryuki asked. Good. Things went really good. Enough that we can move on if you want. Yeah, we should get going. I wanted to let Ichigo get a handle on someone moderately high up on a division roster, but they're just kinda flailing around. Yoryuki grunted, disappearing in a burst of shunpo. Next thing everyone else knew, that bald Shinigami was kneeling over with Yoryuki's fist in his stomach. Before the strawberry could protest, she already disappeared with his unconscious body and threw it on the ground next to Yumichika. Oh well, I was just about done anyways. The other Shinigami sighed, pushing himself up off his feet. Just not my face, please. Please be gentle. Orium pleaded rather cutely. Yumichika chuckled and made a beckoning gesture with his hand on his sword. Well, you got balls if nothing else. Yoryuki said with some small amount of respect. As the other Shinigami was expecting her, he did make a move the same time she did and flashed away with his own shunpo as they clashed at high speeds. But Yoryuki only appeared a moment later with him over her shoulder as she tossed him onto the ground too. He actually wasn't that bad. Could probably try for lieutenant if he really wanted. Might seem mean on the surface since the guy was being so hospitable, but it was actually to help the guy. If Yoryuki didn't do anything, they'd have to answer questions about why they didn't try to capture the intruders. At least this way he can say that Yoryuki defeated him. And the power disparity meant that he wouldn't come under any real fire. Alright kiddos, gather around. I clapped my hands. You did what you needed. Ichigo asked. You said you were going to talk to some people here for help, yet. The eagerness on his face was obvious. The others too seemed to be getting a bit anxious. No idea how long they've been sitting around here, but they're wanting to get back out there. I won't bore you with the details. Go wild. What? Ichigo asked, perhaps the spokespersons mirroring their thoughts altogether. Run wild. Go rescue Rukia, cause some chaos, beat up anyone who gets in your way. I already made some moves somewhere else, your job now is to do what you came here to do. It'd probably be better not to tell them the specifics. That's it? He asked again. Just, go ahead? No holding back? He questioned again. Don't kill anyone if you can help it, but your safety is a priority. Otherwise, go at it. He kind of looked at me suspiciously. Perhaps because I was advocating a more clandestine move originally and now I was telling them to do the opposite. One last warning though before you go. I stated, grabbing their full attention. Rukia's execution was moved up. You got a week. It's funny, that might seem like a significant amount of time, but this damn place was gigantic and a maze. Not to mention there are thousands of Shinigami between them and their friend. You're not coming with? Ishida spoke up. Correct. I didn't hide it. I'll be attending to other things in the meantime. All right. Ichigo breathed out. All right, that's enough time. Thanks for the heads up and the help so far. I know you were doing stuff to help in the background, so thanks again. Well, we got off on a rocking footing, but he's not a bad kid. I have one slight request. What? Don't just brute force everything. Be sneaky if you can, looking for openings to abuse. Maybe steal some uniforms and try passing off as Shinigami. See if you can't infiltrate a little bit. But if you have to, overpower anyone in your way as well. It would help with the whole thing I sold to Gramps. And that would help? Yuri asked a little skeptically. It would help for later. All right, that's doable. Would help if we don't have to beat up so many people. Ichigo grunted. Anything else? He trapped his foot impatiently, but I don't think he was doing it intentionally. Kid is the type to rush forwards without a second thought. Have at it. I gestured for them to go. Ichigo looked at me and gave a firm nod before turning around. All right, let's go guys. He stated and they all followed along without any complaints. What did you do? Yuaki asked. Made a deal with the old man. Old man? Wait, you mean the captain commander? She blinked. Did you not tell her? I looked at Izzy. She was behaving strangely when we spoke. And it slipped my mind afterwards. Because you threw Aizen into a pit of shadows. Yuaki cried out. Excuse me if I need a second after seeing that. Is this Aizen person important for some reason? I asked. Yuaki looked at me and let out a huge sigh. I have so many questions, but I don't think I can handle anything right now. What's the summary? Orders are for capture only on their end. They're attempting a stay of execution, but due to my previous visit, the traditional month of waiting time was nixed. So we have to disrupt the execution enough to delay it for the government here to properly review the reports they're going to submit. Sold this whole invasion to the old man as a type of military exercise. She opened her mouth and closed it again. Right, wartime protocols, forgot about those. She winced slightly. That would have been shitty if things went normally. And I'll ignore the ridiculousness of that second part. All right, I get what you're saying. I'll help the kids a little on that end, but if I make an appearance in any meaningful way, it's going to hurt them. She sighed again, crouching down and turning back into her cat form with a puff of smoke. But chaos and confusion I can do. She happily chirped. I'll follow them and make sure nothing bad happens in the worst case. What are you both gonna do? I'll just be doing some things on my end, make it seem more legitimate. I got a fix on them with that talisman I gave them as well. Go catch up to them, I'll be sure to meet back up in a couple days or so. Got it, have fun. She disappeared in a flash and I could see her running across the wall. This is turning out to be a fun experience. Izzy commented. Oh, and I gave them my blessing when they weren't looking so I can keep a better eye on them at a distance. Are you being facetious? I eyed her. And that was very kind of you. They're lucky to have such a wonderful goddess looking after them even if they don't know it. Oh stop. She playfully swatted my shoulder. And I am actually enjoying myself quite a bit. I rarely get to go out and do things. If nothing else, I'm glad you're having fun. I held my arm out. Shall we go for a walk? She smiled beautifully again. That would be lovely, she said as she took it. I'm confused about something. Izzy spoke as we began walking down the street. Was this a street? I didn't actually know. What's up? What exactly are we doing? Why not follow the others? Make things appear more natural, I suppose. Hit up some spots elsewhere, and also draw some attention away from them. I sold their boss on the whole will act like a fake invasion to give you guys some training, meaning we should probably do some things in that regard. Figured I'd go to some other divisions, sneak in, maybe leave a big OL message or something, cause some commotion, that sort of thing. Sounds fun. Maybe I should find another brick? How about you? You ran into a captain, right? How was that? It was interesting. I'm not used to seeing spirits with so much power. I could maybe think of the ones we've run into as outliers, but no, the spirits here simply can build up such strength in a way that's somewhat consistent. Izzy responded. How strong was he? Fairly strong, I suppose. Though he tried to use something to affect my senses, which didn't turn out so well for him. He'd be better off just using raw power, honestly. That's exactly what I thought. She let out a small laugh. It's not that he didn't have an impressive amount of power available. Really? Where would you rank him? What, like on a scale of 1 to 10? Probably be better than just going, oh, he's ultimate or high class or whatever stupid bullshit. She giggled again. Preaching to the choir here. Do you know how many arguments I have to mediate online because of those stupid rankings? And they're nothing compared to arguments about the top 10. Oh, do tell. It started off as a thing that mortals argued about. And of course, it got to the ears of certain gods and then they used it to stroke their own egos. Obviously no one is going to come out and make a fuss about it, they'd look like utter children. But you better believe that in the background they gloat and take pride in those ridiculous rankings. What exactly is the current ranking going around right now? Which list? She snorted. Ask 10 people, and they'll give you 10 different lists. But I saw one recently I didn't disagree with too much. I think it was something like, 1. Shiva, 2. Ra, 3. Indra, 4. Hades, 5. Thor, 6. Surtx Lucifer, 7. Fenrir, 8. Nuwa, 9. Ajoka Beelzebub, 10. Lug. And Nuwa? That's a surprise. I haven't heard that goddess name in a very long time. The Chinese goddess credited with creating humanity in some of their creation myths. Actually a sort of serpent demon, but also a goddess. There's a reason that Indra hasn't just usurped the Jade Emperor's court and they still persist this long. They have some interesting methods of uplifting mortals, but they lack many on the stronger end. She silently backs them and the higher-ups everywhere know it. And I can sense some devil bias in there. It made me roll my eyes. Well, when you have devils owning the fair. I couldn't argue with that. Some obvious names are missing from there off the top of my head. As I said, it's not exactly accurate if you take into account every being in the world. Even ignoring the likes of Off-Eyes and Great Red. I know that Nyx is somewhat active, relatively. The triumvirate isn't mentioned anywhere beyond Shiva. Sun Wukong could probably be there if he wanted. Typhon is a monster worth noting. And even Odin, as much as I dislike the man, isn't someone who would lose out to his own son enough to not be exceedingly close in ranking. And those are just examples off the top of my head. Yet, Odin mentioned about some of the older lot taking a step back. It would look significantly different if we accounted for everyone. She nodded. Well, first Shinigami captain besides the Candy Man and your Yuaki you've met. What's your ranking there? Honestly, I could probably make a better ranking myself. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give him a 5. No, make that a 5.5, perhaps a tad higher. He had a lot more power than the cat, even if he tried to hide it, I could tell. You sure that isn't too low? I think it's rather fair. Where is Off-Eyes ranked on that list then? Off-Eyes? She would be a 9. Not a 10. Perhaps if I never met you and by extension had no knowledge of that woman you call a lover. Ah, right. Meridia is definitely in a league of her own in comparison. So Meridia would be a 10, Off-Eyes would be a 9. Give me the ranking downwards from there. Off-Eyes and Great Red is a 9. I would probably give an 8 to the top end of those who would rank in the top 10 or those who could compete for the positions. And a 7 would be for the lower and middle spots. That's not a bad measurement either. I rubbed my chin. Where would you put Susanoo? My son? As much as I love him, I would be somewhere above a 6 but below believe. I guess a 5.5 doesn't seem that low then. If anything, that seems a little high now. He wasn't weak by any means. He was strong enough that if a real fight occurred, I would have to treat him with some manner of respect. Ah, strong enough to be able to harm you, but not strong enough to defeat you, is it? Kind of how I felt versus that other Shinigami back in Karakura town. Don't know what tricks his Bankai would have brought, but I was pretty confident in beating him even if I would have to immediately get serious in a real fight. More or less. She shrugged. He was strong enough that he could throw off my oppression over his spiritual existence without much effort. But then again, I think anyone on his level would be able to. That is impressive though. A little more and he's the same tier as genuine gods. Speaking of, guess where their leader is ranked? A6. Honestly, I'd give him a 7, maybe a tad more. She raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not over-evaluating him? Nope, he's genuinely that strong from how I felt. Reminds me of Karna and your daughter honestly. If he got serious, I would have to immediately pull out my trump cards. Oh, and even Drake compared him to Odin back when he was still sitting on his throne. That's impressive. I would like to meet him at some point. Well, he was a powerful old man. And we're on the topic of powerful spirits, are we going to wait for that one to approach our direction quickly? Izzy asked. Do you wanna? Why not? She shrugged again. It didn't take long for whoever it was that was running over to meet us. They were practically broadcasting their presence for the whole world to feel. And as they got closer, I could faintly hear, bells? A rather large man burst through a nearby wall. His hair was spiky, and at the tips of it were little bells swaying in the wind. He wore an eye patch over his right eye and he held a very weathered zanpakutte over his shoulder. The thing looked like it's been hitting a rock for several years without many chips and rough edges. And the captain's Haori was very eye-catching. Told you I felt them this way. He spoke, and as he did a little head peeked over his shoulder. Seen Kenny, I told you they were here. A little girl, probably 7 or 8, with a pink head of hair and a lieutenant badge was smacking his shoulder happily. Whatever. He grinned, leveling his blade towards us. All right, who wants to fight first? Or do you both want to come at me at the same time? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? I spoke up. Kenpei Kizaraki, captain of the 11th Division. He said curtly. Oh, so you're Kenpei Kizaraki, hey. You know me. His smile widened. Of course. Actually, I had no idea who this was. All right, you fighting me? What's your name? He grabbed the little girl off his shoulder and set her on the ground. Go play at the side, Yachiru. She ran right up to Izzy and tugged on her pants, even taking Izzy by surprise as she held her arms open. Izzy looked for a moment before picking up the strange Shinigami child. Hello child, what's your name? Yachiru Kuzajishi. She smiled. 11th Division 2nd seat. Is that so? She raised an eyebrow. And does your captain know what you actually are? Nope. Would you like me to tell him? Nuhui. She shook her head. Very well. He treats you well enough? If not, I could have words with him. Kenny's the best. Very well. Izzy smiled rather motheringly. Can I have some candy? She asked. I have no candy. But I have some cookies I baked. She replied, taking them from presumably her storage bracelet. Thanks, Mama. I think I saw Izzy almost fall over at that. You're very welcome, child. Hey. I turned back towards the captain. You have an interesting lieutenant. Whatever, as long as she isn't getting into trouble. Had the old man on my ass the last time. Not my fault she burned down a few buildings. He grunted. Is she the brat's mom? He asked me. No. I blinked. Why is she calling her that then? Stupid Kenny, Mama is your mama too. The little girl blew a raspberry. Did she realize who Izzy was? No idea what the hell you're talking about. But I don't really care. Who am I fighting? He was starting to get a little impatient. Sorry, someone else called dibs. What? He asked in confusion. Another person in our party called dibs on fighting you. He said that he wanted to fight the strongest captain, Kenpei Kizaraki, and he called dibs. I bullshit with a completely straight face. Really? Someone wanted to fight me? His eyes sparkled ever so slightly. Who, where? His name is Kurosaki Ichigo, and he went about. Raised my finger up, pointing in a random direction. That way. The Shinigami looked at me for a moment, as if he was actually considering it. I heard about him. They said he beat Mayuri and invaded the place already. Alright, Yachiru, we're going. We got a fight waiting for us. He grinned happily. Okay Kenny. She climbed down from Izzy's grasp. Bye mama. Goodbye, child. Izzy gave another warm smile, and we watched her climb back onto his shoulder. I think I can sense them that way, let's go, Kenny. The little girl declared. Got it, just tell me when you think you can sense them. He leapt over the wall, and went running. Did you really just convince him like that? Izzy asked. Yup, completely bullshitted him there. I was kind of surprised it worked to be honest. Heard that the members of the 11th Division were all battle maniacs, so, yeah. That boy is going to get mad at you again. It's good practice. That guy seemed pretty straightforward, so it's a good matchup for Ichigo. Besides, Yuryuki was there just in case and I even pointed them in the wrong direction. What was up with that little girl? She was his sword spirit. What? The spirit of his Zanpakuto. Izzy clarified. I don't know why she was running around as she was, but she was without a doubt his Zanpakuto spirit. That's strange. I am aware. That shouldn't be how artifact spirits exist, Wilhelm. Your Jin is a perfect example of what one should be like. This is strange and I'm suspecting that something is amiss with these swords. I already felt odd hearing about how they work, but now I'm not so certain on their existence. We can investigate that if you want. It would perhaps set my mind at ease because it gives me a worrisome feeling. As if I will not like what I learn about them. Izzy revealed. I'm already disliking this soul society with every passing moment, I am very close to doing something about it. You have my support with whatever you want to do. I gave her hand a little squeeze in encouragement. Why don't we? Izzy jerked her head to the side enough that it made the words die in my mouth. What's wrong? The shadows are acting weird. Something is coming over from the other side. She spoke and suddenly there was a strange phantom image of some buildings of a different architectural style that appeared in various places. But the most eye-catching thing was a massive pillar of light that shot upwards to the sky. It took the form of a large cross with a ring around it. That doesn't look good. People have been talking about power rankings, so I wanted to clarify things and show where I'm at in my own thoughts. Feel free to comment if you think I didn't get something right or you disagree, but this is where I'm at for the moment and I think I'm be fair here. On a scale of 1 to 10, you can divide these into smaller decimals to show the further divide. 10, Meridia, basically the X ranking, where the normal ranking doesn't even matter anymore. 9, Office/Great Red/Goisha, the sort of transcendent ranking where the unfathomably powerful enemies are all grouped. Not saying they're all equal in strength, but they sort of exist in the same level in a broad scope. 8, top half of the top 10 or those who could rank there, Shiva and DXD is right near the top, like an 8.9 or something. 7, middle to lower end of the top 10, I would put Yamamoto in this bracket somewhere. 6, this is where the normal gods would be, think Susanoo and DXD who's in the middle of the pack strength-wise. The higher ranked deities are obviously pushing the limit of this bracket. 5, this is where most Shinigami captains are. Izzy rates pre-Hagyaku Aizen as a 5.5, only a little ways away from what could be considered a god by the standards of DXD. Post-Hagyaku Aizen, well, that's a whole different story. 4, this is specifically where Mayuri is, if on the higher end. He's not particularly strong amongst the captain-level Shinigami, but he has his own tricks. I'd also put a good chunk of ultimate class people here, but the DXD strength rankings are really obscure so it's often hard to say. 3, this is where a lot of the lower end ultimate class and high class people are. Think Soma, Yasaka's bodyguard with the dimension lost. 2, this is probably where the above average superhumans are listed. Probably Rias's peerage, and people like Riser and basically any standard magician, DXD, you could find that's had some years under their belt. One freshly reincarnated devils, generally superhumans that can shrug off bullets but don't necessarily rise above common fodder. Anyways, this is my thoughts on power levels so far. But don't take this as gospel. It's not like in Azianxia where if someone's 1/10 of a realm higher, they automatically win. It's just sort of a way to eyeball where people are power-wise between various settings. Yes, people in Bleach have some impressive abilities and hacks that let them punch above their weight class, and that's a perfect example. Shunsui isn't cleaving mountains in half with every wave of his sword, but he can pull some bullshit with his Zanpakuto that lets him minorly alter reality and possibly causality. Chapter 392, Chapter 355. Well, that's odd. The sudden emergence of what looks like Germanic Gothic architecture? No, it's completely normal. Izzy deadpanned. I'm sure the Shinigami here who take inspiration from Japanese culture just decided to redecorate. It's always something, isn't it? I admired the pillar of light that lingered for a tad before it dissipated. I think this is only a you thing. Me? I said with faux offense. There is a list I could recite. When a pattern forms, there's usually a constant variable. I didn't have a single hand in this. Ahoy! Well, wanna check it out? I offered. Sure, let's go see what mess you caused this time. She replied with a little grin. There's a weird building just over there. I eyed our surroundings. It wasn't particularly big, but it was a tad taller than most of the regular buildings that were the norm around here. Izzy shrugged and we began walking towards it. From the looks of it, this little section of weirdness would be on the opposite end from where the kids were running towards, so at least they had that going for them. I believe that people are fighting up ahead. Izzy paused in her steps, tilting her head as if gazing into the distance. What do you see? See? Nothing. I can feel several people dying. That's probably not good. I gave it a moment of thought. Right, let's speed up. I can keep up, go as fast as you want. Izzy gave me the go-ahead. With a nod, I gathered my lightning and kicked off the ground with a burst of speed. My Shunpo still wasn't up to par, but I can at least move in a straight-ish line with some effort. Actualizing my lightning also seemed to help me a tad in that regard, as it kept me from stumbling and falling on my face. Jumping over a wall, and running across a few rooftops, I could make out the sounds of battle as we approached. The sounds of explosions and shouting got louder and louder until we saw the source. Shinigami were in a fight with a group of people in some strange white uniforms and almost all of them were wearing similar masks. But the thing that made me furrow my brow was that the white uniform people were wielding bows. As in, bows formed from reishi similar to how Yuri did. Are those Quincy? I did not know what Quincy were until literally today. Izzy replied. Right then, who do we help? I asked. Technically, the Shinigami were our enemies, but at the same time we sorta had an agreement with them to not actually be enemies. And not to mention we had no dog in this fight, for whatever was happening. I have yet to pass judgment on this place, so for now, I would assume we should aid the owners since you struck a deal with their leader. Works for me. I mentally went through my swords within my ring and decided to take out my Zanpakuto. I had a feeling that using it would speed up the process by which it develops. I leapt off the building, landing next to a man with his hand drawn back, producing a bow made of spiritual particles. He was about to fire off towards a group of Shinigami who were on the back foot, to put it politely. He was immediately startled, reeling back his arms and his bow dispersed in the action. I noticed a cross similar to the little regalia that Yuri used around his wrist and flicked my sword, slashing it in half. There was a small burst of Ryoryoku that exploded outward from the epicenter, sending him flying backwards onto his ass a few feet away. That's interesting. Maybe I should steal a few of those for research? Later. I turned my head to see dozens of more of Quincy's comrades. And they obviously noticed me if the bows pointing in my general direction were anything to go by. Bakut number 44, Sekisho. I quickly chanted as a literal barrage was shot towards me. An invisible barrier sprang up in front of me, somewhat reminiscent of a standard bounded field. It was more so a line that separated one side from another. Not bad overall. As soon as my barrier disappeared, my vision was entirely filled with arrows made from Ryoryoku. Their timing was impeccable, and they seemingly had good coordination. These weren't your run-of-the-mill mooks, no, these were trained. Depending on how many there were, I'd almost call them an army, but surely there weren't that many. Regardless, I took that moment to take a step forward and used a burst of my bastardized shunpo to maneuver to the side. I was surprised when I saw that they could sort of perceive my movement. As soon as I moved, they too started moving as if to change their formation. They were nowhere near as fast as what I've been experiencing lately, but even so, credit where it was due. My other swords shot out of my ring, swiping through the air before they could react. Despite the praise I had mentally given them, they were just nowhere near strong enough to resist my attacks. Limbs went flying with my swords slashing through flesh and cleaving through bones. In another time and place, perhaps I would have been gentler, but with the still warm bodies of Shinigami on the ground nearby, my pity was non-existent at this point. Sure, I didn't care much for Shinigami as a whole, but I felt like I owed it to the few I got along with. You missed a few. Izzy stepped onto the ground next to me, two bodies floating next to her, struggling as much as they could while being wrapped in actual shadows. I noticed you moved towards them. I shot her a smile. You don't particularly care for fighting, do you? Not really. Would you mind holding onto them then? Figured I could hand them over to Shunsui or someone, and try to clear any misconceptions they might be having at this point. I made sure to grab a few of those cross-like regalias they were using to examine for later. Ryoka. I blinked, turning to see the origin of the shout as reinforcements had apparently arrived. About 20 or so Shinigami of varying strengths came flooding through the nearby entrance to this little courtyard area. I was about to dismiss them, but one presence loomed over the others. Raise your head, Wabisuk. A roar resounded and a weight of Ryotsu weighed down on me. A man with blonde hair covering half his face jumped out of the crowd. And the noticeable lieutenant badge on his arm was enough to relay his status. His normal Zanpakuto morphed into something angular. Instead of a tip, it hooked downwards at a 90-degree angle, completely removing the ability to stab. I brought up my Zanpakuto to block his attack, which I admit was fairly decent. Did my sword just get heavier? I noticed the slight change as the edge of his blade skirted off my own. There was a gleam in his eye as he followed up with a flurry of slashes. I blocked them a couple more times to verify, and I could say without a shadow of a doubt, my sword became significantly heavier. Hey! I took a step and moved with a burst of shunpo backwards to look over my sword to inspect the changes. How interesting, I wonder if... Wilhelm, not the time or place. Izzy interrupted my thoughts. Right, right. I quickly squashed the mental tangent I was about to lose myself in. I looked back towards the Shinigami who was about to attack me again. Peace. I held my blade up, though I called over my other swords as they hovered nearby, at least giving him a pause for concern. I wasn't the one who attacked your people, in fact, I even helped. Like I would believe that, Ryoka. He frowned, gripping his weapon. I rolled my eyes, just settling on kicking his ass quickly and moving on, but another Shinigami ran forward, practically collapsing onto the ground. Wait, please. His clothes were a mess and he had some blood streaming down his chest from a wound. Lieutenant Izuru, he's telling the truth. The lieutenant hesitated. Captain Shunsui can verify. I offered again. His eyes flashed as he looked around. Take any wounded to the 4th Division, immediately. Anyone who has any life-threatening injuries, I have some basic healing knowledge. Can you undo this weight thing? I asked. He turned back towards me with a scowl. You're the Ryoka who fought my captain. Mayuri. I really hoped he wasn't his lieutenant. Captain Ichimaru. Oh, silver hair? Yeah, I wouldn't really call that a fight. I scratched my cheek. Anyways, gonna go investigate who these people are. We good, or are you gonna try to arrest us? Cause it seems like you have much bigger problems and I already spoke to your higher-ups and sorted things out. He sighed, his Zanpakuto returning to normal, and so too did the weight of my own sword. It wasn't unwieldy, but it was sort of uncomfortable for it to be that heavy. Well, he didn't seem all too pleased by my presence. I'll pass on my report to the others so you don't get attacked. He suddenly spoke up, kneeling next to a wounded Shinigami as his hands glowed that familiar green hue. Thank you for saving my men. I nodded my head and gestured for Izzy to come with me. There seemed to be quite a few powerful Ryotsu in the distance. I'm sure something interesting is happening there. Shunsui Kirikou POV. Well, this was not a good situation. Nanao, what's the report? I glanced at the hell butterfly on her finger. I'm coordinating with the lieutenants from nearly every division, bar the obvious exclusions. We have some strange sort of invasion that appeared in sectors 2 and 3. You don't say. I mused, deflecting what looked like an arrow made of Ryoryoku and quickly cut down the offender. One of many thus far I've had to deal with. Anything helpful? I asked. The only thing I found out so far was that Captain Eisen was seen with the appearance of these strange buildings and there seemed to be a large group of these Ryoka chasing after him. Hey, what did Eisen do? He's usually very likable, even treating hollows respectfully when he purified them. Hang on, I'm getting that now from Lieutenant Momo. She looked like she was concentrating. Reporting, Captain Eisen identified the intruders as Quincy. He claims that they've been hiding in the shadows of Soul Society, sir. What? That's all I got, sir. I guess this makes a little sense then. I pushed off my hat. The bows, and the hatred they seemingly have for us. Sir? She questioned me. It was before your time. I thought they'd been almost wiped out, guess we aren't so lucky. I shook my head, looking at the dead bodies. Just know we have bad blood, and there's no talking things out. Be prepared to kill any Quincy you see, Nanao. Yes, sir. She replied with a frown. Stay back, Nanao. I gripped my Zanpakut. These aren't enemies you can deal with. I'll be heading towards the higher levels of Ryotsuo in the distance. I'll report your movements, sir. She nodded firmly. I'll leave it to you. I gave her one last look before disappearing. I couldn't hold back in a situation like this. This was not like with those kids that were just playing around and not causing any real problems. I already had too many dead of my own division, I would be seeking an answer from those responsible. What a mess. I didn't understand the thoughts of these, Quincy. Why did it seem like there was barely a rhyme or reason for their sudden entrance? A foreign building here or there, and they looked completely unorganized. It's as if they didn't intend to reveal themselves and got forced to. Did Eisen have something to do with it? Leave it to our most soft-spoken captain to unveil a conspiracy right under our noses and bring it right into the open. Speaking of Eisen, I could feel his Ryotsuo increasing rapidly. He's most likely in a fight, and if the report was anything to go by, he's probably at the center of the action and has their attention the most. He should be able to. It disappeared. His Ryotsuo completely vanished. Either he used some method to mask his impressive Ryotsuo or... I ignored my own laziness and moved as quickly as I could. Towards a large concentration of those foreign buildings that seemed to overlap onto the Siridii. I landed on a rooftop at the spot where I last sensed him and closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. Sook Eisen, you were a good Shinigami and a good friend. I paid my respects. I'll make sure to bring the ones responsible to justice. I promised towards his body that was impaled to the side of the building with an arrow sticking out of his heart. What the fuck? Who the hell killed that bastard? I said he was mine. Wonderful, I didn't need to go searching. There was a woman with bright green hair and very little clothing to speak of. However, her Ryotsuo was oppressive, very easily on the level of a captain. Bullshit, he was mine. Another appeared with speed that would match an expert at Shunpo. He had a bright red mohawk and was touting a little bit of fire around his finger. Why does it matter? He's dead, now let's deal with anyone else around before time runs out. A third appeared under a hood and similar attire. There appeared to be a sort of claw-like weapon on his right hand though. Fine, I guess there's another bastard I take my anger out on. The young woman looked at me and all their eyes turned towards me as well. This may be more problematic than I first assumed. I hoped I wouldn't have to resort to my Bankai. Oh, this one is scared. A voice whispered into my ear. I felt a shiver down my neck to see a fourth Quincy I hadn't noticed before, sitting on the edge of a rooftop not too far away. He had long black hair and a spiky mask that covered the lower part of their face. Tisk, great, now this bastard is going to make things weird. The Mohawk one clicked his tongue in annoyance. Oi, bitch, you can play your fucking creepy games after I take out my pound. The green one growled. Era, this isn't a good situation at all. I sighed, readying myself. It's polite to introduce yourselves before a fight. I'm Besby and His Majesty bestowed H for the heat onto me. The Mohawk one introduced himself with a flick of his fingers, a burst of flames appeared. And my flames are hotter than even your captain commanders. Doubtful, but good information. Also, His Majesty? Really going to need to talk to the old man after this. Fuck, I'm Candace Catnip. I got tea for the thunderbolt. And that bastard messed up my hair, so you're gonna pay the price since I can't kill him myself. She growled. I was starting to notice a little bit of a pattern. I'm as Nod, and I have F for the fear. The voice of the one sitting down sent shivers down my back again as something grated against my mind. Is there a reason to introduce ourselves? The last one asked. Fucking rules, you dumbass. His Majesty wanted them to know who was killing them when it came time. Even if it is fucking early. The girl shot back. Fine. He glowered before moving, very quickly. A familiar movement, to appear behind the enemy and finish them off in one blow. And his speed was excellent, even amongst captains. Kangdu, the iron. Now you can die. I didn't move, not because I couldn't, but because I didn't have to. His claw blade weapon was deflected, and not by me. I followed up immediately, slashing my own blades. One high, and one low. He noticed, retreating as soon as he had the opportunity, but there was a thin line of blood flowing from his chest. Sui Feng, I owe you one. I smiled towards my companion who appeared next to me. Save it. She huffed. You should have ended him in that opportunity I gave you. Ara, you know it's not that simple. She clicked her tongue and didn't argue. Who the hell are these guys? They're all at least captain level. Quincy. I said simply. She grunted. I thought they were all dead. We're right here, you flat-chested bitch. The green-haired woman hollered. Sui Feng's eye twitched, but didn't immediately jump out. Each takes two. I offered. Neither of our bankais are good in a situation like this. Haha, doesn't seem so. I chuckled. But we just have to stall for a little at least. I'd wager that we got reinforcements coming soon. Fine, I'll take the creepy one and the one with the claw. You take the prostitute and the mohawk. Who the fuck did you just call a prostitute, you slut? A very large amount of reishi poured towards the green-haired girl. The surroundings were broken down and she assimilated the reishi as lightning that formed around her fist. Did you really have to make her upset? I sighed, knowing how troublesome this was going to be. However, something strange happened. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. In a clear weathered sky, it slammed downwards onto the gathered lightning that this Quincy woman had. It clearly wasn't her doing as it dispersed her own gathering of lightning and she let out a little yelp of surprise. I did find myself smiling once I realized who the Ryotsu belonged to. Well, what a fun party you got going on here. I hope you don't mind if I join in. The Ryoka I'd had the pleasure of getting to know recently. The more the merrier. I chuckled. Which son of a bitch? The Quincy girl recovered quickly, though she looked a little frazzled. You bastard. I barely fixed my hair after that other asshole fucked it up and now look at it. Die. She roared, throwing all the lightning she could gather in a moment and it coalesced, shooting out. He just stood there, with a little smile on his face as it collided with him. I blinked as I realized that part of his body had turned into lightning and seemed completely unscathed from the blast. I kind of feel bad. I'm just the absolute worst matchup for you. He chuckled, lightning began crackling all around him. And he felt more dangerous. I didn't quite know how to label it, but I felt that for equal measure, I'd much rather take on the Quincy girl's lightning over his. Friend of yours, Captain Kirikou. Sui Feng eyed me suspiciously. I will gladly say so in this situation. I didn't think the old man would get after me in a dangerous spot like this. Priorities then. She accepted it quickly. Well, the old man did give the order to only capture the Ryoka, but I'm fairly sure he doesn't expect us to apply that to these other invaders. By the way, I also brought a friend. Oh. I looked around and my body froze up. Hello, would you like some help? I can handle one of them to even things up. A woman walked over and I couldn't sense her beyond her actual presence in front of me. I'll take this one in the mask, if you don't have any objections. And I somehow felt that the Quincy who had an epithet containing the word fear and seemed to radiate a chilling feeling was less scary than this woman who looked like a modern housewife. Who put this fake dead body here? The very dangerous woman that I felt myself not wanting to even look at commented towards Aizen's still fresh corpse. Never once housed a real soul, honestly if you are going to try and intimidate someone, at least put effort into it. What? I found myself blurting out. Chapter 393, Chapter 356. A fake dead body? That's fucking weird. Seemed like someone was playing games for whatever reason. Anyways, I focused back on my opponent. Always happy to lend Shunsui a hand, he'd been such a good person and helped me out. I couldn't not return the favor when he was in trouble. And judging by the amount of Ryotsu this woman seemed to be radiating, she was pretty damn strong. However, as I said, I was perhaps her absolute worst matchup. Even considering that I felt confident beating her in a straight-up fight, my aspects were just an inherent counter to hers. Izzy would be fine with whoever she chose to fight. I'll thank her later for that too. She said she wasn't really big on fighting, so it's definitely kind on her part to lend a hand. And who the fuck are you supposed to be? She looked down at me. Literally in this case, as she was floating, standing in mid-air. I had questions about that. Kurosaki Ichigo. I happily introduced myself. Bullshit, you ain't. She immediately countered. And you know that how? Because she said that with confidence, like she knew who Ichigo was. You're not a Shinigami, who the hell are you? She obviously avoided answering my question. Was it some sort of secret? That kid was getting more and more confusing the more I learned. Not a Shinigami. Actually, I was in the midst of my own invasion and you intruded. Very rude of you. I wagged my finger. You can appease my anger by telling me how you're standing in mid-air. What? She looked confused. I'm just making a platform with my Ryoryoku, dumbass. Interesting. I hadn't considered that. Just a small difference in how magical energy compared to this Ryoryoku that something like that was a viable method. Anyways, very rude of you to intrude on someone else's invasion. Like we're fucking here intentionally, you asshole. She growled, lightning flaring around her. That asshole over there just showed up out of nowhere and then dragged us here with him. She jabbed her finger at the fake dead body. Hey. I didn't really know what to say to that. Fuck it, I'm done. She seemed to finally lose her temper for some reason. Everyone can just fucking die and I can forget this shitty day. She let out a roar that echoed to the skies as lightning fell down like pillars into her hands once more. Don't know what you did before, but you can just turn to ash. She threw it down like a javelin. I let my own lightning seep out from my core, laced with my divinity. My arms and legs became fully enveloped. It had been a while since I've used this and it felt good to feel it against my skin again. My authority over the storm welcomed this challenge. The lightning javelin slammed into me and I raised my arm up to block. It erupted into another pillar of lightning arcing off and utterly disintegrating everything in the immediate vicinity. However, this was far from enough to reach me. My semblance was a good defensive measure. It allowed me to turn my body or parts into lightning at a whim. It drained my aura at a staggering rate, but that was neither here nor there. It wasn't inviolable by any means. Someone with godly power, after seeing it once, could counter it with some effort, which was why I usually reserved it for very particular situations. It was best used to take an opponent by surprise or defend myself from something deadly. In this situation though, I could just make liberal use of it due to the nature of my opponent's powers. My semblance was fueled with my aura as the lightning surged throughout my body to combat this attack. Once the girl's lightning cleared up, I saw her shocked gaze. It's funny, I could sympathize with her. I remember when I used my Thor's hammer against Susanoo and he just fucking shrugged it off. It was a very similar situation, except I'm on the other side of the fence this time. Her furious look from before simmered down, and she looked to be getting serious now. The lighting surged around her hands as she shot off multiple bolts of significant power at me. I raised my hands, matching her in intensity. The collision of a similar element caused a strange phenomenon to erupt mid-air. The hostile, but kindred, elements collided, causing bouts of lighting to arc off in every direction. However, in every encounter, it was becoming increasingly clear that I came out on top. How are you doing that? She screamed, unleashing a rather devastating blast, bigger than the other bolts thus far. I conjured a magical circle in front of my lightning-encased hand. Thunderbolt. A spell I picked up in Skyrim all those years ago that was just so handy. It collided with her own haphazard attack and tore right through it, her body reeled back as the spell closed in on her. It was enough that she fell from the sky and slammed into the ground below. She wasn't that hurt, but she definitely got shocked. I could see her push herself out of the small crater in the ground and look slightly roughed up and frazzled from it. Oh boy, did she look pissed. Who the hell are you? She roared again. How the hell are you stopping my lightning? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I introduced myself properly. And to answer your second question, I kicked off the ground, moving with a burst of my bastardized shunpo. Come back and talk to me when your lightning can reach a god. I said softly, just enough for her to hear as I was nearly right up in her face. My aura gathered on my hand and intertwined with my lightning already coating me. It all discharged as I threw my palm at her stomach with a loud thunderclap. Her body went hurling off to the side. I could see blood spit out of her mouth, and she went tumbling across the ground, tearing it up before coming to a stop. She quickly returned to her feet, a deviant fury still ever present in her eyes. Despite everything, she was pretty durable. That last blow should have been a hefty one. Strangely, there was this weird pattern that lit up under her skin where I had hit her. It looked strikingly similar to magic circuits in appearance. I had thought I hit her harder than what the damage looked like she took, but perhaps she used some method to offset it. Interesting. She slammed the weird heart-shaped emblem at her side. I noticed it before, but I just assumed it was just her taste in accessories, but I was obviously wrong as a heart flew out and landed into her hand, forming a small bow. That's kinda cute. Fuck off. She let out another roar as an arrow of lightning coalesced with the string drawn back. And once more, I'll admit that there was a significant amount of power build up. Enough that if I wasn't dealing with lightning of all things that I would be taking it much more seriously. It wasn't outwardly expressive as it gathered lightning and compressed itself, remaining small and within the size of an arrow for that small bow she wielded. Take this, 5 gigajoule blast! She shouted, letting loose the arrow. I did just that. I reached out, and grabbed it. The sheer power in it was enough that my footing shifted. Within my hands, the thing fought mercilessly. If I wasn't attuned to the element on such a level, I was sure I would have been reduced to ash if I tried this so flippantly. My divinity seeped out into my own lightning and I twisted, shattering her construct. The ACC mulat lightning erupted outwards, forcibly discharged away from myself. I expected her to say something else, but she was no longer in the same spot. I jerked my head to the side to see her figure appear behind me. Very fast. Her bow lit up again, but this time there was no lightning. No, it reminded me of Yuri's arrow from before. With a single pluck of the string, an uncountable number of arrows were loose. I reached out into the air, grabbing Mirage from my ring and responded appropriately, firing off my own sword phantoms to meet them. She didn't even stop or pause at my display, instead, she kept moving. I did notice one thing. That's not Shunpo. Don't compare our movement technique to that trash. Ours is called Hirankyaku, you can remember it when I send you to hell. She shouted, above me, dozens of feet in the sky with her bowstring pulled back. I heard they have a good amusement park there. I answered casually. I could see the confusion on her face at my remark, so I took the opportunity to summon my other swords. They all shot up, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. I expected her to use her movement technique again. I admit I was very curious about it. At first glance, it was obviously slightly different from Shunpo. However, her body seemed to somewhat shift into lightning and at the same time, she moved. She perfectly maneuvered around my swords in a very meticulous way, avoiding their lethal edges as she slid to the ground, bow still knocked. I was stunned. Enough that I just kicked off the ground and Shunpo D out of harm's way for that attack. She combined her ability to wield lightning with her movement technique. She had literally turned into lightning for a moment and still moved similarly. That gave me ideas. I was lost in thought for a moment, enough that she slipped through my perception a tad. She was behind my back again, getting ready to let loose another barrage. All right, I'm tired of this nonsense. I grumbled, tightening my grip around Mirage. I pivoted and then planted my foot, thrusting forward. Her arrows tore through me, but alas for her I was no longer there on the world axis. My sword pierced through her back. Swallow returns. What's with people here and constantly attacking from the back? I grumbled again, pulling my blade free and flicked away the blood. Mayuri tried that same shit multiple times and I was starting to get annoyed with it since everyone here can move at such ridiculous speeds. She looked back at me, trembling with blood seeping from her mouth, but the words couldn't form and the bow dropped from her grasp, her body soon following it to the ground. I did pick up her bow out of curiosity. I would examine it later. I did see some interesting things from her, which was why I wanted to see what she could do, but I was starting to get annoyed. Well, I wondered how Izzy was doing. Isn't my POV? I guess we will be fighting. This one was not born under my daughter's son. I wondered where he came from? He was still a living being, not like these Shinigami. Was he and the others living inside that shadow space from before? He tilted his head in an unnatural way and his eyes rotated oddly as he stared at me. I can't sense your fear, he stated. Okay. I wasn't quite sure how to respond to him. Impossible. His eyes practically bored into me. Every being has fears, and all will suck *MB to them eventually. I was given F for the fear. He held his arms out as some thorn-like constructs manifested as the ambient spiritual matter was drawn and condensed at his beckoning. He had quite a bit of power, same with these other children around here. Not quite as much as the Shinigami I had put in timeout, which someone tried to make a fake body out of. But it was still an impressive amount for a mortal. However, there was something certainly strange about him. And not just his mannerisms or his voice, as he apparently attempted to sound intimidating and incite fear. I could guess his shtick from the obvious insinuations. No, his soul was odd, and I was curious as to why. My idle musing was brought to an end as his little thorn weapon was fired off at me. I flicked it away. Foolish, just touching it is enough. I will bring out your worst fears. He cackled ominously. Okay. I waited. It wasn't very often I indulged in a fight, and I did not wish to bully this child, so I would allow him his chance. Something did try to assault me though. I would almost call it similar to the way that Shinigami attempted to assault my senses earlier. It was as if something tried to crawl into my heart and pull out some very personal feelings and emotions. The power was strange. It was almost as if it held the very faintest hint of divinity to it, but so muddled and clouded that I couldn't really tell. I touched it, metaphysically speaking, to understand what it was. The easiest way to describe it was a distilled aspect of fear made manifest. Weaponized by this man in front of me. I admit I allowed it to affect me a single iota, opening myself up for it to freely flow for a singular moment, just to understand it, and it brought out something I hadn't felt in a very long time. It in no way influenced me, but it did make me vividly recall certain things that I would much rather forget from my past. What was I afraid of? It was very simple, really. I was scared that I would turn back to who I was many centuries ago. How would Wilhelm look at me if he saw what I used to be? How would my children react if they saw me like that again? The idea genuinely made me uneasy. And now I was annoyed at this thought that was in my heart. You're unaffected, he said quietly. You are much too young to try and instill fear into me, child. I kindly informed him. Do you have anything else to show, or are you done? Impossible. He stiffened. My power was given by His Majesty, there's no way you're not affected. He started losing his composure. I don't think he's ever had someone deny his power before. He spread his arms wide and many more of those thorns formed behind him. I stopped counting after 20 and they continued to fill the area behind him. They were all unleashed towards me and I merely raised my hand. Hands of shadows emerged from the shadows, knocking them away. I didn't believe them the slightest threat, but I felt it would be embarrassing for them to just hit me all over. I reached down, picking one up. Would you like this back? I offered. Just touching them should induce limitless fear in you. He took a step backwards. How? Allow me to return this. I took a step forward to mimic him and he looked a little hesitant. You, what are you, why are you not afraid? Child, I am death. I clenched my hand and the shadows around him swirled and grabbed hold. Perhaps I was feeling petty, but I was still annoyed, so I stabbed his little thorn into him as he struggled helplessly. I believe it would be more beneficial to leave him alive. I thought Wilhelm would appreciate it. Though, that doesn't mean I can't take out my annoyance beforehand. Wait, a moment. Why is there something stitched onto your soul? I asked the strange child that was frantically trying to escape. He didn't give me an answer, but it didn't matter. I will find out then. I reached for it. Wilhelm POV. Hey there, Shunsui, need a hand. A large condensed beam of fire shot through the air as Shunsui narrowly dodged, the ends of his haori getting singed. A hand would be appreciated. He chuckled awkwardly. He wasn't just blowing hot air when he said his flames could match the old man's. Thankfully, I have experience in that department. I glanced to the side to see the other Shinigami captain, someone I hadn't met before until now. She was fighting the other guy with a cool claw on his hand. Her Zanpakuto was in the form of a gauntlet claw, nail poker thing. And the guy she was fighting had these weird butterfly marks all over his body. They seemed about pretty even, perhaps she was on the back foot with some minor wounds, but I turned my attention back to Shunsui. The guy Shunsui had been fighting landed to the side, flames dancing between his fingers, and he looked a bit more together than Shunsui. "Why don't you release your Zanpakuto?" I asked. "It's not good when fighting together with others," he said sheepishly. "Hey, oh well. Thought it'd be interesting to see. Unfortunately, my girl is a bit temperamental, she also doesn't like sparring either. If she comes out, it's on her own terms." "She?" A random question, "Is your Zanpakuto spirit hot?" What he didn't fully answer as we both flung to the sides, another wave of fire tore through where we were a moment ago. "Fucking ignoring me?" The dude with the mohawk glowered. "1, 2, doesn't matter. Come and get it," he taunted. Well, he felt a tad more dangerous than the girl I fought. Like, replace lightning with fire, and suddenly, there's an actual threat in front of my face that I had to pay attention to. "We can make it 3, if you prefer." Izzy casually strode over, throwing the comatose body of the one she fought to the ground. "Not lost." The mohawk guy blinked in confusion. "Haha, that asshole always so fucking cocky about his power. Look at him now." Speaking of power, he had something strange attached to his soul. I believe it is the source of his power, and they appear to have something similar. Izzy informed us. "Oh? How curious." Shunsui hummed. "That'll be something we can look into later." "Yeah right." Mohawk scoffed. He paused because his shadow, jerked. No, it grabbed hold of him and began pulling him into itself. "Shit, looks like we're out of time. Count yourselves lucky. Next time we meet, I'll kill every one of ye." It wasn't just him, I glanced to the side to see the other captain having the same issue with her opponent. And that girl I fought and left on the ground was also sinking into the shadows. And lastly, so was the twitching body that Izzy brought back. "Era, then I guess I should make sure that doesn't happen now." Shunsui smiled, raising his blade and moved with a burst of shunpo, slicing at the mohawk guy. The guy didn't even move, the blade just freely passed through him, like he wasn't even there. In fact, even the odd buildings started to descend back into the shadows all around us. "Dumbass, His Majesty's shadow isn't something you can mess with." He laughed, mockingly, as his form all but became submerged. "Is that so?" Izzy responded, and she reached down into the shadow, completely pulling out the person she fought with. The shadows resisted, if it could be called that. But like a naughty child, her own chastised them until they relented, and the person was pulled free and tossed back onto the ground. The mohawk guy just stared, awkwardly, and in silence for the last couple moments as he finally disappeared. "Would you like this?" Izzy offered, talking about the body still on the ground. "That would be very helpful, ma'am," Shunsui said, rather respectfully. Non-canon Make the Mysterious Red-Headed Woman. Part 1. Getting blasted out of the world line by the demon was not pleasant. And by that I mean, I was in so much pain it made it hard to think properly. Avalon was doing what it could, but I had taken a huge hit. I was thankful to the piece of Big G in the spear, giving me that tiny opportunity to sort of yank myself out of harm's way. I wasn't in the right mind, so I couldn't precisely aim myself, more so, just hurl my body in a sort of general direction that I felt was familiar. That was the last thing I remember. And now, I was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. I was bandaged and someone took care of me, but I had no idea where I was. As if to answer my question, the door opened. A beautiful woman walked in, seemingly surprised as I was to see her. She had long red hair, a large chest, and long beautiful legs that accentuated her hips. She was utterly gorgeous and nearly took my breath away. "Oh, you're awake," she said with an enchanting voice. "Are you an angel?" Era, about the opposite." She giggled. "You're lucky I found you when I did. The guards around the place thought you were an intruder." "Guards?" I questioned. "You don't know where you are?" "Honestly, I have no idea. I had a little accident." I guess it doesn't really matter." She shrugged. "You're free to go when you're all healed up." She smiled beautifully. "I'm free to go, just like that." I doubt an intruder would willingly hurt themselves like how I found you. It's an honest mistake, most likely a haphazard teleport when you were in a bad state. No harm was done. And what if I asked to come back? Come back? Whatever for? It would be rude of me to not thank the wonderful woman who nursed me back to health. I gave my most charming smile. Oh my, aren't you a sweetheart? I never did get your name. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I reached out to take her hand, giving it a kiss. Has anyone told you that you're a terrible flirt? She giggled, not dissuaded in the slightest. You can call me Ray Shara. A beautiful name for a beautiful woman. And now you're just doing it on purpose. She playfully swatted my shoulder. I am many things, but a liar is not one of them. Ara, I need to be careful around you. I think just one little slip up, and I may just find myself caught up in that cute smile of yours. She giggled again, cupping my cheek. It's strange, I feel like I somehow know you for some reason. Have we met before? I can honestly say that this is the first time we're meeting. And you would know if there was a second. And why is that? Because the second time we've met would have certainly been on a date. You are dangerous, she cooed with a little smile of hers. Let me go get you something to eat, otherwise I don't think I'll be able to resist eating you up. She shot me a little wink before leaving the room again. Holy shit, that woman definitely did things for me. At. Well, how was the meal? I asked. I was right, you're a dangerous man. Ray Shara giggled, laying her head on my bare chest while the blanket covered our naked bodies. I think you're the dangerous one here. You're entirely at fault for seducing me. She let out that cute giggle of hers again. Oh, so I'm to blame. How am I supposed to resist that beautiful smile of yours? I think my father warned me about men like you. Men like me. The ones who say all the right things to get me to take my clothes off. Oh, don't act like you don't get flirted with every day. I doubt a woman like you doesn't have many people trying to win your heart. She poked my cheek. You'd be surprised. A lot of people are intimidated by my position. They'd much rather go after my cute little sister. Their loss. Is it? She questioned. Are you being possessive now? That depends, are you against it? Her eyes softened. Is this you asking me out on a date? Maybe it is. Consider it a date then. She kissed my cheek. I can't wait to tell FIA that someone finally asked me out. FIA. Graphia. She's been my best friend for years now. Ever since the Civil War. I blinked. I'm sorry, did you say Graphia? Is there a problem? She tilted her head. No, sorry, was just taken by surprise. Do you not know who I am? Should I? It was her turn to look confused. I mean, I don't mind that you're a half-devil. I don't care about any of that, and you seemed plenty strong anyways. I didn't think you would care about me being a pure-blooded devil. You're not with the old Satan faction, are you? Oh, absolutely not. No worries then. You said you have a sister. I changed the subject, trying to figure out who this woman actually was. My cute little Rias. She's already almost an adult, but she's still just my adorable little sister. She cooed. Rias. I choked out. That's right. She looked at me again. Do you not know who I am? She questioned me this time. I honestly have no idea. I replied. Oh, this is awkward then. She blushed a little. I just assumed you were aware. It's not a problem, I hope. I don't really have many people flirt with me so, genuinely without some scheme or something. I'm still not quite sure on your identity, actually. What are the names of your parents? Oh, you really didn't know? She giggled. My mother is Venelana Gremory, my father is Zedicus Gremory. And I'm one of the Satans, Ray Cheryl Lucifer. She proudly introduced. Oh my god. I realized who she was. And where I was. I was in a parallel world to my birth world. And I just fucked my father. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 394, Interlude 29. Why whack, King of the Quincy POV. Do you know your sins? Jugram Hashwalth addressed everyone in my place as I sat upon my throne, overlooking the gathering of my stern ritter. My elite soldiers. It was difficult to say what emotions I felt at this moment. I don't think I've ever been quite as enraged in my entire life, and that was a significant feat. Perhaps I've gone past pure rage and my mind cleared, allowing me full coherence? Candace Catnip, the one for whom I bestowed the letter T, a part of my own soul onto hers, allowing her to achieve power reminiscent of the Shinigami captains. The thunderbolt, how quaint. It was straightforward, but that didn't mean it was unworthy of my bestowment. Perhaps average amongst the other Stern Ritter, but average among elites was still elite. She had nearly died. Busby, for whom I gave the letter H. His power came about in the form of flame manipulation. He liked to brag about his flames being comparable to that man. I never corrected him, he didn't need to know how terrifying the strongest Shinigami was. Kengdu, who received letter I for the iron. The person with the strongest defensive ability in the Stern Ritter bar my royal guard. Combined with his blood, there were very few capable of harming him significantly. Yet, he also looked weathered. Lastly, as Nod with the letter F, for the fear. A very powerful ability that I considered of great use and would have been very beneficial for the war in the future. The war itself was muddled, even with my previous use of the Almighty. I was mostly able to perceive events that led up to it, and plan for certain outcomes. But the finer details, I would not know until my true powers returned once more. It was enough that I was able to foresee my stepping onto the palace of the Soul King. As Nod was one I felt would be quite beneficial, with his ability being extremely difficult to counter for nearly any Shinigami. And yet, he was absent. I had to use a very precious reserve of my own power to bring them and everyone else back. The tiniest spark I had kept in case of an emergency. And by all means, this qualified. We accept our punishment. They spoke together. Rehearsed together. A bid to get out of real punishment. You yet live because of one reason alone. Jugram continued. You were wise enough not to reveal your Volstandig. The method devised to match a Shinigami's Bankai. It was something we did not possess in the past, and it was one of our true trump cards in the conflict that was supposed to erupt in a little less than 3 years. I had witnessed the proper path needed to be taken. Many years ago, I used the last gasp of my power before I had to recuperate. And I was able to see which steps needed to be taken, and what I was required to do to achieve my goals. The Almighty. My own ability to perceive the future. I had seen it all happen. The events that would play out, and the ensuing conflict that would inevitably happen. That was until a very special war potential defied my vision, something only the Soul King, my father, should be capable of. For reasons I'm still trying to comprehend, fate was upturned, and the inconceivable happened. Sukeisen appeared in the mess hall while several of my Stern Ritter were holding a banquet. How? In every possible iteration of the future, that turn of events never occurred on any probable level. Not even in a 1 in a trillion chance did one of the most volatile entities fall into the shadows of soul society in which we hid ourselves all these years ago. Did my father make a move? Impossible, he shouldn't even be capable of proper thought with what the Zero Division did to him. Nothing more than a thing now. But that didn't seem to be the end of the absurdity that had been the past day. I received their reports ahead of time. And I was thankful that I did, for I did not wish for my subjects to see me fly into a rage. This was no mere coincidence. There was a leak somewhere, someone set these events in motion and ruined over 1,000 years of planning. We were not ready. I was not ready. My power had yet to return. I need just under 3 more years to fully recuperate everything I have lost. As I was now, I was fearful to stand before that damnable Yamamoto, much less siege the Soul King's palace. And now, CIRC* mistances may have forced our hand. Our greatest boon, the element of surprise, had been lost. Now we have to be prepared for an invasion into our own stronghold. Who and how? My sight saw none of this occurring. I needed more information. I heard their reports, but perhaps something else was left out that I could use? Jugram. I interrupted my second in command of his justified scolding. Amongst everyone present, there was not a single peep to be heard. Candace Catnip, Busby, Kengdu. I spoke their names and each one stiffened at my proclamation. And every other Stern Ritter that I have bestowed a letter to looked onwards, silently. There is one name I did not call. Why is one of my Stern Ritter not present? Explain to me, from the beginning, and I might offer leniency depending on the CIRC* misstance. At this point, I was forced to look past their momentous failures because the future had somehow changed considerably. The invad. I raised my hand with a tired sigh, silencing them. King Du. You may speak. Yes, your majesty. He bowed his head. I will report from the beginning. We were present when the Shinigami invaded the Wandenreich. Upon noting what exactly he was, we immediately moved to action to apprehend or eliminate this intruder. Sukeisen just suddenly appeared in my Wandenreich. Absurd, even hearing it again. Continue. I commanded. It was the four of us that happened upon him when he attempted to flee. He used his sword to some effect and was able to commandeer several of our soldat to discover a means to escape. Through the use of just under 100, they were able to deploy a shadow despite the normal limitations. I see. Sukeisen's Zanpakutt was a headache for sure. Absolute hypnosis was it. He took control of around 100 of my soldiers and used them as fuel to breach through to Soul Society via the shadow. It would be easy enough to find out any information he needed with that annoyance. This situation normally shouldn't have been possible, but with so many willingly sacrificing themselves, the limitations as he said were overcome. I have no doubt that those involved directly were all dead. And that led to the phenomena. Perhaps Sukeisen made use of his own extraordinary Ryotsu to facilitate the process. It would explain why a portion of the Wandenreich disappeared along with many of my soldiers and Stern Ritter. The only question is how that damnable Shinigami got here in the first place. Because even from the report, it's clear he was just as surprised as we were. He clearly fled and sought an escape as soon as possible. Continue from when you arrived at Soul Society. I waved him onwards. Yes, your majesty. He respectfully replied. Once we arrived, we immediately focused on the Shinigami that was the cause of the situation. We began to fight him, but he continued to flee, and that was when Soul Society became aware of our presence. By the time we caught up, he was already dead. That was when we encountered 2 more captains and 2 other individuals. Sukeisen dead? Utterly ridiculous. 2 more captains appearing, that would be expected, however. But what's this about 2 unknown individuals? Was he referring to the humans that invaded with the other war potential, Kurosaki Ichigo? That should be happening at this time. That child of mine, born in darkness. Describe them. There was a man, with red hair. He was very clearly not a Shinigami but... He glanced at Candace. Candace Catnip. I turned my attention to her. She had still yet to fully heal, but at this particular moment, I was very far beyond mercy for her situation. You fought this individual. Report. Why yes, your majesty. She replied, still clearly in pain. He was unaffected by my lightning. Nothing I did to him was able to hurt him. I hit him with everything I had but my Volstandig. And he just walked it off. He had lightning of his own end. I tapped my throne in annoyance, and she stopped her incessant prattling. I could glean the details beyond her whining. Who was this person? I had no knowledge of him. I had no glimpse of him in my visions. Either, he is someone who should not exist, or, perhaps he was a piece of father? The only being I had been unable to perceive was him, after all. A being with a similar ability as mine would obviously be beyond my own sight. And the second person? I asked. The second one was a woman with silver hair. She dressed like a normal human woman with no noticeable Ryotsu. Basby was the one who spoke up. I turned my head to him and he shuddered under my gaze. She was the one who fought Nod. When your majesty's shadow was sent to retrieve us. He clenched his jaw. Speak. She reached into the shadow and pulled him away, your majesty. He lowered his head, expecting my anger. And he was right to expect it, however, my attention was not focused solely on him, but these individuals that I had no knowledge of. Someone who could ignore my shadow? Someone who could reach inside and prevent my retrieval of one of my Stern Ritter. Not even Yamamoto could interfere with my shadow in such a pedestrian manner. Who was this woman? Who was that man? Why were they there? How were they able to escape my sight? Were they the cause or was their presence a side effect of someone else subverting me? All my plans burned to ashes in a mere day. And at this moment, I didn't know who to blame. There was an enemy I was unaware of, someone was working against me. It seems our plans must change. I finally spoke, addressing everything. We await your orders, your majesty. Jugram bowed his head. We must adapt. I knew Yamamoto, he wouldn't sit there and wait. As soon as he received word of our continued existence, he would immediately rally his Shinigami to search us out. I don't know how long it would take for them to discover us, but we had one benefit going for us. Sook Aizen's little rebellion should be moving forward. He would still seek to retrieve his artifact at the earliest convenience, and even with his discovery of us and subsequent reveal to the whole of Soul Society, he would likely not delay much longer. The man is too arrogant to allow himself to be subservient for any longer than needed. He would rebel, and then he would claim his throne of Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society would be preoccupied with a war on their doorsteps. The only issue was to make sure that Aizen is perceived as a threat large enough that they can't commit too many resources on us. We will prepare for war. I let my voice echo outwards, reaching every corner of the Wandenreich. The fire that I had lit inside them for centuries was finally ignited with a fury. They had been training and waiting for this moment for many years. For them, it didn't matter if it happened now or in a few years' time. I will be at a disadvantage, but I must adapt and change my stratagem. Aizen wished to wage war against Soul Society, so be it. I will use that to my advantage. While both were weak, we would eradicate both of them. Hueco Mundo has many resources we can acquire for our own war against Soul Society. The Arrancar are numerous and require no training. They were originally intended to be used as disposable soldiers, but perhaps they could play a slightly bigger role? Those hollows that blurred the lines between hollows and Shinigami, they would be adequate to tip the scales. I planned for a blitzkrieg, but a prolonged war was something we were capable of. Your Majesty, if I may. Jugram spoke up again. Speak. I replied. What do you wish to do about Asnod? Yes, him. No doubt he's being shuttled off to their research division to be dissected and experimented on. I could still vaguely feel his soul essence. He was alive, for now. It would be a mercy then. I would allow him this for his part in relaying important information, by happenstance. His letter, I will retrieve it and find a new host for it. The link that I shared with all my stern Ritter, I reached for it. The piece of my soul that was attached to his eyes looked back into mine. My retrieval of my soul piece was prevented. Eyes stared back at mine. A woman. I could not feel her presence, I could not ascertain her existence. She stood there, towering over the piece of soul I attempted to retrieve. No. A simple word sent ripples backwards through the link, and a shockwave completely tore apart whatever claim I had. It felt like I was looking at Father. That presence, the weight behind her existence. I slammed my throne, shattering the armrest as I looked out and grabbed hold of 100 random soldat. Mere foot soldiers, but it would be enough. And I took back the Quincy power within them. I, as the origin, commanded their essence back to me. It was enough, for a mere flicker. The tiniest spark to ignite my almighty for a singular moment, when combined with what minuscule amounts of power I had remaining from my forceful use of the shadow. Jugram stumbled in place, but I paid him no mind. His ability, the letter B I bestowed on him, balance. He would shoulder some of the burden for me as was his duty. I used to try and view this woman. To see the immediate futures available around this anomaly. And there was nothing. I couldn't see her, and her presence was frighteningly similar to his. Did I have a mother? Chapter 395, Chapter 357. It was kind of funny, watching Shunsui open his mouth, and attempt to say something, then as the words failed to come out of his mouth. He tried a handful of times at this point, and Izzy just stood there, looking absolutely amused by the entire situation. Despite the very strange CIRC* misstances of this impromptu outing, I'm glad Izzy appeared to be enjoying herself. And really, his own confusion and uncertainty only diminished once that other captain appeared. She came with a purpose in her steps, her sword still seemed released, and it was clear she was still very much in combat mode. Ryoka. She hissed, holding up her gauntlet, claw finger blade pointed thing at me. Now, Sui Feng, how about we all calm down? Shunsui stepped between us, trying to calm her down. Captain Kirikou, step aside. I'm going to arrest these two Ryoka, immediately for questioning. Just hold on a moment. Aizen is dead. We were attacked by 4 captain-level combatants. This is beyond talking, Shunsui. Either assist me or I will report that you have defected and betrayed us. She growled. 2 of which we handled. Helping you. I commented. Just thought I'd throw that out there. She snapped her gaze at me, looking rather eager to punch me in the face if she could. I would also like to add that this Captain Eisen of yours isn't dead. Izzy also added. And when Captain Sui Feng looked at her, she deflated slightly, but still noticeably. At least, that body over there isn't real. She walked over to where he was impaled. All three of us shared a glance. Sui Feng, they did help us. Shun Sui expressed his stance once more. The woman scowled, looking like she was warring with herself mentally. Explain the body. She crossed her arms with a grunt. His Ryotsu is still there, lingering around his fresh corpse. She spat out in annoyance. Can spirits have corpses? I asked, the sudden question just coming to mind. Clearly. She screamed at me, pointing at the fake body. All right, let's all calm down. Shun Sui tried to ease her down again. I'd also appreciate an explanation, miss. He looked at Izzy. You can call me Izzy. She said dismissively. As for an explanation, it's simple. This thing never once housed an actual soul. It certainly mimics what facilitates life for you spiritual beings, but it's but a hollow husk. Agi. Shun Sui furrowed his brow. They shouldn't be this detailed or be able to trick someone like me. He scratched his head. What do you think, Sui Feng? I think you're still missing the fact that his Zanpakuto is sitting right there. She pointed out. Era, that also raised a question. Also fake. Izzy chimed in. Once more, a hollow husk. It has never housed a proper spirit like both of your weapons do. And we're just supposed to believe you. Would it perhaps be possible to ask how you know this? Shun Sui asked, still being rather respectful. I simply do. Izzy shrugged. I am intimately familiar with death and spirits. How convenient. Sui Feng scoffed. That's going to be hard to convince someone else. Shun Sui sighed. Is there anything I can have that proves it? I have nothing but my words. You are free to check for yourselves. If you can't discover what I can see after a thorough investigation, then you are simply helpless. However, if you wish proof, then should I point out the difference between the sword you held in your left hand opposed to your right? Izzy replied. Shun Sui stiffened. Okay, I believe you. I raised an eyebrow at that. Did Izzy know something she shouldn't know about him, HMM? What? Sui Feng, please, don't question it. Just, trust me for now. At the very least, it's obvious they aren't our enemies, and it wouldn't be a good idea to get on their bad side while we apparently have real enemies hiding in the dark. Sui Feng looked at him with a strange look before her shoulders sagged. Fine. But how the hell did this even start in the first place? Why were those people chasing after Eisen? I believe that may be my fault. Izzy spoke up again. He aggressively attacked the children I was accompanying. I did not wish to sour relations, so I chose a method of removing him without harming him too much. How did that end up with? I put him in the shadows below this soul society. I noticed people down there, I just never fathomed that you would be unaware of a group of people hiding in your basement. She deadpanned. What? Are you saying that these people are hiding in the shadows of soul society? Sui Feng's eyes widened. So it appears. Izzy delivered without much emotion. Welp, I think she's broken now, cause she looked ready to have a minor breakdown at that little revelation. Seems like they had a whole alphabet theme going, don't know what that's about, but pretty good odds they had quite a few more people around that same strength. I also helpfully added. Shun Sui then had a blank stare as he processed that information. Kind of weird shtick in all honesty. Oh, that's probably due to the parasite that someone attached to their souls. Izzy spoke up again. What do you mean? I asked. That one over there has the piece of another's soul attached to him. I believe it to be the source of his power and the way they were so blatantly showing off. She trailed off, but connecting the dots was not difficult. Hey! I don't know if I should be happy with this information or not. Shun Sui admitted rather depressingly. I made sure that nothing could happen to it, so you are free to investigate at your leisure. That was nice of her. Great, I'll pass that message along. Shun Sui sighed. All right, we better send our reports, Sui Feng. She glanced at us. Everything. I already spoke to the old man, we're good for now. I assured them. Oh, just a heads up, there is actually a Quincy with the kids that came with us. I'm like 99% sure he has no relation to the people who just attacked. How sure are you? Shunsui questioned. Well, he seemed to think he was the last of the Quincy, bar his own parents. Right, I'll make sure to pass that message along as well. He shook his head. What a mess this turned out to be. He let out a long breath before perking up. And here comes Yukatake and Jin, it seems. Oh, squinty eyes. Ichigo called him that and I liked the nickname. Pfft. Shunsui held back a laugh. Tussled with him before, should probably head out before that causes any problems. I mentally looked into my ring before taking out a talisman. Here, take this. I said, tossing it to the Shinigami I was quickly becoming friends with. Just rip it in half and it'll alert me and I'll come on after if you need anything important. Similar to the one I gave the kids, but without the whole defensive properties attached. Basically just a beacon to reach me. Handy. He mused. What are you going to do now? He asked with only a hint of interrogation. Struck a deal with the old man, going to fulfill it, more or less. I'll keep a lookout if those people pop up again, but otherwise, back to business. There was no argument on their part, so I took that as a cue to get away before things became more complicated. I could understand their own position and sympathized with them a little even if I was divorced from this whole thing beyond my personal choice of helping the kids. Oh well, it wasn't my problem. I shared a look with Izzy and we quickly made ourselves scarce. What do you think? I asked Izzy, finishing my masterpiece. I think it's a horrible reflection of your daughter and I'm also wondering if this is the time to be doing this. She said rather dryly, with a paintbrush in her hand, making her own little picture on the wall behind me. What do you mean? I asked, admiring the mural I painted of Kuna running around with Sir Wiggles. I missed my familiar. I knew he was doing good at the moment, but nothing beyond that. I didn't want to stick my head back into that world line until I had another talk with Gramps about what was going on. The last thing I need to do was cause more problems over there by leaping before looking. I mean, we just got out of a fight. And this Soul Society just experienced an invasion. 3 invasions in a month, I wonder if this happens to them a lot. And you were involved with every one of them. She deadpanned. Technically, the third one was your fault. I gave her a look. Miss, trying to blame me for it. How was I supposed to know they were ignorant about supposed enemies literally next door? Izzy threw her hands up. That's fair, I guess. But to answer your question, this is exactly what the deal I made with their leader was. Painting graffiti on their walls. She said sarcastically. No, well, yes. I touched up the colors on Kunu's eyes. Specifically, we're supposed to act as a nuisance, an annoyance, and otherwise cause problems without actually doing anything damaging. I noted the patrol times, and I took a picture of who was slacking off and whatnot. And I'll be making a detailed report on every movement we made to get here. Which was the center of the 6th Division. Like, their gathering point for their barracks. I was also going to point out the vulnerabilities I saw. Granted, most of the people running around were complete and utter trash, but at the very least, they could be useful if properly positioned in a situation like this. It seems like the blanket reaction was to run around like chicken with their heads cut off. Made me really question how much training they had with dealing with attacks. You don't feel compelled to help them. I mean, with what? Those Quincy are gone, no sign of them. I guess we technically know where they are as you can access that place with ease. But, it's not really our business, is it? The only reason I'm here, and you by extension, is because I felt bad about the kids. I shrugged, continuing what I was doing. Do you really care? I do have a few things I nicked off the Quincy that appeared that I was going to play around with later. Not really. I'm still deciding on how to feel about this place. I'm only helping because you are. She confessed without any reservations. And a different question. Why do you have paint? It seems like a random thing to have. I'm a hoarder. I freely confessed. I should have guessed. She snorted. What was that about Shunsui's sword? You said something and he looked like you just kicked his puppy. Oh, only one of his swords was his Zanpakuto. The other was, concealed or some other nonsense. It seemed to deflect my probing, which was interesting, but I didn't really push it. I think it was some manner of divine weapon, which raises some questions. Neat. Quite. Do you? One moment. Izzy's eyes glowed ominously. No. She intoned, a wave of pressure cascaded outwards, and everything went deadly silent. Sorry about that, you were saying. The fuck? Oh, just someone attempted to probe me and take that parasitic soul piece back from that person I captured. I left a little surprise there in case someone did something. She said nonchalantly. Well, alrighty then. This looks nothing like Kunu. She peered over my shoulder, pressing up against my back. It's called artistic interpretation. I think Kunu would have done a better job if she was finger painting. I hear your criticism and allow me to retort. I booked her nose with my paintbrush. She looked at me, raising a single eyebrow. I see. Then allow me to provide you with assistance. She held her own brush and smacked me with it, right on the side of the face, slowly pulling it down. How do you like my artistic interpretation? I think I see some room for improvement. I turned around. Don't you dare. She took a step back. I started swinging my paint-soaked brush at her, flinging paint everywhere. Why, you despicable! She let out a cute squeal as she tried to cover herself with her arms. Honestly, I think I got more on myself than her. She was pouting as she peeked through her fingers. Look at this mess. The mess was the point, I think. She pursed her lips, flinging her arms with still wet paint flying off in small droplets. Was this the point? Hey, don't dish it if you can't take it. She huffed, walking over to the can of paint I had on the ground, and she dipped her finger in it before turning back around and pushing it against my nose. There, we're even. She said proudly. Even, hey. I pushed my head against her, the side that had a big glob of paint still running down the side. She made more cute noises before I finally pulled away. All right, now we're even. You're a child. She flicked off what paint she could with another huff. Yup. She looked at me again and flicked the paint my way. Hey, foul, foul. I covered myself. Look at my clothes. I'm looking. You still look as beautiful as ever. Hush, you. She huffed once more, hands flinging at me with renewed vigor. Peace. Humph. She crossed her arms, trying to look annoyed, but it was hard with all the paint splattered on her. Well, at least your painting looks better. You keep throwing shade at me, let's see what you got going on over on your side, hey. By all means, look at what real talent is. She gestured over to her side. I took a look, and paled a little. It's all right, I guess. Admit defeat. I wasn't aware it was a competition. We both know it would have been had you thought you had any skill in painting. Now, admit defeat. I think I should get bonus points for actually trying something difficult. Literal stick figures would have been better. You just painted Pac-Man. Admittedly, it was fairly good. But it's not like it's something hard to paint. And you know what it is without any indication from me. That makes me the winner by default. Why Pac-Man though? I asked. It was the first video game I ever played. I remember when it was first created and I spent hours and hours in front of the arcade machine. She paused. What? Nothing. No, you were going to say something. I used my powers to keep playing, even after they closed. She looked away. That's hilarious, and I'll be making fun of you in the future because of this. She slapped my shoulder. I chuckled, walking to the side and taking a seat. Izzy followed, sliding down against the wall next to me. I wonder what the Shinigami are gonna think when they see this. Izzy blinked, and we both shared a look before breaking out in laughter. Maybe it was just the utter ridiculousness of the situation. We were literally just fighting some people a few hours ago, and now we're repainting the Shinigami's barracks. As we stopped, Izzy leaned in, her head resting against my shoulder. And I found myself putting my arm around her, almost unconsciously. Neither of us said anything to ruin the pleasant moment. Non-canon Omake, all according to plan. Ichimaru Jin POV. Heya, bossman. Jin, you're late. Aizen was moving around some stuff, didn't know what it was. Sorry was dealing with the fallout of whatever the hell happened. Heard some stuff, but still kind of confused. Can ya fill me in on the blanks? I've had an interesting day. What do you want to know? I heard ya got beaten up. I did not get beaten up. He scoffed. Really? Heard from some sources that you got slapped pretty hard. It was all according to plan. Right. He didn't sound too confident. Heard you found a bunch o' Quincy. Yes, I discovered a secret hiding spot of our sworn enemies. A gathering of significant power that we'll need to take into account with our own forces. And I heard you got shoved there, by the woman who beat you up? The interrogation from the Quincy we got said you were running around their base while they shot arrows at you. Yes, it was all according to plan. He nodded. Right-o then, boss. Whatever you say. I was getting skeptical at this point. And you did the whole dying thing with the fake dead body, yet. Yes. He said rather proudly. It took considerable effort to create a body that would fool. Yet, the same woman who beat ya up saw through it. Told everyone it was fake. All according to the plan. He twitched. Really? Yes. You see, it was merely a distraction. To lure away the sights of our enemies, to draw their attention and redirect it from our true goal. For you see, what I really accomplished. All your plans have been right fucked, haven't they? Completely and utterly. He immediately admitted. I wonder if it's too late to switch sides? Chapter 396, Chapter 358. Ichimaru Jin POV. Report. Old man Yamamoto slammed his cane on the ground, calling everyone to attention. How did a group of Quincy appear within these walls without us knowing? Oh, he was furious. Felt like I was gonna start sweating, and not because of the pressure. Quincy, hey? Aizen told me about the couple holding up in that human town we were watchin', but I heard nothing about a whole group of them like this. I'd have thought he was keepin' stuff from me again, but then I saw how beat up he looked when he finally reappeared. That was not the look of man who had planned this. Captain Kuratsuki! He roared. I had to hold a hand up to my eyes to cover myself from the glow he was giving off. His entire body was lighting up the room, almost made it seem like daytime in here. He always did dress weirdly, but this is a little much even for him. Due to the reports I received, I haven't been able to look into it just yet. I have just recently gotten my hands on the specimen, but I had other concerns prior to this. He replied, making the captain commander's temper start to flare even higher. I have been prioritizing securing my lab for proper testing if the report from Captain Sui Feng and Captain Kiriko is to be believed. And I did not wish to take any undue risks of the specimen escaping or being taken. The old man gritted his teeth and the temperature lowered. Acceptable. He got out with a grunt. 3 times. 3 times. He slammed his cane down. In just this month, we have been invaded 3 times. I demand an explanation, or I will find new captains. His heat radiated outwards again. Never have we suffered such disgrace in the entire existence of the Godii 13. Who will give me an explanation? For the Quincy or the others? Captain Kiriko raised his hand. Old man Yamamoto practically shot fire out of his eyes as he glared at the captain. Since you have volunteered, Captain Kiriko, and that title very well may be changed by tomorrow. I will hear your report. If I wasn't worried the old man would burn off my eyebrows, I'd be laughing at him. Captain Kiriko cleared his throat. I don't really know much myself. I saw the buildings start appearing and the people. He paused for a moment. I had Nanao make her report after hearing what happened from Aizen's lieutenant, and I went to engage the powerful Ryutsu signatures that popped up. The captain commander nodded, happy apparently, that Captain Kiriko was actually doing his duty and not being lazy, if I had to guess. Continue. I ran into several Quincy along the way. They weren't particularly powerful and they seemed just as confused as our own people were about everything. But as I headed towards the more powerful sources, that's when I came upon Aizen's body. Shunsui tilted his hat. I paid my initial respects as I could, but I was surrounded nearly immediately by stronger Quincy. Each of them were around our levels of strength. Well done. The captain commander, despite looking furious, gave a small bit of praise. Continue. Well. He scratched his cheek. Things weren't looking really good, considered using my Bankai until I noticed Sui Feng came to back me up. Reporting. She then spoke up, stepping forward. I noticed Captain Kiriko about to engage 4 enemies of significant Ryutsu, so I waited stealthily at the side for an opportunity. The first one to attack him, I engaged and threw him off balance as my presence was not noticed until that point. However, we were unfortunately unable to deal a decisive blow. Now that I have had time to reconsider the order of events, I believe that these Quincy have some way to reduce damage they take. Blood. The old man almost growled. They can harden the blood vessels in their veins with reishi, strengthening parts of their body. Hey, that's an interesting technique. Wondered if it could be copied. Probably not, since Quincy can do that whole thing with stealing reishi from the surroundings. Well, they introduced themselves in a strange way. They all had a letter for some reason that corresponded to their power. Shunsui continued on. One of them could do some nasty things with lightning. A second could make fires that reminded me of well. He paused, looking at the captain commander who gave him a gruff nod. The third, he introduced himself with F for fear, if that makes sense. And I admit that it made me feel uneasy just being near him. You were scared, et? Kenpeki chuckled. Didn't even expect him to be here, but every captain was in attendance, minus Aizen, for obvious reasons. I can corroborate Captain Kiriku's report. Sui Feng spoke in his defense with an annoyed glare shot his way. There seemed to be a primal feeling of fear associated with the man. Out of everyone there, that one was the one I wanted to fight the least. Now I am getting excited. Mayuri tapped his fingers with a wide grin. The last one was the opponent I fought. He introduced himself with I and he could make himself as hard as iron. I couldn't pierce him with my Zanpakuto in its sealed state, and my hits were ineffective. However, it appeared as though my release was able to overcome the disadvantage. It was gonna be a tough fight, don't know if we would have made it before reinforcements came, to be honest. Shunsui stated. Were they really that powerful? Captain Hitsugaya asked. Surely you could have handled one or two with your Bankai. Maybe. Was all he said. I didn't like my chances though. Do not underestimate the Quincy. Old man Yamamoto said kind of darkly. 1,000 years ago, we fought a bloody war. Not many of you were around, but those who were should remember how many bodies were piled up even when we had our Bankai. The most difficult fight of my life was against their king. Sounds like a strong bastard. Is he still around? Can I have a go at him? Kenpeki asked excitedly. Captain Kenpeki. Old man Yamamoto growled, making the idiot slightly cower. I will be unsealing the reports and information regarding the Quincy after this meeting. I expect every single captain and lieutenant to memorize their strategies and powers. Everyone nodded in unison. When the old man said something so serious, everyone damn well listened. How were you able to defeat these Quincy, Captain Kirikou? You described them as powerful enemies, but you do not appear to have suffered any grievous wounds. Both you and Captain Sui Feng. Captain Byakuya asked. Ara, didn't you read my report, Kukaki-kun? Shunsui asked with a little chuckle. I apologize. He said with a little twitch of his eye at his nickname. I immediately came to this meeting without having time to read the required reports. I was guarding the prisoner and then arrived back to my division to find it defaced. Defaced? He blinked. Someone had painted nonsensical images all throughout my division barracks. He seethed. And considering that I repelled Ryoka matching the descriptions provided previously from rescuing the prisoner, I believe I am able to guess the culprit. Oi, was that Kurosaki Ichigo with them? He owes me a fight. Kenpeki asked. The Ryoka with orange hair and owner of that name made an attempt to free Rukia Kukaki from her cell and was defeated by me. Captain Kukaki stated. I was unfortunately unable to apprehend them per orders. Oh? Doesn't sound like you, Kukaki-kun. Captain Shunsui chuckled. I did not foresee the traitor Shion Yuryuaki interfering and bringing them to safety. He responded. What? Captain Sui Feng raised her voice. She's here. And why were you guarding my division member, Captain Kukaki? Captain Yokotake asked, a little bit of bite to him. That isn't your duty. My lieutenant was defeated by the Ryoka. I had every right to seek them out. He replied evenly. Ara, Lieutenant Abarai? He's pretty strong, almost at captain level if you gave him a few more years. You're saying that he was beaten by these Ryoka? Shunsui hummed. That is correct. He closed his eyes. And I request higher authority to deal with these Ryoka. Denied. The captain commander cut him off. The orders regarding these other Ryoka will proceed. Capture only for the human children. He grunted. Does this order include the traitor and the other Ryoka that were not present? Captain Kukaki asked. You may deal with those ones at your discretion. The old man closed his eyes. Something told me he took a little pleasure in giving that bit of information out. I think there's something going on with how the old man is intentionally treating them with the kitty gloves after the whole Quincy attack. I have my men searching for the Ryoka, but they don't seem to be a priority at the moment. I'm more concerned with the Quincy who killed their way through a portion of the Siraidii. Captain Hitsugaya spoke up. What happened with the Quincy, Captain Kirikou? It was the Ryoka. Captain Kirikou admitted. His true name being Wilhelm, as you should know by now. Haha, he went around calling himself Kurosaki Ichigo, making Aizen confused as hell. And the woman that was with him? Captain Suifeng added. Right, her. Captain Kirikou winced a little. So, he came in, took one of the Quincy. I saw a little of their fight. He apparently uses lightning too, easily dealing with the Quincy that used lighting. Did he by chance use that spear of his? I asked. I didn't see any spear, sorry. He shrugged. Hey. Still wondered what the hell that thing was. What about the dragon I heard about? Captain Kenpeki asked. The one that kicked Mayuri's ass. Times like this are why I love Kenpeki. I thought that was a brick. I asked innocently. The look on Mayuri's face is just priceless. No dragon. Shunsui shook his head. Just fought with lightning and a sword. What about this woman? Captain Mayuri asked, eyes moving weirdly. Was she human? If not, did you get a sample for me? Not a human. Captain Suifeng responded. She was the one who captured the Quincy and handed him over. Was it the same woman who beat up Aizen? I asked him about that and he was kinda pissy about the whole thing, wouldn't answer me. She was also the one who told us that the body of Aizen wasn't actually Aizen. Shunsui also said. That's gonna piss Aizen off even more. Captain Anohana, your thoughts? The captain commander asked. I inspected the body, and I'm of a similar notion. I do not believe that it is Captain Aizen. She said plainly. The old man grunted. Captain Aizen is missing. He tapped his cane on the ground. The CIRC * misstances are questionable. I am ordering his arrest on site for derelict of duty. We will find out if this is a plot against or by him. Shouldn't we be in the Central 46? I raised my hand. The old man grunted again. Under wartime protocols, I have authority in these matters. My orders will stand. Arrest Aizen and bring him in, to clear his name or for further punishment. Well, I tried. Man, he's gonna be even more pissed. First that woman beats him up, sending him to the Quincy place, or whatever. Then he tired to do his whole faking his death thing. Something he was planning for a while now cause he needed to do some work behind the scenes without causing a commotion. And now that was tossed out the window by the same person. I'm confused. I remember it said in your report that the Quincy and everything regarding them was taken by the shadows. How did this woman manage to capture one of the Quincy then? Captain Hitsugaya asked. She reached into the shadow and pulled him out, as weird as it sounds. Captain Kirikou replied. Whatever I tried, I couldn't interact with them. That doesn't seem convenient. Hitsugaya said dryly. She's the one who told us about the shadows in the first place and that the Quincy were hiding down there. Are we sure she isn't a Quincy or related to them? Hitsugaya asked skeptically. Considering I couldn't sense any Ryotsuha from her, I'm pretty sure she isn't. And she was helping us along with the Ryoka with her. Shunsui responded. Shouldn't we at least be concerned about two individuals of unknown origins that are apparently on the level of captains just running around causing trouble? At this point, they've done more to help than harm. Shunsui countered. Perhaps Captain Kirikou should be reprimanded for not apprehending these Ryoka when he had the chance. Captain Mayuri spoke up. You're welcome to go after them yourself. Shunsui shot back. Maybe it'll go better for you this time. You. Enough. The captain commander slammed his cane on the ground. Bickering amongst ourselves will solve nothing. We will acknowledge the contributions of these Ryoka. However, their invasion cannot be without recourse. My orders will stand as they are, capture them and bring them in for interrogation. And regarding the Quincy? Captain Kirikou asked. I am authorizing any means necessary to eliminate them. Every captain is authorized to release their Bankai regardless of location against these enemies of Soul Society. At this moment, with the re-emergence of our ancient enemy, we are at war. Hey, wondered how much this was gonna ruin Aizen's plans. Cause even he was kinda frantic about escaping from the Quincy cause he didn't even know they existed until now. Captain Kuratsuki, I expect a means to track down these invaders at the earliest opportunity. If they truly dared to hide so close to us, we will show them the error of their ways. I will begin my examinations on this Quincy and figure out their means of traveling and hiding. See it done. He grunted. There is 1 month until the newest batch of graduates from the academy. I expect a rotation of captains every 3 days to teach and prepare them for the upcoming war. Captain Sui Feng, your on Mitsukid will be deployed to create a coordinated relay point to every corner of the Siritii. I expect no invaders to escape our net if they invade through similar means. We will not be taken by surprise again. Yes, sir. Captain Sui Feng nodded. Captain Anohana, you will receive any resources required to get the wounded back up to fighting strength as quickly as possible. I'll send a report immediately. The information regarding the Quincy will be sent to every division. He declared. We will not suffer another disgrace. You are dismissed. He slammed his cane down with a flare of his ryotsu, lighting a fire under everyone's butts, almost literally. Well, I'm glad I won't be around to see the look on his face when Eisen finally made his move. Wilhelm POV. What are you thinking about for today? Izzy asked. Can't you guess? I pinched my current shirt, or rather the robes I was wearing. We're going to be doing laundry. Oh, joy. She said dryly. With a little bit of this. I held out a vial. We will turn the whites, pink. Amusing. She smiled lightly. And how are you going to rationalize this? Nobody is batting an eye at us when we're wearing the stuff that the laundry people wear. Honestly, it's probably the same as the whole walk into a building with a clipboard and pretend like you belong type deal. That is true, I suppose. If anything, the Shinigami we passed almost went out of their way to not look at us, like we were beneath them. She hummed, taking clothing off a nearby line and putting them in a pile. Are you really surprised? I tossed a handful of clothing into a bucket of water, pouring a drop or two of my vial into it. I would be surprised if anything other than that happened. These Shinigami remind me too much of those pompous deities in Takamagahara. The ones who are barely even known outside a handful of human scholars, but still walk around like they're oh so important. They dare to look down on you. Don't underestimate the stupidity of some deities. For some reason, there are plenty that think me powerless because I am not present in Takamagahara and I isolate myself in Yomi. Why don't I go pay a visit up there? Are you really suggesting to invade another heaven? She deadpanned. Well, I don't like it when people make you upset. I appreciate the sentiment. She said quietly. But I can't bring myself to care about them. Other than my children, Takamagahara could burn for all I could be bothered with. Speaking of, how's that going? Other than Susanoo, about the same. She sighed. But I'm thankful he is keeping in touch at least. So I don't need to go have more words with them. Oh no, I think you should go fight my son again. She said dryly. That turned out well the first time, let's just have a repeat. I splashed her with some water. She puffed up and took a bucket next to her and dumped it on my head, completely soaking me. Well, now you have to give me a hug. I held my hands open. You stay away from me. Hug. I wrapped her up, with only minimal protests on her part. I looked up to see more of those weird ninja running across rooftops, disappearing into random places. Ninja again. Izzy turned her head. Yup, been seeing them a lot the past couple days. You can't blame them, they're probably spooked from the earlier invasion. The one that was your fault. I admit no fault. They were ignorant of something so obvious, the blame lay solely at their feet. She huffed. And when are you going to let me go? Never. She grumbled. Yeah, those weird ninja people popped up the other day, running everywhere and doing random things. Izzy and I have been just keeping our heads down as we went about causing some mischief and exploiting some holes in the security here and there. Well, it has nothing to do with us. I shrugged, finally releasing her. Look at this, my clothes are soaked now. I did look. I looked at something poking out on her chest. And I think she noticed too because she looked away, blushing a little bit before drying herself off through her super goddess powers. After we finish ruining their clothes, what else have you planned? She seemingly wanted to divert the subject. I figured we could go check in on the kids after this. Haven't noticed anything too bad on their end, but with the execution was coming up soon, wanted to see where we were with that. I replied. Have you caused enough problems, is that it? She snorted. Let's see. I held up a finger. Painted several divisions at this point. I held up a second. Snuck into their pantries and food storages, left them notes and such there. Yes, leaving a note with a Ryoka was just here, you're lucky I didn't poison anything is going to fill them with ease once we're done. I did say I would help in case of a real invasion. Practice as it were. I think poisoning a good portion of Shinigami through an unsecure food source would be a good thing to point out. And 3, was this laundry stuff? Really, just making their whites turn pink is for fun. Honestly, they have a lot of security flaws that are easily manageable. You actually noted everything down too. I don't know if I should be impressed or not at the lengths you're going to justify messing with them to such an extent. I shrugged. Soul Society is pretty shitty. I don't disagree. We could do more. I rubbed my chin. But my thoughts have been drifting to the kids all day today. Whatever you choose, I don't mind. This is the most fun I've had since our trip to America. She smiled. Godzilla, good times. I smiled similarly. Just need to find the kids, I think they're. I turned around, kind of eyeballing the general location. They're underground, it seems like. She tilted her head. I can sense my blessing from this distance. Underground? That's weird, but whatever. Not the shadow place, right? You didn't send anyone else there. One time she huffed. Right, you only accidentally started a war one time. You're never going to let this go, are you? She crossed her arms. Besides, you did this twice. Yes, and I'm a bad role model. I freely admitted. There is no winning with you. She threw her arms up. Fine, let's go see the children. I'm a little curious to know how their side has been doing. Regardless of anything else, just the time I've been spending with Izzy made this whole thing worth it. Things were a little chaotic for a while, but they've calmed down now. I doubted anything else like that Quincy thing will happen again. Alrighty. Let's just wrap up with these clothes and head over there. I'm sure the 11th Division won't mind if their white underrobes turned up pink in the morning. Oh hey, it's a Captain Hayori. That's definitely getting turned pink. Canon O make date with Artoria and Mordred. You look beautiful. You say that regardless of what I am wearing. Artoria smiled bashfully. Well, it's not every day I get to see her wearing just jeans and a t-shirt. She usually opts for more feminine clothing. I asked her about it before, and she mentioned that she was used to wearing trousers and such during her life, that she wanted to be wearing the opposite now that she embraced being a woman more openly. But still, absolutely beautiful regardless. Personally, I think she's scared that she'll come off as masculine. So I make sure to remind her at every opportunity of how truly stunning she is. I was about to sneak in a kiss, but a scoff behind us kind of ruined the moment. Please tell me you aren't going to be doing this the entire time. Mordred grumbled. Still fucking weird seeing father being so lovey-dovey with someone. Mordred. Artoria greeted, the tiniest hint of pink on her cheeks. It continues to give me the warm fuzzies in my stomach to know that she's still so adorable about things like this. All right, I'm here. What did you want? Mordred asked. I thought it'd be nice to spend time together. Artoria and I have been dating for a while now, and besides the joking about the whole mother thing aside, I'd like for us to get along. So, I planned a little outing for us all that I think you would both enjoy. I briefly explained. It was at the point where I could easily see myself asking Artoria a very important question in the future. One that involves a ring and everything that comes with that. Making sure Mordred is comfortable with us together and doing things as a group was important to myself, and I would assume Artoria if our relationship continues to the next level. I mean, we already do things. We've gone out and fought, sparred, beat up people together and generally did things with one another. But I guess what I want was us to all spend time together as a family. It's not like I hate you or anything, you didn't have to do crap like this. Mordred grumbled, sorta in a cute way, like she didn't know how to actually respond to my earnest desire. I think it's a wonderful idea. Artoria smiled beautifully, grabbing my hand. We should do more activities that don't involve fighting. Generally, yes. She admitted. Admittedly, it is a very definitive aspect of our lives. Ain't never given up my sword. Mordred grunted. None of us would ever ask you to, Mordred. Artoria soothed her son. And what activity did you plan, Wilhelm? Before I say, let me ask you something. What do you know about alchemy? Barely anything. No, it's to make stuff. Potions, and crap. Homunculi. Mordred shrugged. As Mordred says. I know more specifics due to my time with Rin, but I am not a magus by any stretch of the imagination. Artoria also added. Right, well, it's pretty common knowledge that alchemy and other aspects of magic to a lesser extent, make use of parts of magical and mundane creatures. I'm sure you can imagine things like dragons being treasure troves in that aspect. Yeah, that's pretty damn obvious, what are you getting at? Mordred sounded a little impatient. She never cared about magic stuff, so it was expected. As I said, mundane creatures too. Certain animals also have properties that make them valuable, enough that they get hunted by the magical side of the world. Combined with how the mundane side of the world is going, their habitats are also getting destroyed. I waved my hand, producing a portal. Our destination. I welcomed them forward as we all stepped through. Welcome to Africa. Hey, didn't expect that. Mordred looked around. Never been here before. Neither have I. Artoria mirrored. Specifically, welcome to the world's largest reserve and sanctuary for what are essentially big cats. I gave a better introduction. Big cats? You mean like tigers and lions and shit? Mordred's eyes started lighting up as she stared at me. Precisely. And it's owned and operated by someone who is a magician themselves. They go around rescuing mistreated and dwindling species and protecting them here. An honorable profession. Artoria nodded, looking just as interested as Mordred. Artoria liked cats. She had a pet lion when she was king. Mordred shared very similar thoughts on the feline species. I made a donation and talked to the owner. I stated, spinning a keyring around my finger. We have the place to ourselves, relatively speaking, for the day. Since the owner is a magician, and I made assurances we weren't here to harm the animals or steal them, well, he doesn't mind if we go in and play. The owner was around, but I made a very significant donation to let me essentially rent the place out for the day. Which was rather unorthodox for a place like this, but he didn't really question it with the amount of zeros I showed him. Not to mention they can't exactly harm any of us, so, not any different than normal house cats. Really? Mordred's eyes widened. I can just. She walked up to the fence of one enclosure which was probably pretty damn big. I tossed her the keys. Have fun. Mordred didn't need to be told twice. She immediately made way for the gate, unlocking it and hurrying inside. There were a group of lions in the distance, and she practically ran up to them and gave the first one a gigantic hug. I think it tried to fight her, but I'm pretty sure Mordred took that as indication that it wanted to be pet. And after a moment or two, the lion seemed to accept its new life and settled down. I'm fairly sure there were magics in place that soothed the lions and kind of let them know that the people around here weren't going to hurt them. This was a very kind and thoughtful trip, Wilhelm. I'm sure Mordred will remember today for a very long time. Artoria squeezed my hand. It wasn't just for her, you know. I looked down at Artoria who, very clearly looked like she wanted to join her child. Go play with Mordred, I'll be right behind you. She bit her lip, mentally fighting with herself for half a second before standing on her toes to give me a quick kiss on the cheek. And with grace, quickly made her own way towards where Mordred was. God, I love that woman. It was amusing, watching Artoria and Mordred sort of ignore the usual stiffness or any concept of decorum and just have fun. Artoria found herself on the back of the biggest male, as it slowly trod around, and she had a big smile about her as she rode it haphazardly. Mordred was the opposite. She had a very confused lioness above her head as she ran around with it. As for me, well, I was giving ear scratches to a lioness who decided that my hair was her new plaything while I laid down in the middle of their little pride. There was another lioness who was licking my cheek, with her barbed tongue. Fun fact, big cat licks are not pleasant. If I was a normal human, her licking would have torn the skin on my face. Should I be concerned that you once more find yourself surrounded by women? Artoria came riding over. Her apparent mount looked like it was done and just fell down and rolled over, ignoring that Artoria was on its back. She let out an adorable eep. I could make a joke right now. I pointed out. She puffed up cutely before hopping over several lion bodies and laying down next to me, snuggling up as much as she could. Thank you, Wilhelm. She whispered, giving me another kiss on the cheek. This has been a most wonderful evening. I have not seen Mordred have such whimsical fun in my life. This means more than you can imagine. As long as you and Mordred had fun, then it's a success. She leaned over, kissing my cheek again. I love you, Wilhelm. I love you too, Artoria. She rested her head on my shoulder as we watched Mordred run around with a few of the lionesses. Chapter 397, Chapter 359. Both Izzy and I stepped out of my portal, feet sinking into the rocky sand. I would ask if we left Soul Society and were back in the Candy Man's basement. Izzy looked around. You call him the Candy Man too? I asked. I have been in my head since I met him. She admitted. Hat. Right, yeah, this place looked exactly like that guy's basement. Maybe a tad bigger, but the space here was extended and expanded in nearly the same way. There was a notable difference due to everything being made from Reishi, but the principles remained the same. What's with all the swords? I stopped looking at the space itself and more so at what was around us. There were swords all stabbed into the ground, and they all kind of looked like Ichigo's sword or rather variations of it. They're all real. Izzy replied. Really? Are you doubting me? She smiled amusedly. It was more rhetorical, I trust you. Just kind of weird that I had to double check. I reached out to grab one that looked like a jagged version of Ichigo's giant cleaver. Don't touch that. A voice called out, and it sounded off. Maybe it was because of all the swords around, but I didn't notice its presence. No, it blended in near perfectly around them that even staring right at it, it was nearly impossible to pick out. Did you spill a bottle of bleach on yourself, Ichigo? I tilted my head. Funny. He grinned, weirdly with that same off voice. It sounded like its voice was echoing within itself. Right, this person was basically an albino reflection of Ichigo. Literally, his skin was bleach white, and he was missing the iconic orange hair. Not to mention his eyes were yellow and black, in fact. Are you a hollow? I questioned. Yeah. He admitted. That a problem? Do you eat souls? Nah. Then I don't really give a shit. I shrugged. Why do you look like Strawberry? Did you eat him or something? Nah, I'm his inner hollow. Oh. I blinked. That's really fucking edgy. Haha. He chuckled in that distorted way. So Ichigo's part hollow, that's neat. Is that why he apparently doesn't need an Asachi for his Zanpakuto? Who knows? Got a name? I asked. Zangetsu. He replied. The same as his Zanpakuto, eh? I did hear he had two spirits, but I didn't know a hollow could be a Zanpakuto spirit. Not that I'm really an expert on this shit. Can I ask you a question? Something I've been wondering about these Zanpakuto spirits as I'm trying to get my own. Wouldn't consider myself a normal spirit, you know. Well, it shouldn't matter. Whatcha want? He appeared very open, which was odd considering he claimed to be a hollow. I would almost call him easygoing and cheerful. Are you like a complete reflection of Ichigo? How much is he really compensating for that big-ass sword of his? I am the sword. He deadpanned. Right. He cracked a smile. You really wanna know? He leaned in and promptly disappeared from the spot he was in before uttering a word. Out of everything you could have asked him, that was what you chose. Izzy asked incredulously. I was genuinely curious. Why did I expect anything different? She sighed. There you two are. A familiar purple head of hair appeared with a blur of Shunpo. Hey, you're Yuaki, feels like it's been a while. I greeted. Where the hell have the two of you been? Here and there. I said rather vaguely. So I met Ichigo's albino twin. Her expression changed. Yeah, that. I take it that's not normal. No, no it is not. Creeps me out. She grunted. Anyways, the kids are over on the other end. Lead the way. I gestured. Looks like everyone's doing well. I looked around, most of them looked like they were taking a break as it was clear they've been doing some kind of training. Well, everyone but Ichigo was here, but I could see off to the side as he was sparring with a man in a black cloak and some nifty-looking glasses and long black hair. Hey, I vaguely remember a face like that when I was healing him with Avalon. So, what's going on? I asked, addressing everyone. Training. Chad grunted. I noticed. I glanced at Ichigo again. They found out how powerful a captain actually is. Yuruaki clarified. They ran into Rukia's brother, Captain Kukaki, as they got close to her cell. He cut them down like wheat. Ah, yeah, I can see that. And Ichigo is Bankai training. She replied. It's a method Kisuk created that can get their Bankai unlocked in 3 days. That sounds kinda suspicious. What's the catch? If you fail, you lose it forever. I take it you couldn't talk him out of it. Stubborn brat. She snorted. The kids did manage to handle a few lieutenants though. Not bad. An albino Ichigo? What's the deal with that? I wanted some clarification there. She let out a frustrated sigh. I'm blaming Kisuk. Seems like that's probably a safe bet when he's involved in anything. She let out a small chuckle. Right, so to regain his powers, they broke his soul chain, making him start the hollowification process, comma dot. And you think that part stuck around and conceptualized into his Zanpakuto spirit? I tapped my chin. Did Ichigo freak out? His friends weren't really batting an eye at it, so they're probably used to it at this point. She shrugged. I think he's in denial. They've been arguing a lot but he hasn't tried to hurt him or anything, so who knows? Something the kid has to sort out himself. He seemed nice enough. The hollow. She blinked. He barely spoke to us, but sort of was standoffish and condescending most of the time. Really? Maybe he just likes me. Or maybe it was the whole Avalon thing. I know his spirit now looked back at me, maybe I was in their good books because of that. Whatever the reason, it's not really my area of expertise. But more importantly, what the hell happened earlier? There was a massive influx of Ryutsu and some weird phenomenon appearing on the other side of the Siraidii. Was that you? She looked at me skeptically. Nah, apparently some Quincy invaded Soul Society and they had a big fight. What? Yuri interrupted. Quincy. He had been listening at the side, looking utterly exhausted, but suddenly he shot to his feet with eyes widened. That's impossible, I'm the last one. Yeah, no. I corrected him. I cut down a few dozen myself and they had some powerful ones called Stern Ritter or something and they were about as strong as captains. Helped Shunsui and some female captain handle them. Izzy also took one of them too. I smiled towards Izzy who had been patiently at my side. You serious? Yuruaki looked at me in shock. Yup. Izzy here said they're actually hiding in the shadows of Soul Society and there's a bunch of them down there. Yuruaki's jaw dropped as she turned towards Izzy. I did not expect you all to be ignorant of your neighbors, otherwise I would have not sent that Shinigami there for a timeout. Wait, Aizen? You threw Aizen right in the middle of a bunch of crazy Quincy. So it seems. She huffed. Yuruaki stared for a moment before breaking down in laughter. Oh god, that's great, that's amazing. I can't wait to tell Kisuk. What about the Quincy? Yuri asked. There isn't much to tell, they attacked, they were repelled and ran away. Doesn't seem like they're overly friendly with Soul Society, so be careful, yet. Yuri slumped down, looking lost at the newfound information. Honestly, I thought he'd be happy at the revelation that there were other Quincy. Even if they were hostile. So what is your game plan now? I walked over to Orium who was sitting on the ground. I gave her a little pat on the head, making the quiet girl brighten up. Izzy also came to fuss over Orium. Child, you are unharmed, yes. I'm not hurt. Orium smiled. Such a nice girl. We still have a few days, enough time for Ichigo to master his Bankai and for the others to get some needed training in. Knowing where they stand now, they'll have a better shot. And attack the execution while it's happening. Hell yeah! Ichigo chose this moment to jump down from a nearby cliff, looking rather roughed up and weathered. There was blood dripping from several wounds on his body too. That's the plan. She stated, ignoring his return. You're here too, hey. Ichigo scowled. Kurosaki-kun. Orium hurriedly shot off the ground, her ability enveloping him, healing him at an extremely fast rate. Thanks Orium, you're the best. He smiled and the girl all but melted under the praise. Hey. A crush? Heard you got smacked around by a captain. I'll get him next time. He scowled deeper. Your Ryutsu is higher than the last time we met. Like, noticeably higher by a large degree. You're making good progress. Thanks. He blinked. Was he surprised by my praise? Have you happened to run into a captain with spiky hair with bells tied to the ends? I asked. Wait, isn't that Kenpeki? Yuaki blinked. No, why? Ichigo looked confused. No reason. You did something and I'm gonna be pissed about it later. The orange-haired kid sighed. Do you have any idea how many people were screaming about a brick when they heard my name? He shouted in exasperation. When they weren't shouting at getting revenge, you bastard. He huffed. I was about to respond, but another person joined us. The spirit that had been with Ichigo a moment prior. He approached and stared at Izzy for some reason, and she stared back. Call me when you are ready for our next session. He said in a smooth voice before disappearing in a burst of Ryutsu. Seemed kind of in a rush too. Whatever. Well, I may as well lend a hand while I'm here. I also think I made some progress on my Shunpo, wanna go for a few rounds? Let's see if I can't incorporate what that Quincy girl did and cheat out my own version of Shunpo. And this seemed like a good place to get some kid practice in as well later. Sure, I've been a little stiff just standing here for so long I wouldn't mind stretching my legs. Yuaki smiled. I glanced at Izzy who gave me a nod of approval. Well then, tag is it. Catch me if you can. Isn't my POV. The nights here were strange. It was not the first time spending a night in this spiritual realm, but it was strange to not feel the familiar light of my sun's moon hanging in the sky. No, it felt fake in comparison. The sky itself was false, there was a limit to how high one could ascend before hitting a limit. Everything about this place was created to mimic the living world. A facsimile of my homeland after literally carving out pieces of Japan to build it. As much as I am disliked this place, I have been enjoying myself. Had Wilhelm not been present, I may not have held myself back thus far and simply exerted my will out of anger. But for now, I allowed them to continue at my mercy. If things reached a point, I would simply let them know who I truly am and where they truly stand. Though, I didn't wish for Wilhelm to see that side of me. However, the last time, he seemed receptive and attracted. Regardless, it was not a matter for concern at the moment. The children were getting some much-needed rest as they were pushing themselves admirably in their training and Wilhelm was off to a far corner of this underground gorge and practicing something or another. Thus, I had nothing to do but enjoy the strange night by my lonesome. Despite the angering situation I found myself in, I can't deny that it's been the happiest I have in a very long time. Wilhelm has been one of the best things to happen to me. Never would I have dreamed of being on an adventure like this before. I wanted more of this. I didn't ever want it to stop. I want to be selfish and keep him close to me and not let go. To approach me while your owner is sleeping, one might find it suspicious. My idle musing was broken by a wayward spirit at my back. What do you require, child? I turned towards him. The one called Kurosaki Ichigo with his two interesting spirits. The hollow we had met previously, and now this one. I apologize for my sudden appearance. He spoke politely, so I would hear what he wished to say. What requires you to materialize without your owner's notice and seek me out? I wished to ask you a question. Does it have anything to do with the Quincy I encountered not long ago? I raised an eyebrow, watching him have a minuscule reaction, but retain his stoic expression. It's strange, you are awfully familiar to the presence that lingered inside the souls of the Quincy. And considering the composition of your owner's soul, it makes me wonder if you are a Zanpakuta in the first place. So you know. I simply did not have the context for when I first met him. However, after meeting more of those Quincy beyond the child that accompanies him, it is easy to ascertain the nuances of what resides within him. Souls are my domain, I would have to be blind not to see that Kurosaki Ichigo is part Quincy. There is a very distinct difference in the souls of Quincy over regular humans. I see. He breathed out. He paused, no he looked like he was forced into silence. That name was taken from me. He closed his eyes. I am Zangetsu. The same name as the hollow claimed, how quaint. I looked him over. Someone did something to you, yes? You were going to say something, but you were forced to silence. I can take a look. I was mildly curious. He nodded silently and I took a step forward, touching this spirit. Someone used an authority to erase something from your existence. It's not that you are forbidden from speaking, but that you are conceptually unable to actualize the word in any form. It does not matter. He took a step backwards. I only wished to verify that you knew and to ask that you don't tell him. How interesting, you can keep information intentionally from your owner. What would you do if I wanted to tell him? I have no recourse. He said simply. And you have no plans on telling him? You would keep that information away from him when he desperately is pushing himself to save someone he cares for? It would surely be valuable to learn their techniques and abilities. I tilted my head. It would be harmful for him to learn. My priority is and always will be to protect Ichigo. Really? I questioned. You're hiding the truth to protect him? Or are you trying to protect yourself? He was silent. You need not worry, I won't say anything. I don't make it a habit of involving myself into people's personal matters. I dismissed the matter out of hand. And the other young man? I did not reveal what I discovered about your owner's unique soul. Your wielder is owed his own privacy, and as long as it isn't an issue for us, I won't say anything. You have my gratitude. He bowed his head. Your owner was born under my daughter's son, you have no reason to thank me for something so trivial. I waved my hand. You should return before you are noticed. He turned to leave, but paused his steps. Please extend my gratitude to the other one. I did not originally intend for Ichigo to meet his hollow aspect so soon. The sheath that was used to care for Ichigo is beyond something I understand and changed things I did not wish changed. However, the meadow has been enjoyable. Wilhelm told me he used Artoria's sheath to heal him. Did it do something to him? I will pass on your words. I withdrew my sight from him as he disappeared, as I had something more important to focus on. You're back. I smiled as Wilhelm returned at quick speeds. Yeah, had a good little workout and figured some things out. He stretched his arms. You're not sleeping. I don't require sleep, it's merely a pleasant experience I indulge in. I'm trying to wind down at the moment. But your Yuaki told me something interesting, apparently they have a hot spring down here. Interested? I think that would be most enjoyable. He offered his arm and I happily took it. This was the happiest I have been for a very long time. Non-canon Omake, the clown imposter. Shunsui POV. Another captain's meeting so soon. I yawned, taking my spot. What's on the agenda for today? You would know if you weren't late. Captain Suifeng hissed. Era, I'm just on time, I grinned. Well, the old man wasn't angry, so that meant I'm not late. Can we get started? I have other things planned today. Mayuri asked. And you sound different, Mayuri, did something happen? I looked at him. And you changed your look again. I decided it was time to embrace my inner nature. He puffed up proudly. Okay then. Well, he did weird stuff like this all the time. We were about to start when the door was pulled open hastily. I apologize for being late, but my experiments on the Quincy were taking my full and undivided attention. Mayuri said as he walked into the room. And I. He stopped, coming face to face with Mayuri. What is this? That's what I'd like to know. I looked at the two. Mayuri. You. The newest, Mayuri screeched, pointing a finger at the Mayuri that was already here. Ryoka. What are you all standing around for? Arrest him. Calm down, calm down. I stood up, getting between them. It's clear that one of you is an imposter, we need to settle this properly. What are you saying? How could you think I'm an imposter? Look at him. The Mayuri that looked like he did the last time I saw him pointed to the Mayuri that was standing here from before I walked in. A trick by our enemies? Captain Hitsugaya asked. It's going to be difficult finding out which one is the real one. Is this a joke? He's wearing an orange, curly, wig and his face is painted white, and that's a big round red nose on his face. You can see his real hair behind him. I'm really not seeing much of a difference. Gaia. Mayuri let out a scream. This is a conundrum. The Mayuri with the red nose spoke up. Clearly we should solve this by asking us questions. That's a good idea, Mayuri. I pursed my lips. Alright, here's a question. Let's have Mayuri recount how he was defeated recently by the Ryoka. I was not a brick. I was beaten brutally with nothing but a mundane brick because I'm weak. The red-nosed Mayuri immediately replied. I think that answers our questions. I looked around and everyone else nodded. Take the imposter to a holding cell. The old man commanded. Very well, leave it to me. Captain Kukaki volunteered. I'll help you take the fake Mayuri, Kukaki. Jin also decided to help. No, this is ridiculous, I'm not. His voice died down as he was dragged outside and pulled away. Sorry about that, Mayuri. I apologized. Don't worry about it. It's easy to copy my look with any clown get-up. Hey, Mayuri was much more likable today. I hope this continued. Chapter 398, Chapter 360. The hot spring was magnificent. It had been a while since I've used one, and they were always so relaxing. The pleasantly hot water simmering against my skin was soothing. Not to mention there was something a little special about this one. I'm fairly sure there was a rejuvenation effect embedded in this water. Both for stamina and any lesser injuries, if I had to guess. Normally, I'd be all over trying to figure it out, but even my need to know things could be dissuaded when I was so comfortable. Really, it just seemed to eat away at any ACC*mulat stress. If I wasn't a Campione with absurd magical resistance, I would be sure that this thing was affecting me. How's the water? Izzy sauntered up. I peeked out with one eye, but both of them immediately shot open. She was wearing nothing but a towel to cover herself, and it didn't leave much to the imagination. Specifically, my eyes were drawn towards her wide hips and down to her long legs. She has always been utterly beautiful, but I've simply never seen so much of her before. It's considered rude to stare at other people in a shared hot spring, she stated, making me regain my wits. However, there was the slightest pink hue on her cheeks as she gracefully slid down, her feet touching the water. You make it hard not to stare. Water's great. I coughed awkwardly, turning my head, though I still sent a glance her way. She smiled in amusement. Slowly, she slid down into the water, pulling the tower away and covering her chest with her arm. With a small splash, she completely submerged herself up to her neck, relaxing immediately under the steamy water. Oh, this is pleasant. Isn't it? I let out a content sigh. It almost makes me not want to rip away my land from underneath these Shinigami. She smiled happily. Almost. Still on the fence about that. At the very least, I will make my displeasure known before we leave. If they do not clean up this mess, then I will have no qualms about fixing things myself. That sounds ominous. It was supposed to. She snorted. What are those? She pushed herself through the water towards me. I kind of missed her question because she sat up straighter, and her chest was barely covered by the water. I felt the touch of her finger on my chest as she poked at me. Are you staring at my chest? No. She flicked my nose with a little huff. Ogle my boobs later. Will do. Tell me why you have this nasty scar. She added an eye roll before tracing the scar on my chest. I looked down at it. I told you before, that's when I got stabbed by a light sword. I didn't even think about how it affected you. She pressed onto it. Even if it wasn't notable when you were younger, you are a half-devil. One of the church's light swords should have. Her hand reeled back. I thought about it before. It was almost the moment that everything happened. The moment when my circuits ignited for the first time, the moment my demonic power, as minuscule as it is, bubbled to the surface. The first time my devil biology was pressured in any meaningful way. The best answer I can give is that with everything suddenly bursting to the surface, the invading holy energy was expelled and the sudden jolt vitalized my body to speed my natural healing for a brief moment before returning to normal. Maybe an additional surge of magical energy by unconsciously pulling on the kaleidoscope as well. I did teleport myself by accident back home during the whole mess, so that's also plausible. I guess I was lucky. It annoys me that you came so close to death and survived due to luck. My luck has always been pretty good. I was lucky that Meridia didn't smite me when I asked her to be mine. I was lucky that Skathik accepted me as a student. I was lucky that I met an amazing goddess who has become someone dear to me. I gave her a smile. That got a little bashful smile out of her. The kind that she tried her best to keep herself from expressing too outwardly. I still can't believe what you did with that, goddess. In retrospect, I am fully aware of how utterly reckless I was when meeting Meridia for the first time. I was in no way, shape or form prepared for that level of power when I was younger. I can admit that I was more troubled then and perhaps acting out due to my newfound freedom and didn't consider my actions. He says while in the middle of an invasion of heaven. She deadpanned. I splashed some water at her. There's a difference. I actually give thought about my reckless actions now. It's all carefully calculated. Didn't you drop out of school? I opened my mouth to retort, but I had nothing. As a goddess of death, you know how to just kill someone so thoroughly. Oh hush, you're being overly dramatic. She splashed some water up at me. Besides, I'm sure many high school dropouts lead successful and fulfilling. I flicked my finger with a good amount of force, sending a wave of water that smacked her face. The water dripped down her face, and even the water around us couldn't negate the dryness of the look she gave me. Next thing I know, there was a hand atop my head, and my body was fully submerged underwater. And what have we learned? Izzy asked, pulling my head up a moment later. That I should cast a spell to see clearly in the water quicker. Of course that is your first thought. She huffed, letting go of me as the tinge of red returned. I sometimes forget how perverted devils are. First, that's racist. Oh no, I'm sure someone will be upset with me about saying something bad about devils. She deadpanned. Second, the goddess is throwing some stones from her glass house over there. Oh and what? Zeus. That is a low blow. You should push my head back underwater as punishment. I smiled. Yes, I'm sure there's no other reason you would want that. She stepped closer, practically hugging me. It seems I'll have to be on guard against you. She declared, laying her head against my chest as she relaxed. Now you can't sneak a peek at my body. She harumphed. Though I don't mind so much if it's you. She added on quietly. I found myself putting my arms around her once more, leaning back against the edge of the hot spring. Do you want to stay with the children or go cause some more mischief? She asked with a hum. May as well stay with them for the next couple days. Once this whole execution business is sorted, we can probably head home. I pretty much got what I needed. After I make sure the kids aren't going to suffer because of my actions, I won't really care about them much. They should mostly be able to take care of themselves, and they have some powerful people in their corner. I guess I could check up every now and then, but I got more than enough on my plate at the moment. I already spent more time in this world than I intended, and this was eating into some training time I could be having. Did they not grow on you? You seem to pick up several acquaintances and whatnot on every world you visit. I guess so. I mean, I would say I'm friends with your Yuaki, she's fun. And Shunsui has been great, I'd consider him a friend at this point. Orium is a cute girl with ridiculous powers, but I suppose that's where it ends. I mean, I kinda wanted to see Anohana again, but it felt really awkward at the moment. Partly because we were technically enemies, but also because I had Izzy at my side and, flirting with Anohana with Izzy next to me felt wrong. Why, do you like them? They are interesting, but I have no concern beyond what you asked. And that they were born on the land I created and under my daughter's sun. Mortals live, mortals die, it's the proper cycle, so I would not normally interfere. However, this situation is unique enough that I don't mind intervening on their behalf. Well, let's just get through this execution, get everything settled nice and tidy without any problems first. And you just jinxed it. Izzy said without a hint of hesitation. I think you have more power hidden inside you. I spoke, dodging out of the way of one of Chad's punches as he unleashed an admirable amount of power and blasted apart a plateau behind us. Also, try focusing all that energy to a smaller point. If it's so widespread, the destruction may be impressive, but a captain can disperse it easier. Chad grunted, following up with a flurry of punches. He would charge up his fist for a feint and then 2 punches later, release the build-up without any warning. He was learning. I wouldn't say it was slow, but compared to Strawberry, whose Ryutsu more than tripled since I saw him again a few days ago, well, maybe it's not a fair comparison. Yuri also had significant progress, his Ryutsu was probably double what it was at the same time. Though, he's still significantly lower than Ichigo and the gap was widening. I think that was pushing the Quincy more than anything. That or learning that there are other Quincy out there, and they're much more powerful than him. You're going to need to figure out your footwork too. I don't want to be mean, but you're slow. I commented, slamming his fist to the side. I stepped in, grabbing his extended hand, and threw his body at a rock formation. He had pretty good endurance, so he stood back up from the broken rocks, and dusted himself off with minimal damage. What do you suggest? Honestly, it's probably too late to learn anything in time for the execution, but check with your Yuaki about her shunpo and see if there's anything you can do with it for the future. With Strawberry's luck, this isn't the last time you'll be punching some ghosts. There was a faint smile, perhaps a tiny chuckle as he readied himself again for another bout. Although I had a thought, and completely forgot about something. I had some enchanted items that I kept in some dark corner of my storage ring. I mentally searched through it until I found a ring that was enchanted similarly, if to a lesser extent, to my ring of the Kajit that Meridia gave me. Here, catch. I quickly tossed it to the confused giant. He stared at it, then me. It's magic. I made sure to clarify. Try it on. He blinked, eyeing it again and pushing it down on a finger. Now what? He asked. I made a come at me motion. And he obliged. He took a step and shot forward. The kid was always fast for a human, but that increased noticeably. It's a very far cry from a Shinigami using shunpo, but it was significantly better than where he was before. I feel light. He stated, throwing punches that were a tad sharper too. The ring should increase your overall speed and agility. I informed, dodging some more, but his punches came to an abrupt stop when there was a gigantic burst of Ryotsu from where Strawberry was doing his training. It skyrocketed at least 10 times from what it was for just a moment. I'm pretty sure your friend is done. I scratched my head, looking over there. Chad nodded as I patted his shoulder and we walked back to where the others were. Izzy was happily chatting with Orium. That woman had a soft spot for children, I know she did. Yuri had walked back over too, looking exhausted, but otherwise fine. And Yuaki was hovering around, making sure everything was fine, but her eyes were focused on Ikgayo, who sort of hobbled over, kimono torn, and weathered heavily, but a big grin on his face. You succeeded. Yuaki stated, as a matter of fact. Yup. Ichigo said proudly. Let's go save Rukia. He punched his fist into his open palm. Don't be an idiot. Yuaki gave him a flying kick. You're nearly spent and everyone else is tired. The execution is tomorrow, we'll move then. Ichigo took a deep breath. Alright, what's the plan? Sukeisen POV. Finally, the day had arrived. I had barely enough time to master the technique to interface with the soul that Kisuke Urahara had hidden in his notes. I did not originally plan for the execution to be interfered with due to the wartime protocols, but in the long list of issues that have occurred recently it was a minor footnote. Compared to being banished to a secret Quincy stronghold hidden right under our noses, I think it's utterly ignorable if an annoyance. And it is certainly less intrusive than my plan of faking my death being discovered so easily. I expected that Captain Anohana would eventually discover the features of the Jigai I had left behind, combined with my Zanpakuto's ability, but to be discovered so quickly was beyond my expectations. I was growing weary of keeping up the illusion of the Central 46 still being alive. As cathartic as it was to end those sniveling and insufferable nobles, it only brought more annoyances for me at this point. One of the only plausible places to hide was beneath the Central 46 in the Forbidden Archives. Considering I was forced to hide because I was declared derelict of duty and there was a search for me. Just one more bump in my plans. But even with the unexpected occurrences, everything was turning out in my favor. The situation was salvageable without changing my plans too drastically. I just need to retrieve the object that Kisuke Urahara hid inside of Kukiki Rukia's soul, one way or another. I doubted that the execution would go as planned, thus I have prepared. I have my own forces prepared and waiting to intervene if necessary. My Espada, they were ready to answer my call to battle. The strongest hollows in existence, given power beyond what's conceivable and blurred the lines between hollow and Shinigami. Each one was easily a match for a captain in strength. And a further army of hollows that were, lesser but still mighty compared to the average Shinigami. I watched from a distance, using one of Kisuke Urahara's parting gifts from the night of his banishment. A cloak that concealed my Ryotsu from the senses of others. The majority of captains were present for the execution, standing below the scaffolding and the holy execution blade, the Skyaku. An interesting Zanpakut, if it could even be classified as such anymore. The combined might of a million Zanpakutes compressed into a single form resembling a Guandeo. In another time or place, I may have made a bid for it. I toyed with the idea of telling my lieutenant that Captain Hitsugiya was planning on stealing it to sow discord, but I unfortunately had no time. I supposed it's something I could look into once I achieved my true goal and Soul Society would no longer be able to stop me. The final seals on the mighty weapon unraveled. An intense flame engulfed the area as the execution weapon released itself. The equivalent of a shikai. The screech of a bird echoed out across Soul Society. The weapon taking on the form of a phoenix. It's quite poetic, I would assume. The bird that represents death and rebirth being the one to carry out the execution. It's only a matter of time before the Ryoka would appear to disrupt everything. And almost right on cue, Kurosaki Ichigo appeared with impressive speed on top of the execution scaffolding. He was attempting to face down the large flaming creature, and I would admit that his courage was respectable. Even I wouldn't want to face it head-on without using my full power. I was sure my Ryutsu could suppress the mindless weapon, but it was powerful to earn a modic *M of my respect. I would assume that even the Captain Commander can acknowledge the power behind the holy execution weapon. Now, what method did they devise to rescue their companion? Does he plan to just brute force? It would be in line with the personality of the young man. Perhaps you're Yuaki. I felt a strange coldness down my spine. And then I noticed the shadows acting erratically. No. I whispered. It was sudden, with hardly a warning. A large Quincy cross exploded to the sky and a large shadow displaced a dozen Quincy into the air above the execution. And they started to assault the Skyaku and moved towards Kukaki Rukia. Were they attempting to steal her? Absolutely not. I have had enough of all these unforeseen interlopers destroying my carefully laid out plans. I no longer cared that the Shinigami engaged the Quincy, I no longer cared about my stealth. I gathered my Ryoryoku and sped towards my prize. I didn't know why they were targeting her, maybe my plans had been leaked, but frankly, at this moment, I no longer cared. Shatter Kaika Suijutsu! I declared as a significant amount of eyes had turned to me. My blade buried itself into the back of a Quincy in my way, one I vaguely recognized as having fallen under my Zanpakutetsu abilities when I had found myself inside their base. I had no time to consider the humor in that the Shinigami thought I was coming to reinforce them. Quincy drew their bows, Shinigami released their Zanpakut, and I gave a signal. Kurosaki Ichigo had grabbed Kukaki Rukia and dislodged her from the execution platform while the bird was fending off attacks from several Quincy, so I needed not bother about that. At my command, a Garganta opened up in the sky. The method by which hollows traversed the worlds. It was massive and in its depths an uncountable number of glowing eyes within the darkness. The hollows roared, shaking the foundations of Soul Society. Hundreds of Minos Grandes appeared, towering high above, and the familiar eerie red light eclipsed the sun. Hundreds of Siros fired down towards both the Shinigami and Quincy. The chaotic and abrupt battlefield immediately became silent, if only for a brief moment, but it was all I needed. Kurosaki Ichigo hovered over the girl protectively, but he was easily dispatched and kicked away when he couldn't even perceive my existence, and I wasted no time. I activated the technique that Kisuke Urahara left behind in this moment of respite. Small pillars emerged from the ground around us, activating a field of Reishi and altered the frequency of souls within. An ever so slight change that allowed for one to interact with the soul of the occupants without any negative side effects. The second piece of the puzzle was to turn my arm into a device capable of accessing the frequency. Why it appeared green and scale-like, I didn't know, and I didn't care. The Kukaki girl didn't have time to react, nor did anyone else. I reached inside her soul and found it. The Hogyaku. A masterpiece created by Kisuke Urahara, his greatest masterpiece. An object that can blur the boundaries between Shinigami and hollows to the uniformed, but held so much more power within. I of course also created my own, before I even knew of the existence of his. But there was a problem, mine was incomplete. And I had the theory that Kisuke Urahara's Hogyaku was also incomplete. Thus, I had a simple thought: they could be fused together to make them whole. My hand turned back to normal, and in my moment of triumph, I admired my prize. Except, I blinked and noticed a phenomenon next to me that I didn't quite recognize. A multitude of colors swirled briefly and parted, opening a space to somewhere else, and a hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. My head slowly turned to see the human, the red-haired human, clutching my wrist and refusing to let go. Oh, this looks important. It is. Chapter 399, Chapter 361. Should we be more active? Izzy asked. It'd probably be more detrimental, to be honest. I think the old man is just looking for an excuse to defer the execution long enough to get everything settled legally. I added some air quotes around the word. The plan that the kids came up with is pretty sound. Their plan pretty much consisted of running in and beating up everyone and running away. She deadpanned. I was trained by Skathuk. Comment withdrawn. For real though, I don't expect them to succeed. But if they destroy the scaffold execution stand thingy, the old man can call off the execution so they can fix it and do it properly or some other nonsense. Not only that, they can then capture the kids, and feel good about themselves and let everything settle while retaining their pride. I looked at everyone present. The old man, Shunsui, the spiky-haired captain, and the petite woman that I met the other day along with Anohana. I resisted the urge to sneak over and chat her up. Along with those, there were others I didn't recognize, but they all wore the same Haori. And they all had lieutenants at their sides as they all silently watched the apparent unsealing of the execution weapon. That would put a nice bow on everything and neatly tie it all up without any major lasting problems. She hummed. At this point though, they better hope that's how things go. I won't say I've put in any significant effort, but I've spent a week here, and I did not do that just to see those children fail and have everything be for naught. Is it weird that I thought her menacing and ominous threats were attractive? I'll support you however you want. If she wanted to tell them to get their shit together, I'd be behind her 100%. She smiled, turning back towards the execution area. We were hidden well enough through our own efforts at the tree line at the edge of this massive rock formation which situated the whole execution scaffold. It's starting, she stated. There was a massive polyarm-type zanpakut that pointed upwards. Or would it be called a naginata? In the West I suppose they'd call it a halberd, but the naming convention didn't really matter. Yoryuki gave some information, that it's a zanpakut that's the combination of a rumored 1 million. Meant to carry out execution on the highest level soul destruction. The conglomeration of zanpakut released itself, turning into a massive fiery phoenix. I admit, it was rather impressive, and its power wasn't anything to scoff at. And of course, Ichigo jumped right in, about to break the scaffold, ignoring the big OL monster. Something's wrong. Izzy's lips thinned with a small growl. The shadows appeared again, the imagery of an overlaid world, and out came a dozen or so figures, who immediately began to bombard the phoenix. The arrows of the Quincy were noticeably effective against the thing. As each one landed upon its fiery body, a small amount of flames were forcibly dispersed. And there were hundreds and hundreds that laid into it in a single moment. That being said, the phoenix didn't take kindly to their involvement. Before the captains could make a move, the spirit instead ignored Ichigo and attacked. Alright, guess I better step in. I noticed the captains that were present also moved to intervene. A big battle was about to kickstart, and that's when I noticed another anomaly. Like back in Karakura town, a black crack was pulled open in the sky, revealing a significant amount of hollows that all roared in unison. And they were all at least the same power as that big fuck-off one as well. What were they called? Minos Grande. Oh, it's the Shinigami I put in timeout. Izzy tilted her head as I too noticed the presence of a certain Shinigami heightened and his power weighed down on the surroundings. He made a gesture, then all the hollows in the sky attacked. Hundreds of those same balls of light gathered and were released, bombarding the area. It didn't do any meaningful damage to the Shinigami present, or even the Quincy for that matter. But it made everyone retreat away from the immediate area. That was when he began doing something to Rukia and I felt like I should intervene. I'm going. I flipped my hand over, pulling out Mirage. I'll watch the children, do what you want. She gave me the go-ahead. I noticed him take something out of Rukia and immediately opened a portal, reaching through and grabbing his hand before he noticed. Oh, this looks important. I commented, before pulling myself through. There was a beat of silence, perhaps as he processed that I wasn't going to let him go after he tugged on his hand 1 or 2 times. Truthfully, I had absolutely no idea what was going on. All I knew was that this guy apparently went through a lot of effort to take this little thing, and since he went about summoning hollows, then it's probably a good idea to stop him. And it's shiny, I want it. And Yoryuki had mentioned him in a bad light once or twice. So, fuck him I guess. Release me. He seemed to finally register what was happening and hissed out a response. Let go of the marble and I will. You dare call it a marble? He seethed. Raising a finger up from the hand holding up his sword, pointing it at me. Had number 4 Byakurai. He chanted, a bolt of pale lightning arced off his finger. I activated my semblance, letting it pass harmlessly through the midpoint of my chest as that part of me was turned into lighting. In my defense, it looks like a marble. This is not happening as I finally achieved my goal. He growled, swinging his sword at me, admittedly, a little awkwardly due to my left hand being on his right wrist. He had to slash over himself and I deflected it with my mirage. We played this song and dance a few times with every movement he attempted to jerk his arm free or swing his blade until the fury on his face reached its tipping point. Enough. I should have simply done this from the start. Shatter Kaika Suijutsu. He declared, activating his Zanpakuto. Izzy mentioned about it trying to obscure her senses, and I could understand it now. It wasn't just physical either, it attacked my Ryutsu, burrowing into the source of my Ryoryoku. His own Ryutsu was significant enough that it dwarfed mine by comparison. Granted, I wasn't quite full yet, but that didn't help me in this particular situation. On your left. Drake spoke up and I raised my blade, blocking another strike I actually didn't see. Hey, that's weird. It was actually able to affect me. Was it because of my own Ryoryoku in comparison to Izzy not having any? Duck and swipe upwards. I followed his directions. Thrust at 80 degrees. My sword shot forward and I didn't feel like I hit anything, but at the same time my instinct told me that I did. How are you doing this? His voice reappeared. You shouldn't be able to perceive my existence. The dragon in my soul is giving me directions. I replied with a completely serious expression. Die. He snarled, his image not matching the sensation I felt overheard as I brought my sword up to block. I was fairly sure I blocked something. But this was getting annoying. Let's just nip this in the bud then. I stabbed Mirage into the ground and began to draw a rune quickly in the air. Well, not just any rune, but a primordial rune. Let all falsehoods be revealed. The primordial rune of truth I drew pulsed and actualized, touching upon the closest approximation of the origin I had beyond my kaleidoscope. The image of him blurred and sort of retracted until I saw a confused return of the original person who was still being held tight by me. In fact, his sword was glowing very brightly, and it was trembling in his grasp. Kaika Suijutsu. He blurted out, confused and his eyes widened. What's happening? Hey, I didn't know how a primordial rune would interact with his Zanpakuto's ability, but I was effectively clear of the illusions now. You forcibly dispelled my hypnosis. He sounded confused and shocked, though it only lasted for a brief moment before the full force of his Ryutsu slammed into me, as if he was done playing. I have had enough. First that woman, and now you. Though his anger was abruptly paused as he looked up and I followed his eyes. It seems our little cat and mouse game had been noticed, and a whole lot of Quincy were flying right towards us. Ichigo, Rukia, go! I noticed the orange-haired kid getting ready himself and I decided to stop playing around. My hand around his wrist ignited with my bloodline. My power of destruction crackled out and tore away at the Shinigami's skin. He let out a roar of fury and pain and nearly instantaneously his Ryoryoku flowed out, fighting against my destruction. My destruction was winning, easily so, but he continued to pump his Ryoryoku out, acting as sort of a dowsing hose, warding away the worst of the damage. The first of the arrows arrived, both the Shinigami Aizen and I were about to dodge, but we went opposite directions, jerking each other, and ended up not moving. He furiously swiped with his sword, deflecting the ones coming at him as I snapped my fingers to actualize a spell behind me. My runic circles appeared, crackling with lightning. They sent volleys of thunderous bolts to intercept the ones aimed at me. There were many different Ryutsu pressing down on us at this point. Everyone seemed to have recovered, and we were right in the center of the storm. Hark, villains! Your tyranny ends here. Hand over the object. A Quincy flew over wearing a lucha mask? One with a star-shaped emblem on it. I tugged away and Aizen seemingly allowed himself to be pulled as the Quincy crashed into the ground, utterly destroying the rocks beneath him. He swung his fist and I pushed Aizen in front of it. The Shinigami scowled in annoyance. Bakud number 8, Seiki, he chanted quickly, the fist bounced off him with, repelling it backwards, sending the Quincy stumbling back. Aizen, explain yourself. A Shinigami captain with white hair, and rather short, let out a shout, appearing in a burst of shunpo with a sword drawn. Aizen looked at the captain then at me. Captain Hitsugiya, I'm trying to subdue this Ryoka. He's lying, he's with the hollows. I pointed out. Nonsense, IMA. His eyes widened and I realized what he was looking at. The Quincy got up, and the star on his mask was shining bright. Bakud number 4, Hainawa. He cast another kid, an ethereal chain shot out, grabbing hold of the short captain, and Aizen used it to yank him into the way of a star-like beam of energy launched by the Quincy. Star flash. Aizen. The captain looked back with eyes filled with horror. D*K. I called out, holding my hand up. Greater ward. I cast my own defensive spell, protecting the captain. The blow was enough that my ward nearly shattered from the impact, and I had to pump a significant amount of magical energy to maintain it. I nearly lost my grip when Aizen swung his sword again, my aura flaring up to block it. I quickly yanked Mirage out of the ground with a thought, returning it to my hand, and our fight continued. The Shinigami captain broke free from the chains and turned to attack Aizen, who merely flashed his blade. Shatter Kaika Suijutsu. And the captain Shinigami seemed to fly off and fight the Quincy. What a broken ability. Your Yuaki did say he had strong illusions or something. I don't want to hear that from someone who broke free of it. He glowered, swinging his blade again as our song and dance continued once more. He glanced up to see the giant fiery bird start to flicker out of existence, under the assault of so many opponents, but the Shinigami were also engaging with the Quincy at the moment. I am running out of time. Release me! He roared, gathering a significant amount of Ryutsu around him, striking downward at my arm with the ACC*Mulat power. I dismissed my power of destruction and summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. The sheer force did send a shiver through my body, but it wasn't enough to harm the boosted gear, despite the ground beneath us cracking and sundering. Jin! Aizen growled out and a tear through space opened up, similar to the one the Hollows were using. Hia, bossman, you called. The lackadaisical captain appeared with that eerie smile of his. Well, that's not good. I looked at the guy smiling brightly in my direction. Remove him. If you insist. Era, should you be doing that, Ichimera-kun? Shusui stepped over in a blur, looking slightly weathered. Aizen is currently wanted for questioning, do you really want to listen to his orders? Ichimaru-jin scratched his cheek. Well, guess we're in the open now, boss. Aizen seethed further as the other two Shinigami clashed. I owe you one, Shunsui. I called out as their quick speeds made them disappear from the immediate vicinity. I'm keeping a tally. I could vaguely hear as he departed. Anyways, boost. I called out and Aizen almost slumped over at the sudden increase in strength I put out and my own power swelled up. I could see that he was in actual pain and his wrist almost crunched. My other swords shot out of my ring, and the Shinigami looked cautious. He glanced up to the sky, the Hollows weren't just hanging out either. They too were coming under fire, but at another gesture of his, they all turned to look right at me, charging up a very similar attack once more. I quickly turned my swords out and shot them towards the sky, impaling several of those massive Hollows before they could finish, because even I would be wary about being hit by over 100 of those all at once. But there were in fact too many for me to just cleave my way out of. I did some very quick calculations, my point on both the X and Y axis as I leaned backwards, to avoid Aizen's blade from cleaving my throat. Their actual location as they were hiding in another dimension, and snapped my fingers. For each beam of condensed Ryoryoku that was fired off, I created 2 portals, one to receive, and one to redirect at the source. The Zeros, as they were named, essentially shot into portals, and came out the other end, blowing themselves up. It's a petty trick that any competent opponent could counter, but for these sort of mindless beasts, it was more than effective. I looked at Aizen and took a big breath. He must have sensed something was coming because he went into panic mode immediately. Bakud number 44, Sekisho. Fusaro da. I bellowed out at near point blank. The spiritual shield he summoned vibrated and shattered. His Ryutsu flared up impressively once more and his feet buried into the ground as he roared, withstanding the attack and not letting his grip on the object waver. You are the single most infuriating individual I've ever met. He had some blood dripping from his mouth. I was curious if his hand even had feeling anymore. It was basically pulled from its socket, crushed, and even destroyed partially by my bloodline, yet he held on. Noted. But here's a question for you, why did it suddenly turn dark? I asked. He blinked, then looked up at the sky as the sun had disappeared. It was completely covered by storm clouds. I used that moment to portal away a few allies that were a little too close for my liking. My whisper had been doing work. A massive thunderous boom drew the attention of the battlefield. The thunderclaps reverberated throughout all of Soul Society. Lightning arced between the dark sky, dancing from cloud to cloud. 2 massive hands shot out of the clouds, pulling the rest of its titanic form forward. The construct made entirely of lightning roared to life, an equally massive hammer made of the same element appeared between its flowing fingers, gathering every ounce of lingering energy before reaching the precipice. Thor's hammer! I declared. Aizen tried to run away. The amount of Ryuryoku he gathered under his feet was impressive and he shot into the air, trying to gain some kind of distance, but it was hopeless. I held him tight and didn't let him escape. The hammer was brought down, divine punishment, one might say, and everyone else scattered. It was at that moment that Aizen finally made the smart decision to literally cut his losses, even if he was a moment or two too late. Even my own vision was engulfed with lighting as the rock formation that we were sitting on was nearly reduced to rubble and a pillar of lightning soared to the sky. My aura flared and my semblance was activated, but that doesn't mean I could completely avoid my own big attack so easily. I felt sore and pained after even all of that. Like having just metaphysically punched myself in the face. The ground beneath my feet was no longer present, yet I slowly glided downwards. I had yet to fully understand the method that these Shinigami used to fly, thus I had to rely upon my own familiar method. My wings sprouted behind my back, and I gently touched down on the nearest threshold that wouldn't collapse under my weight. I also held the severed hand of a certain Shinigami within my boosted gear-clad arm, complete with the strange object he was so keen on obtaining. There was an eerie silence that perpetuated the battlefield, however. As in, no one was no longer fighting, instead, all eyes were now turned upon me. Quincy, who had been fighting with Shinigami, had ceased, and even the Shinigami who were fighting each other had stopped, just to look my way. It kind of makes me self-conscious when people stare at my wings. What, have none of you ever seen a devil before? Chapter 400, Chapter 362. Despite the many eyes on me, I looked down at the prize in my hand. Or rather in Aizen's hand. I was technically still holding his hand. His cleanly severed hand was still clutching tight to the marble thing in a small hexagonal barrier around it. I admit, I was surprised to see him so quickly decide to cut his own hand off to escape. Credit where it was due, I may not have the same resolve to pull out abruptly like that. Then again, I can understand, one of my strongest spells intertwined with my divine lightning would make for a very intimidating sight. Hell, I felt uncomfortable after taking my own attack and I was able to negate the majority of it. I wondered if this was the same as a god of strength punching themselves in the face? I carefully pried away the fingers of the severed hand and with a second to think about it, I tossed it in my ring. You never know when a Shinigami's hand was going to come in handy. You deserve to die for that pun. Oh, get over it, you know I can be a handful. Don't you dare start. Fine, priorities anyways. I looked at the marble and down at the gauntlet. Mind holding on to this for now? Why me? I actually don't know what this is and it's giving me some small amount of hesitation now that I look at it. I'd rather you hold onto it instead of putting it in my ring. You held onto the Eye of Magnus for a while, I think it should be fine in your hands. The boosted gear glowed, and the marble disappeared from my grasp. I decided to dismiss the boosted gear and return it to inside my soul. Brat. What? Your baby spirit, it wants the thing you gave me. What? I couldn't help but furrow my brow. What do you mean? As soon as I took it in, it's been almost clawing at me to get a hold of it. Do I let it have it? I didn't know if my nascent spirit even was capable of higher level thought, was it purely instinct driving it at this moment? If so, would it want something that could harm it then? There were tons of possibilities to consider. What if I gave it? Thanks, Drake. No problem. Well, I suppose I'll see the side effects of this later, because it appears as though we're going for a second round here. I noticed as Aizen sent me glares not far away once the dust settled. No, that wasn't quite right. What's the thing beyond glares? I'm fairly sure I would be on fire if it was any more intense. And he was missing his right hand. Funny enough, neither his wrist nor the hand itself were leaking blood everywhere, thankfully. That's mostly due to the fact that my spell cauterized the wounds. Aizen seemed to have gotten hit by the tail end of it. He was only mildly roughed up instead of taking the full brunt of my divine lightning. He was trembling as he looked at me, and I was fairly sure it wasn't because of the residual pain. His lips twisted back in a barely contained snarl. Espada! He roared at the top of his lungs. The space behind him pulled back, revealing several new figures stepping through. Were those hollows? There were a few with visible holes in their chests and what looked like remnants of masks or that white armor-like skin that they seemed to have. But otherwise, there was very little to tell them apart from Shinigami besides their mimicking white uniforms. Other than the feeling of being, well, Hollows compared to Shinigami. Hey, I didn't know hollows could look like that. I thought they were only legends. A voice sounded next to me. Arankar. I glanced at the person who stood at my side. Sorry, I don't believe we've been introduced. He glanced up to me and scoffed. Hitsuga Ichwir, captain of the 10th Division. He introduced himself curtly, though there was a noticeable weariness to him as he inspected me closely. Weren't you fighting the masked wrestler Quincy guy? I glanced back at him, seeing his clothing looked muffled and some minor wounds and bruising. I burn all creation to ash Ryujin Jaka. An absolute massive amount of Ryutsu enveloped all of Seoul society, and a searing heat could be felt at my back. The captain commander had joined the battle and my abilities would be best served far away. He twitched. Even Aizen and these Espada who looked like they were about to attack had paused, and I couldn't hold back my curiosity. I turned around to look and I saw Gramps fighting against 6 Quincy, all of them were easily at the level of the captains here. Yet, I'm staying far away from that. I noted. He sounded angry. Era, I haven't seen the old man that angry in a long time. Shunsui joined us with a flash of Shunpo. He tilted his half-cut hat, covering some wounds up himself. Captain Traitor, Ichimaru-jin snuck away during the confusion. Captain Kirikou. Hitsugaya greeted, gripping his sword tightly. Captain Hitsugaya. Shunsui nodded. Can't use your ice near the old man. The smaller captain grunted. Even this far away. Ice is it? I questioned. I suppose I could give you a hand with that. Because the average strength of the enemies here was nothing to scoff at. If they all attacked me at once, I would most certainly be in a bad spot. Looks like we got one more. Shunsui smiled. Just in time, Yuka-take. Shunsui, and Captain Hitsugaya. One last person joined our little group. Long white hair, and a rather gentle demeanor about him. And, Ryoka. He looked at my still deployed wings. I crossed my arms, putting them away. And he wasn't the only one staring. Captain Yuka-take Jushir, captain of the 13th Division. He smiled. Thank you for protecting Rukia. Ah, this was her captain. But there was something strange about him that was somewhat familiar. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it. Thank the kids, I was just a tag along. I waved him off. But I believe we have other things to focus on. Hollows with Zanpakuto. He hummed. I only heard stories about them. The old man mentioned them before, something rarer than even Vasto Lords. Shunsui rubbed his chin. Be careful, they're all at least as strong as a captain it seems. And we're not getting any immediate backup. Didn't know what a Vasto Lord is, but it sounded impressive. Yet, it looked like everyone else was held up fending off the Quincy that were attacking, and the weaker Shinigami were defending against a small invasion of lesser hollows. For what lesser could mean when they were gigantic skyscrapers in height and trying to invade en masse? The one with the red hair, kill him and bring me his corpse. Aizen finally shouted, commanding his minions, subordinates. The hollows that gathered around him looked excited. Shunsui and the others around me tensed up, they obviously were not liking the odds very much. I held my free hand out and brought forth my staff of Magnus. Slamming it onto the ground, I summoned a swirl of runes that formed a coherent runic sentence and cast one of my first spells. Freezing Winds of Jotunheim. An abrupt blizzard burst out from around us. I was careful about how it actualized, to make sure we weren't affected by the area of effect. The cold torrents rotated outwards, spinning and expanding. Enough ice for you? I asked as they looked at me in surprise. The smaller captain tilted his head to the side. My Zanpakuto can absorb the moisture in the air to produce ice. It's needed for me to use its abilities. This should be enough for now. He nodded in thanks and a massive torrent of Ryutsu ascended to the sky. Bankai! He shouted and ice formed into 2 big wings while also covering his hands and feet to look like claws with an accompanying ice tail. And some strange cross-like objects appeared behind him. Daiguren Haranmeru. He declared. Hey, he's a little dragon. Neat. I want a Bankai. If the clouds above didn't belong to me, I think he would have started changing the weather. What about you two? I glanced at Yuka-take and Shunsui. Shunsui scratched his cheek. My Zanpakuto isn't good to release near allies. He said sheepishly. I'll lure 1 or 2 far enough away if I have to. All ye waves, become my shield. All ye thunder, become my blade. Yucatec chanted, and he grabbed the hilt of his sword before pulling it apart into two separated swords, connected together by a red rope and several metal talisman-like objects attached to it. Zgayo no Kotori. Shikai? Well, I wouldn't presume to tell them how to fight. If he thinks it's best, then so be it. Ebony flesh. I held up my staff, casting the spell over top of them. They shot me a look of confusion, so I explained. Strengthening spell, somewhat. Physical exertion should be a little higher, and it can absorb a bit of damage before breaking. Now that I think about it, I don't have many strengthening spells to cast on other people. Frankly, I didn't need any. Reinforcement was a sort of catch-all in that category. The more I could withstand, the more reinforcement provided. And most strengthening spells didn't quite mesh well. Ebony armor being an obvious exclusion due to overlaying instead of innately empowering. Well, I did know quite a few more interesting spells that were similar. Frost Cloak. I held my staff towards the icy Shinigami. There was now a literal cascade of ice flowing off of him. He blinked, looking down at himself. Thanks. He seemed confused before turning to a small smirk. I've never had this much readily available ice before. Aira, you know some neat things. Shunsui chuckled. I know a thing or two. I hummed, holding my staff out, pointing in front of me. How about I properly greet them then? My spell around us was about to dissipate and they were probably waiting to attack. A series of spell circles appeared, spinning around, each one had an inlay of runes and lightning crackled off the edges. Thunderbolt. I cast and a massive burst of lightning exploded outward, tearing through my own Jotunheim spell and shooting off towards the general direction that they were last in. It was difficult to sense them due to the sheer riotso being thrown around in every direction, but I think Aizen was still there. Bakud number 73, Tozensh. Aizen's voice reached my ears, casting a fairly high-level defensive kid. My lightning slammed into a pyramid-like barrier that formed around him, but my focus was no longer solely on him at that moment. The hollows moved exceedingly fast and I shouldn't be surprised. However, it looked different than both how Shinigami and Quincy moved. Interesting. I quickly took a step back, dodging a strange, scythe-like weapon connected to a chain. It was more crescent moon-shaped, but I didn't know what else to call it. It was strange enough to gouge out a significant chunk of earth at what appeared to be a casual toss. And my companions were in the same situation. Hitsugiya was fighting a woman with blonde hair who was wielding water. Water hot enough to melt his ice, that's unfortunate. Though, he looked like he was at the advantage in quantity. I think my spells were working. Both Yucatec and Shunsui were fighting off a guy with blue hair, a big guy with rippling muscles, and a third bald guy with dark skin. There were a few others hanging back towards Aizen, an older-looking guy and another who seemed like he was sleeping, and, was that a kid kicking his shin? And one guy who looked very pale and stared at me ominously with those intense green eyes. How dare you look away while fighting me? The hollow, and it's still weird hearing them talk, addressed me. Now that I got a good look at him, he was a bit lanky and with an eye patch and long black hair. I'm the 5th Espada Neutra. Repel undead. I cast, pointing my staff at him. He turned around and took a few steps before releasing a burst of Ryotsu. He turned back around to face me and looked furious. I honestly didn't think that'd work. Hollows were undead though. He held that massive scythe thing up and kicked off the ground at me. I flicked my hand, producing a portal in his path. You think a stupid trick like that will work on me? He hollered with a sneer, easily avoiding it. Well, I was hoping. He seemed like the type to fall for stupid tricks. I put my staff away and Mirage and instead took out another sword. Dawnbreaker entered my hands with its holy light and I deflected the thrown scythe that came barreling towards me. I could respect the amount of force behind it. This hollow was no pushover just in the physical strength department. The massive weapon was pulled back with practiced ease, re-entering his grasp, and he swiped it out in a large sweep. I leaned back, escaping the bladed edge, but it was already returned and he swung it downwards. I channeled lightning to my feet and with my semblance activated I used Shunpo, still awkward, but significantly better than it was a week earlier. Appearing at his side, my sword swung into his arm. He held his chain up, using it to block me as sparks flew down its length, and he pivoted, jerking the chain for his weapon to swing around his body in a large arc, flying through the air right towards me. Bakud number 9, Gaki. I quickly chanted, and his weapon collided with a small force of Ryotsu, causing it to be deflected off to the side. What a useful little cantrip. I used the opening to cleave towards his chest. Ha, it doesn't matter, my Yera is the best among. His words abruptly died as Dawnbreaker tore into his flesh. His eyes widened and he twisted his body as best as he could, but a painful roar resounded and the holy lightning pulsed, slicing through any perceived defense he might have had. I raised Dawnbreaker up for a follow-up attack, but I noticed something nearly slip through my perception. A hand shot towards my heart as if to spear through it. I took a step back, slapping it away only to see the pale-looking hollow from before standing next to me now. One hand in his pocket, and the other raised towards me. Seeing him up close, this hollow was strong. Probably the strongest one around here. Ulquiera. I can handle him. The hollow on the ground pushed himself fully back up with a hiss. Blood poured from his chest with each movement. You forget your place, Neutra. The pale hollow apparently named Ulquiera said rather monotone. Follow Eisen's orders. Tisk. Neutra clicked his Tony and opened his mouth. Suddenly a bright yellow light began to shine and it reminded me eerily like that attack those mindless hollows used, except perhaps 100 times the strength. At the same time, that other hollow disappeared for a split second, reappearing behind me with finger extended, and his own Zero forming at the tip with a greenish-black hue. Femzi Gron. I spoke aloud, becoming an ethereal body right as both of them launched their attacks. The condensed Ryoko shot forward from both ends, passing over one another. Ulquiera dodged out of the way without any issue, but the other one wasn't so lucky. He brought up his weapon to block, but it had a good amount of force condensed. I used that opportunity to open up a portal behind him as his ally's own attack sent him hurling back through it. Out of the corner of my eye, he was dropped right in the middle of the Quincy on the other side while the old man was going on a warpath. That should help both sides as I'm fairly sure Quincy and Hollows were very much enemies as well. I see. The Hollow frowned, appearing within my vision a few dozen yards away. He took his other hand out of his pocket and let out a breath. You will not be easy to deal with. I will end this as quickly as I can. He grabbed his sword from its sheath. Enclose, Murcielago. A green hue enveloped the area with the sudden intense climb of the Hollow's Ryotsu. It was dense enough that it mimicked rain that fell from the sky. I got a better look at him at this point. He originally had half a headpiece bone thing on his head, but now it looked like a proper headpiece that centered on his head. But the most eye-catching thing was the bat-like wings that sprouted behind his back as he lightly took to the air. Kin Hollow's Bankai now? I'm not jealous. Nope. I think that's cultural appropriation. I snorted, my own wings popping back out as I floated up to be level with him. He didn't rise to my joke. I was not aware of your species' existence until this moment. He said without any emotion. But it does not matter. He held out his hand and a spear construct made of his Ryoko formed with that same hue. I am Ulquiera Sefer, the fourth Espada. Prepare yourself. He intoned. He flapped his wings once and shot forward. Fast, extremely fast, to the point where I had to focus to keep up. Dawnbreaker raised up and his spear collided with it, the force of the blow sent me hurling backwards towards the ground, my feet shattered the stone underneath as I forced myself to stay upright. His left arm shot out, trying to grab hold of my head. I tilted it to the side and instead grabbed his arm with my own. You're strong. I commented as his eyes flashed. I felt like this wasn't even his highest level for some reason. Well, let's see what he's got. Isn't it my POV? What a chaotic mess this was. There were hollows pouring in through the tears in space they opened in the sky. There were even more hollows that appeared near Wilhelm, much stronger and humanoid looking. I did not like them. There were these Quincy that were running around and being general nuisances. And the Shinigami that were trying to fight all of them at the same time. And Wilhelm was correct, their leader did feel similar to my daughter. The moment he released his flames, if not for the lack of divinity, I would have wondered if my daughter had descended. Granted, it wasn't quite up to par, but at the same time, I recalled they have another stage of release with their swords. Very impressive for a non-god. At least the children had the common sense to not jump into this mess. No, they were standing off to the side with the healers. They were gathering the wounded and providing medical aid and other life-saving measures. I watched with mild amusement as Wilhelm apparently dropped one of those humanoid hollows right in the middle of the Quincy. His portals were very particular and easy to notice in a crowd. It turned out as well as one would expect. A strange three-way fight where the hollow did its best to survive. It did a thing where its power increased drastically and grew 2 extra hands, a scythe in each one, but it didn't hold up well while trying to fend off both sides with only himself. I looked up to the sky to see regular hollows, for lack of a better term, begin to overwhelm the non-captain Shinigami that were trying to restrain them. Watching it, I supposed I could lend a hand. I raised my hand up, and clenched my fist, destroying about 100 or so of the fairly large creatures. It was enough to give them some breathing room. Out of the corner of my eye, I did keep watch on Wilhelm. Perhaps I was worrying over nothing, there were not many here who could put up a genuine fight against him. Unless he used one of his sacred gears or called upon my son's authority, I was not overly concerned. However, there was something to be said about the number of beings here who did reach a certain threshold. Numbers should not be overlooked. Otherwise, I did not care much. Beyond a hail of those light arrows that poured down from time to time that I stopped, there were not many who dared venture close here. These Shinigami set up some makeshift barriers around the immediate area for emergency treatments, I would presume, so I did not have to intervene. However, I was starting to get annoyed with the ongoing conflict. It was just getting messy, which just further irritated me. Even the buildings below began to be destroyed, and the stronghold of these Shinigami was starting to become engrossed in this conflict. I raised an eyebrow as something shot fast towards our direction. I raised my hand up and slapped it out of the sky, causing a crater in the already disturbed rock formation we were standing on. I did not know how much longer this thing would last, thanks to Wilhelm casting such a large spell. There was the amusing thought of seeing how they would react to Wilhelm revealing his devil heritage so publicly after the fighting stopped. I was surprised he did so, but then again, he does tend to be bluntly dismissive of it for some reason. The person I had smacked down pushed themselves free of the rocks that now covered them. They did not look to be in the best of shape. No, it was a short, fat man with half a beard and covered in substantial burns. I'm assumed his beard wasn't always that way. He pushed himself up to his feet, supporting his weight with a staff reminiscent of Caduceus, but an eye in the center with wings on the side. I wasn't the only one who noticed him, the others did too and were prepared to fight. Healers. He perked up. Perfect, he smiled, lewdly, and it made me feel very uncomfortable. You all love me and don't want to see me hurt, right? He winked, putting his hand in the shape of a heart. Love kiss, he cried out, and a massive heart-shaped projectile was launched outwards. Since the kids were behind me, I reached out and snatched this weird ability before it could go beyond me. And that was when I felt it. Rude, rude. Don't hog all of my love to yourself. He danced side to side with a chiding tone to his voice. Move aside, darling, Pepe's love is for everyone. He held his hands in the shape of a heart again, and I felt a fury overtake me. With nostrils flared, I grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground. Why you aren't affected by my love? The short and fat man cried out in confusion as I pulled him up, still holding him up by his head. Love kiss. He called out again, several more times powerful than the previous one. It washed over me and my anger just increased. When that Shinigami thought to reinterpret my senses, I was amused. When your kin attempted to instill fear into me, I found it adorable. And now? I tossed him to the ground. I am no longer laughing. How dare you reject my love? His expression shifted from one of confusion and hesitance to fury, as if I did him some great wrong but not being affected by his ability. Now I find myself utterly devoid of patience. I do not have much love left inside of me. It's reserved for a precious few people. And you tried to usurp it for yourself. His ability to seemingly force love and obedience in others. He reached into his own mouth, disgustingly pulling out a bow and arrow made of that spiritual matter. He attempted to fire the arrow at me, but I simply flicked it away. I am officially done. I declared, reaching out into the air. I will end this farce. I felt creation churn at the movement, pulling on the thing I have kept sealed away for centuries. I normally did not like using it, but at this moment, I was pissed off and I simply didn't want to deal with this nonsense anymore. Space distorted and the very ground trembled as I attempted to bring it out into the world once more. Congratulations, mortal, you have earned my full wrath. I am Izanami no Mikoto, goddess of death, and you will know my wrath. Come, Amen no Nuhoko. I declared as reality split apart at its arrival.
Thanks for listening.